And I'd like to welcome everybody. We have a roll call, please.
Ms. DeLeon.
Here.
Mr. Banonis.
I'm here, live in person and present.
Mr. Carocci.
Here.
Ms. Cordero.
Here.
Ms. Ray.
Here.
Also in attendance is Township Solicitor Steve Goudsouzian, Township Engineer Brian, and Administrative Assistant Stacy. And our junior council member, Sandy.
Okay. Did you say you? You said you.
Councilor Manager Kathy.
Okay, can we all stand and pledge allegiance?
Couldn't remember the words after last night, huh? Couldn't remember the words after last night. Good story.
Okay, I'd like to announce
Mumbling something.
we're going to try to have a pretty decent meeting tonight, but we'll
Be
attempt
pretty
it.
good. What are you talking about? Pretty decent. We always have pretty good. Don't sell yourself short, Priscilla.
I never sell myself short.
You're a slouch. Don't sell yourself short.
I'd like to announce that council met in executive session at 6 p.m. prior to tonight's meeting to discuss the 2025 salary compensation. The properties along Easton Road, Ballfield, 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike, 1 Steel City proposed, and that's the apartments. Excuse me. 2337 Beechwood Court, Landco LLC, that's the billboard. And then that was for the notice of land use appeal filed with Northampton County Court of Common Pleas litigation. And then the conditional use hearing, I didn't write down for.
That's for LSOPD.com.
Right. Which was
Just confused.
Which was on 4F on the
okay, which is on our agenda, right? So all these items, okay. So, so there's the next item is potential action on executive session issues. I'll let Steve handle this.
There was no action taken, there was no official action taken in executive session. All the items that were listed are separate agenda items that will be addressed in due course.
That's not true.
No.
That's not true. There was official action taken back there. They ordered EAC to study the property. Just again, Steve, who won't disclose what happens in executive session, even though we're supposed to under the sunshine. They ordered the EAC. They ordered the EAC to inspect the old Philadelphia Pike property.
That's absolutely wrong.
They ordered the EAC to walk and inspect the EAC property. They refused to get an appraisal on that property. They refused to get an appraisal on the old Philadelphia Pike property
They're
across the
on the
street.
agenda. There's no.
So they're hiding that from you.
We can have the discussion when we
the other
get to
thing
the
around it
agenda
is-
item, which is later on. So
They only-
there's
they
plenty of
only want,
opportunity to discuss and
They
provide
only
anything.
want 3% raises for certain staff members.
That's all part of the agenda.
It's going to be discussed under
We'd like to
agenda.
move on to the agenda. This is just
So
an
they're
announcement that there was a discussion in executive session.
They're
So I
hiding
think
the
we should
actions
move on.
they're hiding again actions that took place in executive session. They're instructing the EAC to do something that they don't want to disclose to you. They refuse to get an appraisal for the property across the street.
I know, I'm ready
Those
to
homeowners that could be affected. Those homeowners that could be affected by the traffic at Old Philadelphia. They are refusing to get an appraisal.
Exactly what we did.
The agenda item is later on, and you can provide your input when the agenda
They know
item
what the public
is
to know what happens in these
It's
private
pretty
meetings.
simple,
They
just
took
follow
actions.
the
They took
agenda
actions.
item
So
when we
again,
get there, because you'll be able to say the same things you're trying to say now when we get to the
I'm just
agenda
saying,
item.
so the public knows
So the
what's
people-
So
happening.
they're gonna know what happens, it's on the agenda, nobody's saying that it's not happening, you have your opportunity to speak, just wait.
Why do you follow your code of
Just
conduct?
wait
Tom
until
knows
we
what's
have
Oh,
the
yes,
agenda.
you already got violated.
And following the agenda, following the course that the agenda is laid out,
He has a
all of
floor, you're
items
interrupting them.
that were discussed in
floor.
executive
I had
session
the
are
floor.
listed.
I have the floor for everybody's
To
attention,
summarize,
Those are what's
To
wrong.
And I'm just
To
telling
summarize.
you.
You
No,
love
I
looking at
really
it.
don't.
You love just directly reporting
You
people.
like hearing it.
Yeah.
You like
So to
hearing it.
summarize,
You recognize now?
Are we moving on? There's nothing to recognize. The agenda is the
Official action
agenda.
taken in a private executive session of what?
Absolutely wrong.
It's not.
To-
It's not.
And
There
it's
were
on the
actions
agenda.
taken in executive
It
session.
makes absolutely no
They
sense.
refused,
It does make sense. You just don't want, you don't want the
they
public to know what's
refused
going on.
to,
It's
You don't want the
on
public to
agenda.
know.
You
I know
don't
this
know.
about the election last night, you're very upset about it.
Yeah.
You're very upset.
Yep,
Next agenda item.
Yep.
Let's move to the next agenda item.
Stop, there's no screaming
Okay,
out.
I would like to tell
Sorry,
public
audience.
that
So,
all of these
They're not,
things.
to recap, they are not getting an appraisal on the old Philadelphia pipe. Old Philadelphia, I had the floor before she was
Are
speaking.
you not?
Shut the fuck up!
Nobody
yielded the floor to you.
I had the
You
floor.
just took it over.
So to
The
repeat,
president
Well, you
has the
certainly
right to
have the
run the
floor,
meeting.
sir.
I think she should run the meeting and we
Yeah.
move to the agenda item.
to the old Philadelphia. To the old Philadelphia pipe residents, they are not getting an appraisal on the property across the street. They got an offer for it, but they're not getting an appraisal. And they're directing EAC
I swear to God, we're gonna
to
be
score
talking
it.
about these
And
items
then,
under agenda items.
and then they're also, we're only giving a 3% raise to
Much later.
employees.
Everybody
They
goes
voted
home.
on that.
Everybody goes home.
They actually voted on that in executive session, a 3% raise for certain employees.
We can't follow the agenda.
That's all they want.
Process,
Crackpot
procedure.
had to say to you.
So
Okay, we're moving on to.
they were trying to hide what happened in executive session.
Move along, go to the seat, move along.
But now we've all allowed it. So they were trying to hide what happened in executive session.
And that is
Like-
not
like
true.
Susan
Well,
Earle
let's talk.
said.
The items on executive session are on the
I'm
agenda.
following the agenda.
It is on the agenda. Just
They're
keep
all
on
on the
it.
agenda when
No,
they get to
no,
them.
it's not.
They're all listed, every single one of them.
Okay, next we have public comment procedure. As you can see, this is a circus, okay? I apologize for
ringmaster.
all of that. And if they can be the ringmaster, whatever, okay? Call me whatever you want. They can see what you're doing up here. It's very obvious, okay?
You're hiding stuff in the plan.
You're hiding what happened in executive session. That's what we're
Everyone
at.
here, when we get to that item on the agenda, we will be talking about it. That's how we know why we have an agenda. So, you have the right to be here, and you do not have the right to be
You
disrespectful.
won't have to fight over it.
That goes for up
That
here
goes for
too.
you. That goes for you.
Please act accordingly. Please, let's not have any disruptive behavior.
Respect, cooperation,
I'm not
transparency.
Gonna
That's her,
spend.
that's her, and that's
I'm not
her.
gonna
There's
say-
no transparency about executive session.
Transparency.
And there's none from you.
But there's a code of conduct down the hallway there, all printed out, you could read it. Okay, let's take up time talking about that because they just take up all the time. So
You
next we
got all the time in the world,
have,
Priscilla, you're not working, come on.
You're on disability, man, for work.
next we have junior council reports. And tonight we have Sam Van Norman's here. I don't see the other two, so are you gonna be doing a report?
You call them by their names, Priscilla.
I am, Sam
The
Van
other
Norman.
two, the other two, that's good.
They're not here.
You're dismissive of
It's
them,
not
as if they
important.
don't matter.
Yeah.
They're not here.
Wasn't important enough to show up, it's not important enough to
Go ahead.
mention
Good
it.
evening, council. My name's Sam Van Norman, from your junior councilman. I have a couple. Now it works.
Checking,
All right,
one,
good
two,
evening, council.
one,
My name's
two.
Sam Van Norman, a couple things to report at Saucon Valley High School. On November 2nd, the Saucon Valley Marching Band completed a competition at New Oxford High School on Saturday. They placed 6 out of the American A Division bands with a score of 85.42.
Good.
Also on October 29th, the Saucon Valley High School hosted the first Lehigh Valley Scholarship Debate Association Tournament. I had the pleasure of watching some of those and it was pretty nice. Also for any student athletes that might be watching or parents, students 7 through 12 who are athletes, no matter the sport, are encouraged to attend the Mind of the Athlete series. November 11th is the Performance Anxiety, Managing Your Fears of the Unknown. December 17th, Confidence and Defending Your Self-Belief. Also on November 20th to the 22nd, students that attend Babbitt's, which is our local technical school, and are members of Skills USA, are going up to Camelback for a leadership conference. Also, I would like to highlight the Lower Saucon Fire's commitment to the wildland operations up at Blue Mountain, which we've had several volunteers go up there who've supported and helped. Some old news from October 11th, Saucon Valley Lower Saucon Fire Rescue hosted Fire Prevention Day at Saucon Valley High School and Elementary School, and that was a pretty neat time. Some important dates that you might want to remember for this month: on November 11th, Tuesday, is Veterans Day, and Wednesday, November 13th, is World Kindness Day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time. And moving on, we have A, under 3 developer items. We have H&I Strauss Avenue Reverse Minor Subdivision. Is there the applicant? The applicant is here?
I am the designer of the plan.
Okay,
My
could
name
you,
is Brad. I'm with Lehigh Engineering.
okay, Brad, do you have a last name?
Rock.
Okay, just for the record.
Yes.
Okay, so the applicant is requesting the property owner wishes to delete the property line between lot 1 and 2. So would you like to give us some information, please?
Yeah, this is primarily a simple lot consolidation. 2 small lots consolidating into 1 lot, with the ability down the road to be able to put a home on the consolidated single lot. The way the plan looks now, the water line that's in the middle of the lot is going to be relocated to along the northern property line of the property. Now, this water lateral services a neighbor behind the property on the other side of the paper street to the east. And that's pretty much the detail of the plan.
Okay, so from some back history, this was, you're reversing what was done some years ago. Do you know why they did it back then, like what the reason was?
This entire neighborhood was, I believe, just 20 to 40 foot lots the whole way through. And over time, people just acquire the properties, reverse subdivide them, turn them into buildable size lots that comply with new zoning rules. And that's what the landowner is trying to achieve now.
Okay, any other things you'd like to tell us?
Do you want to go over the review letter, or?
We can, yeah, for everybody in the audience that might want to know, they might be here.
So, unless somebody has something that's glaring to them about any of the comments on the letter, I have my revised plan with me. The slope of the sanitary line has now been achieved. I have that on the plan. There's really not too much that sticks out to me except for one thing, and it involves that water lateral. And I was talking to Brian before the meeting, and my only other alternative would be to possibly bring that neighbor's water line in off the front street that they are addressed to. There is water in front of his house, or their house, I don't really know the people. But instead of having, a water lateral going through a neighbor's property and then across a paper street, if it's possible, we would like to move the water line coming off of the main in front of that service member's house. And then it wouldn't, encumber my client, Brian, with his property and having an easement through his property for a water lateral that's not even a main water line going through his yard to service somebody else's house.
Okay, I'd like to hear from our engineer and solicitor. So,
That's,
Brian, do you want to go first?
That's an issue for the authority. However, the authority wants to serve the existing home, it's up to them. It's not going to materially affect what council is approving, which is the reverse.
There's no legal issues.
Yeah, and my client doesn't want to, it's already there and it's in his property. He understands that. We're trying to make it the best case scenario for him. But he already knows that, there's a chance that it may stay within his property. I did make a revision to the waiver request that I submitted, and it has to do with the maintenance, the utility easement for that water lateral. Now, in the saldo, it does require a 20-foot maintenance easement. And that would include any and all utilities that need to be run through that utility easement. I'm asking for a partial waiver if it's even, I've never been in front of this board before. I don't know how you guys operate. If you would even entertain a partial waiver to do a 10-foot, more than enough room for a 1-inch water line to be
I would divert
maintenance.
that to our engineer and solicitors. Oh, I'm not an
Yeah, and-
engineer, so.
10 foot is a little tight if they ever have to get in and maintain that. I know obviously the water line will fit in.
Yeah.
Maintenance issue.
I just figured for a mini excavator, it would be more than adequate for the amount of room.
So you're saying you want to add that as a waiver. If council wants to consider that, I would base it subject to the approval of the authority because they're the ones.
Subject to the authority?
Yeah, it's, it's their water. So they have to say whether that easement will be wide.
And it could be 12 foot, it could be 50. I'm just trying to save my client a couple of feet on, a 20-foot easement is pretty excessive for a 1-inch line that's gonna be maintenance by a machine that's no bigger than 8 feet wide, so.
So where would that go on the draft motion?
Now go on the second page.
I have a copy of the revised waiver here, Brian. I don't know if that's something that I should leave here tonight.
Well, let me see it.
So I have one that spells out the 10-foot revised partial waiver, and then this one has a blank. I didn't know if the board would recommend a 12-foot or 14-foot.
All right, well, Priscilla, we go under on the second page of the motion, E3. We have to add a 3. That is section 145-46B1. And it would be a waiver allowing for a decreased width utility easement subject to the LSA's review.
Okay, I don't write that fast. So,
I have it prepared with 2 copies here if she wants.
Well, this is okay that it's a waiver request, but she's talking about the motion.
I'm just saying, so it would be 145-46E1?
Yeah.
Okay, it would be a waiver,
A waiver allowing for decreased width of the utility easement to a width determined by LSA.
okay, I'm gonna make a motion to approve H&I Strauss Minor subdivision per the 2024 draft motion, with the exception of amending the letter to include number 3, and I'm just gonna say as stated by our engineer. That way he said it right, I'm not gonna make a mistake.
Yeah.
So that's my motion. Would there be a second?
I'll second that, just a quick question.
Yes.
Did you present this to the water authority? Have you communicated with
They
them?
have all the information. They did kick back or was it Brian? I don't remember. Was it you or was it the authority that kicked back the 20-foot saldo? It was you, yeah. I don't believe that there was any issue with anything on their comment letter.
Okay, so you're able to comply with all the comments?
Yeah, they just wanted an easement around that lateral, that's all.
And Victoria, that is one of the conditions, so
Yeah.
we'll make sure that they satisfy that before.
Okay, and then subject to the conditions as listed in the letter is part of the motion, right?
Yeah, that's
Right.
Okay. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. All right, so we have a motion on the floor, council discussion, Jason?
Yeah, I find it stunning that Victoria has no idea about this from the Lower Saucon Authority's perspective. She's the liaison for the Lower Saucon Authority.
That's not what I said.
And she doesn't even know if it was submitted to the Lower Saucon Authority, and she doesn't know what the status of it is with the Lower Saucon Authority. I don't understand why you fill the role of being a liaison to the authority when you don't know these basic questions. I mean, not every development that comes in front of us has an issue that touches upon the authority, but this one does, and we know about it, and yet you don't know anything about it. You're asking the applicant for that information that you should have firsthand in your conversations with Bill Ross or others from the Water Authority. That's stunning to me. you indicated that the authority has stated that they're not taking any position on this, or they're okay with what you're proposing.
I got a review letter from them.
Brian, have you seen that review letter?
I have.
You okay with that review letter?
Oh, yeah.
I think that's all I have. I just find it stunning that Victoria is so incompetent, she doesn't know these things.
Okay, Tom?
I don't find her incompetent stunning, that's expected at this point. I don't, as long as Brian is fine with it, good luck with your project.
Thank you.
Okay, Victoria?
Asking a question is not the same as speaking for the water authority or making assumptions as to what he knows. I think it speaks for itself. It really has nothing to do with me representing what the water authority says. They have a letter that's been presented to the engineer and it's been satisfied, so that's where it stands.
Okay, Laura?
I don't have any additional questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn it over to the public. You have 3 minutes to speak. If you'd like to come up to the podium, you may have to step aside. I don't know if there's anybody here from the neighborhood or anyone else that would like to speak. Okay, I see no interest. So may we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon?
Yes.
Mr. Banonis?
Yes.
Ms. Cordero?
Yes.
Mr. Carocci?
Yes.
Ms. Ray?
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you, everyone.
So if you have any questions, contact the township and they'll help you through whatever process you need to go through.
We don't have a zoning office.
We do have a zoning
We don't have
officer.
we don't have a township manager.
So they're just being, I don't want to say the word, okay? But
Thank you, everybody. Have a
it's
good
very
night.
obvious here tonight how they treat everybody. So thank you for coming and good luck with your project. Okay, so moving on, we have discussion regarding preliminary budget. The president of council will discuss procedures regarding the preliminary budget discussion under item B, under township business. The preliminary budget process is an opportunity for township council to provide township staff with initial comments, discussion, and recommendations regarding the 2025 preliminary budget. No official action is going to be taken with regard to the budget tonight. The staff will take the recommendations and bring the budget back to council, the township, for review, public comment, and ultimately a vote. For tonight's discussion and recommendations, the public will be provided an opportunity to provide comments prior to the presentation of the preliminary budget, as well as after the presentation of the preliminary budget tonight. The public will also have an opportunity to comment when the township plans to take official action on the budget at a later date. The public will not have an opportunity during the discussion and recommendation period to comment, as no official action is going to be taken during this process. And I'd like to make this a motion, so I'd like a second.
I'll second that.
Okay, so Chris and Victoria. Okay.
Chris.
Sound job. Jason?
Yeah, I'd like to hear the motion again. It's clearly something that you read. I'd like to know who prepared it on your behalf. It sounded far more articulate than anything that you could prepare. Did the solicitor prepare that or somebody else?
I had help. I don't think I have to answer it.
From whom?
It doesn't matter.
Ask Susie. Just ask Susie.
So you had help from
The
the solicitor?
preliminary budget procedure is an opportunity for township council to provide township staff initial comments, discussion, and recommendations regarding the 2025 preliminary budget. No official action is going to be taken with regard to the budget tonight. The staff will take the recommendations and bring the budget back to the township for review, public comment, and ultimately a vote. For tonight's discussion and recommendations, the public will be provided an opportunity to provide comments prior to the presentation of the preliminary budget, as well as well as after the presentation of the
That's the
preliminary
voted for you.
budget tonight. The budget will also have an opportunity, the public will also have an opportunity to comment when the township plans to take official action on the budget at a later date. The public will not have an opportunity during the discussion and recommendation period to comment, as no official action is going to be taken during this process. So,
Yeah, I'd like to be here on that. So it's very clear what they're doing here, folks. What they're doing is they're trying to prevent dialogue about the budget that's going to be potentially raising your taxes. They don't want you to have input in that process as we go through these discussions. They want to prevent and suppress any motions to do specific things with regard to the budget. And yet again, it shows their lack of transparency and their refusal to have a spirited debate and conversation about the budget issues. I'm going to go back to our last meeting that we had when I participated in it. And well, before I do that, I first want to talk about discussions that took place in the executive session this evening. And those discussions dealt with a few aspects of the budget. One was with regard to the chief's salary. And at the last council meeting, what they're proposing is that to raise the chief's salary, this will come up in their conversation, but I'm going to get ahead of it now since they wanted to suppress that and hide it. Hello.
You just said that we were going to discuss it.
Relevant to the motion.
You're talking about the budget. You're talking about the procedure for the budget.
We're trying to
Don't
suppress.
interrupt me again.
How can we hide it?
Don't interrupt me again. I have the floor. Do not interrupt me. I have the floor. Do not interrupt me. You understand? You understand? You're interrupting me. You're going to keep saying it over and over, and tell her to pipe down over there. Get your buddy to pipe down. Are you done interrupting me? I'll be here all night, Priscilla. I will be here all night long and say what I want to say. I have the floor and I'm not yielding and you're not going to cut me off. So are you done? Are you going to stop her from cutting me off? Are you going to enforce your rules? Are you going to enforce your code of conduct, your silly code of conduct that we spent 2.5 hours talking about? Are you going to do that?
Can you get back to your comments on this
Can you
item?
just shut up?
No.
Can you just shut your mouth and let me finish speaking?
Shut up!
Shut your mouth and let me finish speaking. I'm speaking.
He's
Don't
showing
interrupt me.
his integrity, not
It's not my
ours.
integrity, you're interrupting me. I'm trying to speak on behalf of the public about budget issues and things that you're doing that need to be borne out so the public is aware of, and you're interrupting me again.
At the
I'm
appropriate
talking,
time.
and you're not going to allow it to take place during the discussion. You already made a motion, I'm commenting on your motion, and I'm dealing with it. So
You're telling her to shut up in front of my kids again.
You're
off topic.
To listen to my.
Stay on topic.
Okay, please, audience, I have enough to deal with.
So what I'm talking about is, first of all, back in the executive session, because they want to gloss over this. They want to deal with this later when all these people are gone, you're tired, you're not paying attention, right? So here's what they're talking about. Back in the executive session, they talked about increasing Chief's Barnes' salary from $113,000 to $123,000.
Bart needs to be fired.
Would you please shut up, sir? Would you please shut up, because she's not going to tell you to do it, okay? I have the floor. Show me a little bit of respect. I understand it's difficult for you. I showed you at the last council meeting the salaries that other police chiefs make nearby.
That was all discussions
Would
that
you
our manager
stop talking?
provided. You are disclosing things that our manager
Stop
provided
talking.
us as part of our
I'm not
discussions
discussing
of
it.
our staff
Would you
members.
shut up? How hard is it for you to not interrupt me?
You are disclosing
How hard
matters
is
that
it-
were asked to be
How hard
private.
is it for you to not
You are
interrupt me?
discussing matters that were asked
How
to be
hard
private
is
by
it
our
for you
staff.
to not shut
You
your
are
mouth
reading
for
from a
one?
memo
I'm reading
that was
my own notes.
private.
Here's what I'm reading.
You
don't know what
started
I'm
reading
reading,
the
so be
memo.
quiet.
I
Stop
remember what it
assuming
said.
and stop interrupting me. Stop interrupting me.
Don't embarrass our
Stop
staff.
interrupting
And
me.
don't
It's a
discuss
public
the
record as to
items
what they
that we
made.
discussed
It's a public
in
record as to what they
executive
made.
session.
Stop. Would you
Yes,
control her, Priscilla?
but the discussion
Would you
in
please allow me to
executive session
finish?
is executive
Fine.
session.
I'm just going to keep speaking. Keep talking over me, Victoria, so the public can hear what you guys are doing. Emmaus Police Chief, $130,000. South Whitehall Police Chief, $134,000. Upper McCountry Police Chief, $129,000. Upper Saucon Police Chief, $132,000. Bethlehem, $125,000. They want to pay our chief of police, who's been here for a long time. It's the only department, no offense, Roger, in addition to Public Works, it's the only department that has not been hemorrhaging personnel because of their absolute, outright, utter incompetence. And what do they want to do? They want to give some meager raise to the chief of police, who does an absolutely wonderful job. Relations with the police union have never been better. I'm not gonna put Jeremy Hance on the spot for that, but I think that the sentiment you'll get from the police officers is that things are very good and very well run, and they're gonna lowball the chief of police and not pay him enough because they wanna nickel and dime him and not appreciate him. Okay, we're talking about public safety here, folks, and they don't wanna pay for it. And then you got the clown Lynn Hill back there who wants to cut 4 police officers. We're gonna get into that in a moment, okay? So, that's part one of this. The other thing is, what they want to do is they want to give Stacy and Carol 3% raises, okay? 3% raises. Inflation, everybody knows what the effective inflation is, right? This last year inflation was 7, 8, 9%, whatever it is. They're going to give these ladies 3%. These are the ladies that are killing themselves trying to keep the dam from breaking because they can't keep any personnel working for this damn township because they're so utterly incompetent. They can't hire a township manager. They can't find a township manager. The best they could do was a guy from Delaware who lasted a grand total of 48 hours, and a guy who they thought lived in Stroudsburg, who didn't live in Stroudsburg, who they thought was going to take the job, but he's living in New Jersey. He said, I was never going to come here. Okay, we're still without a manager, and they want to appoint this fine lady to be the township manager. That's how they treat the people. They want to give them 3% raises and nickel and dime them when they're busting their asses to get the work done to keep this township afloat. All right, that's this part of it. I'm not done. So don't ask me. Then you got Lynn Hill back there. I'm glad that she could finally join us. She wasn't at the last meeting. Thank you for showing me the middle finger, and you too, Russ Sutton and Mr. Hill. Double middle fingers. Real classy people you are. Really classy people, okay? Classy people. You know, here it is, Priscilla, your code of conduct. The audience is giving middle fingers out there, and you're allowing them to do that because they're on your side of the V, right? Would you please shut up? Would you please shut up? I'm not on the agenda. I'm talking about the budget. I'm talking on the motion. I'm not assaulting anybody, so don't say that.
Well, it could be.
No,
It sounds like it.
No.
It sounds like
An
it to
assault
me.
is a physical touching.
No, it can also be
I know,
verbal.
maybe you didn't pass the
It can
bar
also
the
be
first time,
verbal.
I don't know what
We
your
both
problem
know
is, but whatever. So you got Lynn Hill here, and I'm gonna start with the premise of Lynn Hill, that she's incompetent, she's unqualified, and she's a dishonest person. And she gave us this memo here, all right? We got this memo that she put together because she's trying to tell us, the elected council people, how to put together a budget, all right, and how to do this. Now her role, if she had any sensibility, she would look at the ordinance, and she would see what the ordinance says in terms of the role of a controller. And this is in section 5-12O, the controller, subpart 4, powers and duties. The controller shall perform the function of approving expenditures of the township funds. His duties, presumably written before being gender neutral, shall include the auditing of township revenues and the pre-auditing of expenditures. He shall make certain that the revenues are received and dispersed within budgetary limits and according to the mandates of the law. That's what the role is for the controller. But now we have a controller giving us a memo, critiquing the budget and telling us how we should be spending township money, including cutting 4 police officers from the budget. 4 police officers they want to cut. Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. You can respond when you have the opportunity. Okay?
Greg.
I mean, you
Can
sit
we
like a
stay
potty plant
on
all the
the
time,
agenda?
and now you're going to speak up. I'm not
Can
done.
we stay?
I'm not
Just
done.
continue on
I am not
discussing the
done.
agenda item.
I am not done. I don't know who asked you to put together this memo, but I have a pretty good idea as to who it was, and we're going to get into that in a moment. So she's talking about having $9.75 million and that Lower Saucon Township should, quote, return to living within its means. I don't know what that means. We're living within the means of the revenue that we're generating from the host fee from the landfill, as well as earning tax and property taxes here. So she goes on to say, she's talking about benefit costs. The norm is for employees to contribute a substantial monthly amount towards coverage. So she, even though she's not elected person to council, has no idea how this budget is supposed to operate, is not only talking about giving Kathy and Carol 3% raises, and the chief, the raise that he has, but also loading them up with having to pay for more benefits. So in fact, that 3% raise that they're proposing is actually going to be drastically less than that. She goes on to talk about the phone system. She goes on to talk about additional parking lot and fencing is unnecessary. I think I would defer to Roger, who is our Director of Public Works, as to what's necessary as opposed to our controller, telling us what's necessary. There's plenty of parking already, she says. Then she gets into the the police reporting data. And if you go back, anybody that's interested, go back to the last meeting. Chief Barnes stood up here and explained exactly what that means. Part 1 are mandatory reporting requirements that our police department are required to submit. to the government, to the federal government. And that data are high-impact major crimes, murders, robberies, things like that. She uses that data to suggest that our police department is not busy. And I think every one of these officers can tell you that our police department is exceedingly busy and can use additional detective services to keep us safe. You'll notice that last year we approved an additional 25% increase to the police department. Crime has gone down as a result of that. And what she's proposing is taking away those people and not funding those additional police officers that are keeping us safe. Point out as we go through this budget process today, well, before I get into that, you may wonder about Lynn Hill and her expertise on this. And in my right to know request, which I brought up back in January or February of last year, there's an email from Lynn Hill to Jerry Holland about how she views her role as the controller. And this is what she said in her December 27, 2023 email. The controller is on the same level as council, except of course no voting power. And the controller will have the authority over the township management in accounting, finance, and spending matters. An advisor to council will have an authority over the township management in the accounting, finance, and spending matters. That's not what her role is. She does not know what her role is. She's prepared this memo, not knowing what her role is, and these three fools are going to listen to what she's saying without exercising their responsibilities and their judgment as elected members of council as we go through this process today. The other thing I'd point out as we go through these budget discussions, these three fools will gladly give $100,000 to a library with nothing in return. They gave $100,000 to the Helltown Library, nothing in return. They didn't get any financial information, they didn't get any usage data, they didn't even get you the sticker. The people that were clamoring here month after month to get the library access sticker, and we don't even have that. There's nothing to show for it. Absolutely nothing to show for it. And now, if anybody's paying attention out there in the real world, you'll see there was a news article that Helltown has agreed to a new contract with the Helltown Library. And if you read the details of the article state very clearly that Helltown's going to be able to pay for this for a little while, but in year 2 or 3, they're not going to have enough money to pay for it. So what's going to happen? They're going to come to Lower Saucon Township to subsidize this. So anticipate all of this, folks. A couple other things that you'll see as we go through this tonight.
Does that fall in your dog?
No, it doesn't. I have a couple other things that I can browse to know.
Yeah, now we're gonna.
So,
Maybe two.
So everybody taking.
we're talking about, if you look there at EAC, there's some funding in the proposed budget that's here with regard to the EAC. 2023, EAC received $659. 2024, when they took the majority, $6,672. And they actually received, almost $1,000 more over what was budgeted. 2025, the preliminary budget is $10,000. Why are we spending $10,000 to go to the EAC? I don't know what the need is, but that's what's in their budget. And they're not going to allow you to ask that because they're not going to allow you to step in as they're discussing these things to ask these important questions. They're also proposing paying $6,000 to an open space attorney. We have a solicitor. He represented his credentials here when he was hired as the interim solicitor. Why do we have to hire a separate open space attorney? Why can't our solicitor do that? Or is he not qualified to do that? Then you got the other thing that we just discussed back in executive session was the Beechwood property and the need to have 2 lawyers involved in that. There's a lawyer who's involved in that on behalf of the zoning hearing board, very competent lawyer, and now we're going to be paying for, they're proposing anyway, and they're going to bring it up during the discussions today, paying this guy $180 an hour to duplicate the efforts of what the solicitor for the zoning hearing board is doing. So those are my comments on your motion. It's very clear what you're trying to do. It's very clear that you don't want to have open discussion. It's very clear that you don't want to abide by your stated mandate in your mailer that went around to the Lower Saucon residents of having respect, cooperation, and transparency. Instead, you want to suppress speech. You want to suppress dialogue. You want to suppress transparency. You want to hide what you're doing. And you don't want the public to know, or you don't want to hear from the public when they have complaints about it. And to that point, as we discussed when we were back in executive session, you don't even want to arrange for an appraisal an appraisal of the property here on Old Philadelphia Pike. Appraisal costs a few $1,000s, $3,000, $4,000. We get appraisals all the time. And they give out appraisals like they're candy bars on Halloween. But here, they don't want to get an appraisal done. Instead, they want to send that issue to EAC and get EAC to weigh in on it. Why? Because they want to be able to defer to somebody else and have, well, you know, folks, on Old Philadelphia Pike, we couldn't get this done because EAC didn't score it right. Or, well, folks, we couldn't get it done because we didn't get an appraisal in time and the developer moved along with the project, even though we knew that that was going to happen. So all they're doing is stalling and looking for cover and excuses. That's what they do. And another thing, Laura Ray back in executive session, she said, I'm not an idiot. I respectfully disagree with that. That's all I have to say.
Okay, Tom?
Yes. What they're trying to do with this motion is to prevent public comment on the budget, on the ignorant memo that Ms. Hill wrote. As I stated before, she's gone to the top of the list of most ignorant people in the township. She doesn't want our police to have services, mental health services, should they need it, which only costs about $6,000 or $7,000. She doesn't want them to have access to that if they need it. That's another part of her so-called budget memo. But you know, they don't want you. They want you. You're here tonight because a lot of you are here tonight because the budget is on the agenda, and you thought you'd be able to comment. They don't want you to comment. They want you to go home and hope that you can't come back next time when we talk about the budget. They want to prevent that. That's how they are. They're not transparent. They want as little public comment as possible because often it criticizes them. They're a little thin-skinned, especially after last night. Now, the other thing is, they promised for years that, like Hellertown, these meetings were going to be interactive, meaning you're going to be able to sit at home and zoom in and ask a question and get your 3 minutes to talk. 5 minutes. Well, they first promised 5 minutes. They've cut it down to 3 minutes, but they campaigned on 5 minutes. There's nothing in the budget that's going to allow that, because they don't. That's the last thing they want is people to be able to sit at home and have their 3 minutes of say, even though that they said that's what they wanted when they were campaigning. And but there's no money in the budget for a system that would allow that. And it just shows again this motion. They don't want any comment. They just want to whitewash this budget. They don't want to pay our employees what they should be paid, what they need to be paid to retain them. Hopefully we don't lose any more, but we're already down a zoning officer, a full-time permanent township manager. We've an incompetent solicitor at best, Susie over there, and they're going to spend money on him, of course, so he doesn't go anywhere, I guess. You know, it's ridiculous. They just don't want you to speak. So I hope that you do speak. I hope you come back and speak. They want to make it as inconvenient as possible, and that's who they are. So, thanks.
Okay, my turn. So, if you recall, I had stated the motion, and the motion in part was the public will be provided an opportunity to provide comments prior to the presentation of the preliminary budget, which Kathy in the next agenda item will get into. So I did say that, so I didn't stop anybody from talking. And as well as after the presentation of the preliminary budget tonight. So you will have an opportunity. We could have been in that opportunity had we not had long conversations on either side of the aisle, I guess. So it's not my fault. The other thing is, Kathy, could you please, and I'm not putting you on the spot, and I hope I don't mean to, but the staff, we compensated because of the extra duties that they did in light that we didn't have a manager. Can you kind of rehash like what we kind of gave to, like, we gave you an increase, we gave Carol and Stacy and
Council increased our compensation, which I've been itemizing under the manager's compensation that was budgeted, up until the time of full-time manager was hired.
Right.
Then we revert back to what we were being paid.
But dollar-wise, can you remember the dollar-wise?
My compensation was the different, my compensation's was 125,000, which was inclusive of my 88,000 as being the finance, director of finance, assistant manager. Mrs. Werkheiser and Mrs. Schneider each got $5,000 as compensation. And then after the last manager was not hired, council graciously increased mine to 15,000, and the ladies, I believe, I think it was an extra 3,000 apiece, so they were 8,000 total.
So Kathy, when you had your role, you were earning 125,000 as the assistant
Are you
manager and as the finance director.
Priscilla? I thought it was Priscilla's chance to speak.
She's asking questions to Kathy.
Yeah, I know.
don't follow up on this
That's
question.
right. I have the floor. Just checking.
Three jobs,
Just
you make
checking whose turn it is.
$15,000 more to do a third job, a manager job, a assistant manager job, and a finance
Just checking
director job.
whose time it is on the floor.
Jason, I recognize you.
I mean,
I'm
we
trying to
went down the
recognize
line.
She's asking
You talked
questions.
over and over again about how you
She asked
didn't like
questions, I followed up on
people
them.
interrupting you.
I'm not interrupting her, I'm
And
asking
now
Kathy
you
a
just
question.
interrupted Priscilla's opportunity.
Jason, I recognize you.
So,
Go ahead.
okay,
No, I'm
so
asking
I
Kathy a
have the
question. I'm not
floor
speaking to
again.
Priscilla.
I have the
Go ahead,
floor
Jason, I
again.
recognize.
She's doing three
And
jobs,
also, I don't mean
15,000.
to put you on the spot again, but in the past, and I know the zoning hearing board makes a decision, and we have a right to intervene, and we've done that numerous times over the years that I've been on council, and we've always had our solicitor participate. Do you agree with that statement? Do you
Yes, I
ever?
do believe that our solicitor had done that.
Right, so it's not something unusual
Well, I mean,
that
a
we're
competent
asking
solicitor.
for, or double paying.
Well, I mean, a
So the
competent
residents
solicitor,
know we're
like
not
that.
like spending extra money here.
Yeah, they are spending this money.
There's $180
But they're
an hour.
paying the zoning hearing attorney and our solicitor. They are paying extra money.
And at our last meeting, when Kathy had the opportunity to present the first quarter, I don't know how far we got into the budget,
Police department.
that we are on the police department. And there was a motion to approve all of their requests.
My vote.
And that
Thanks
was
for the motion, Tom.
for whatever I forget. I supported that. So what they said was a lie. I'm sorry, I did support the police request.
So Lynn Hill did.
Well, I was talking about Lynn Hill, I was
Lynn
thinking
Hill.
about you.
She's ignorant.
Lynn Hill's the one who said she wanted to cut the police services.
Right.
So, just remember, you will have it, whenever we get to the next agenda item, okay, you will have that opportunity to speak, okay? But since this final approval of the budget doesn't happen until like 2 more meetings from now, so, we're just trying to explain to you what the process is. So with that, Victoria?
Thank you. First, I'd just like to apologize to our staff, and I'd like to apologize for everybody that's here, that's waiting to get to the actual agenda. As you can see, we have telegraphed and orchestrated attempts to delay our council meetings by talking on and on and on, repeating ourselves about issues that are already listed on the agenda, by preempting the discussion on those issues, by bringing them out earlier, and also jeopardizing our staff and our township by discussing matters that are part of executive session. Everybody knows executive session is to discuss our employment matters, litigation matters, property matters. Those are things. It's nothing new. But when we have
Things they
that
wanna hide
happens
from-
here
things
is
they
that
wanna hide.
we have 2 council members that want to jeopardize and create chaos. So instead of leaving executive session matters to executive session and respecting the staff members, they've decided to air executive session matters in the public. Of course, the salary terms and compensation would all be available to you as part of the budget, and of course discussed when we get to the discussion of the budget. So for anybody to argue that somehow discussing employment matters in executive session is some kind of secret, that we're hiding things from you, it is inaccurate, it's inappropriate, and it's disrespectful to our staff. The other thing that you heard discussed was open space attorney. Why do we have an open space attorney? Again, we've always had an open space attorney. This is another attempt to make you guys all think, oh my gosh, what's happening? If you go back, we've had this open space attorney forever. Their purpose is to provide professional consulting services on open space properties. They have this very specialized area of law, and certainly no attorney worth half their salt would want to pretend to be an expert in that area. So again, everybody here would have the opportunity to comment on any part of the budget, both now, when we get to the agenda item, and then when we're finished with the agenda item, and 2 more times when we actually vote on the budget.
But they're here tonight.
So, and I just want to remind everyone, when we talk about transparency and the ability for all of you to meaningfully participate in tonight's meeting, as I recall, the last 4 or 5 years, the public was limited to 3 minutes at the beginning of an entire agenda to discuss every single item on that agenda, including an entire budget. So last year, when the budget was presented, everybody had the opportunity to comment on the budget within a 3-minute period in which they also were required to discuss anything else, all in that 3-minute period, and that's it. So I think when we talk about transparency and the ability for all of you to participate, you can see that you have more than enough opportunity here to provide your comments and give us feedback. We're here to give the staff feedback, and that's the process that's here tonight. The one final thing which I always have to correct the record on is that there's always an allegation that we gave $100,000 to Hellertown Area Library with no services. For the millionth time, I know we have to say it over and over again, but I'm going to say it again, and maybe it'll sink in between the 2 ears of both gentlemen to my right and my left. But in 2022, Lower Saucon Township residents received full library services, including access services, when the township only paid for the months of January and I think February. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December. You all received library services in calendar year 2022, and guess what? The township didn't pay for it. The only thing that happened was the library received state funding in the amount of $20,000 or something like that, and that was just to be as part of their access services. So remember, when all of you think to yourselves, when I take a service, should I pay for it or do I just take it and give everybody their chin up? No, we don't steal. We don't steal from a library nonetheless. So in 2024, the new council, in which all of you mandated that you wanted library services, that you wanted to respect our constituents, that you wanted us to give you library services, we in fact provided the Hellertown Area Library with approximately $100,000 to reimburse them. It was a gift, but it was a gesture based upon the 2022 services our residents received that we did not pay for. So I'm going to say it over and over and over again. That is the facts. That is what happened. And we can go back and read the minutes. We can replay the video. But for anybody to allege that we just give money without receiving the proper services is inappropriate, especially when they had our wonderful solicitor that they talk about all the time write a special letter to Southern Lehigh Public Library saying, I am giving you a $50,000 donation, and specifically we are acknowledging that it is not for any services. That is exactly what the letter said from Mr. Treadwell at the time when there was a donation to Southern Lehigh Public Library. So you ask yourselves this, we paid $100,000 in 2024, 2 years late for things we got in 2022. I don't think we were just giving things away. On the other hand, the prior council just threw away $50,000 to a library you all would have had services and access to regardless. So I think I'm doing the right thing. We had a mandate to provide you with library services, and we will do that. I'm going to move on because we're going to get to the budget.
Well said, well said.
With a $9,000 bill over the contract for lights at Houston Road, and you didn't pay that bill. How is that consistent?
How many times do you want to interrupt people? You had your chance to talk. You talked for about 30 minutes. I know some people like to use the word bloviate, but I think that when we're bloviating, we should at least just do it one time.
Pay for the lights that
One time.
Pay for the ball fit lights.
One time.
You want to pay for, there's a bill, you don't pay the bill. But there's no bill from the library, but you're saying that we owe that money. Makes sense.
One time.
Resolve there.
She won't pay the ball field lighting bill because it says.
It's gonna get a lot more interesting.
Let's just get on to the agenda item.
So
Let's just get the
I'm
agenda
unclear.
item started.
Laura has the floor.
Who?
Are you that, like, don't know what's going on? Laura has the floor.
I was getting an explanation from Kate here
Getting
on the
nothing.
library. I was unclear.
Well, then be quiet if you got the.
Well, I'm unclear. I had a
Oh my
question.
God.
We'll discuss the budget when we get to it on the next item. We're not doing anything any differently than it was before, where in the preliminary discussions, you don't go line by line and everybody talks on every single line and everybody makes motions on every single line. That's not how it ever worked before. Look at the old meetings. We're not doing anything different and secret. I will bring up my items when we go through the budget and we get the presentation, so let's go to the presentation.
Okay, thank you. I guess we'll open up to the residents.
Yeah.
No discussion? It's absolutely breathless. Absolutely breathless. This one writes a code of conduct and abuses it. This one does something else. You know, and I'm floored by this executive. Unfortunately, I was here a little late. I didn't hear about the executive session, but to me, that's a sham. And the reason being is the last time we heard about, we will tell you at 7 or 8 o'clock when the meeting had just started and the executive session just had finished. We were told by Priscilla at about 3 in the morning, we're going back in to have another discussion, and it was asked about 2:30 in the morning by me to Priscilla, are you coming out to tell us what the executive session was? And I swear, she said to me, she didn't know. Well, all right, Priscilla, I see you shake your head. You'll get the tape of it, okay? And the bottom line is, so I left, there was nobody here, there was actually one person here, and she's sitting here, and she knows who it is, and so does Priscilla, and she had gone to the ladies' room. And when I came in, there was nobody here, so I figured that was the end of the meeting. What happened, public? Executive session discussion for the public, I'm sorry, executive discussion for the public didn't happen. Why? Because the public got tired and left at 2:30 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And we don't hear about it. And that's exactly what I'm hearing now. And I haven't prepared for this meeting, but I'll tell you, I've had it with you people not wanting to talk about things. And I'm tired of AOC talking about bloviate because she is a perfect demonstration of that. Okay, VOC.
Well, you're not supposed to make disparaging.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not done yet. I have the floor.
And you're making.
I have the floor.
and you're making-
I have talked.
And you're making disparaging
What's
remarks.
disparaging? What's disparaging? She
Is
referred
that
to us
honest or
as
is it not? I'm
She
sorry,
refers
I'm a
to
little
herself as
heated
that.
here because of you and what you told me at 2 in the morning when you just walked in there like your other discussions, like, I run this, I can do what I want. Yeah, and you do what you want, and you make a motion, and the other two get, okay, is there any okay, move on, right? The budget is the most important thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Goudsouzian, is the time up yet? I know you're really tired of hearing the truth. And that's the other thing. You were asked the question, who prepared this? And nobody's gonna answer that. I clearly, Priscilla, you might have your finger in it, but it's just like this sign ordinance that says we can't put signs up, but here are Susan Wild signs coming in the driveway. Who prepared that beauty? All right, I'm tired of all this we don't know, can't tell you, and everything else. Don't look perplexed.
Anybody else like to speak?
I think
Mitchell McGovern, 4260 Lower Saucon Road, Town, Pennsylvania. We sit here again, we've been here an hour. How much are we paying Mr. Goudsouzian? How much are we paying the cops? Wasting money, listening to this guy go on and on, playing with a stupid plaque, embarrassing us, embarrassing our community, embarrassing us in front of the previous developer, and calling our controller an idiot. That's just, it's disgusting.
Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else like to speak?
A very simple suggestion for those that don't like the present council, do what we did last election, vote them out. You don't have to stand here and rant and rave, vote them out.
And that's why we're celebrating a year later still.
We gotta get rid of those two guys. You're next. Guaranteed.
Can you have that man stop talking to me? Because there's a person at the podium. Show this man at the podium some respect. Control the audience, Priscilla. Get that.
He didn't get to the podium yet. Mind your
Get that
business.
hammer going. Come on, you got to bang that.
You sticking up for me? The problem with people not staying in
You gotta say your name, please. I know who you are, but the tape doesn't know who you are.
I'm trying to calm my blood pressure.
I'm sorry.
Marco's McReddington Road, Howardtown. So the problem with the budget and wasting money, the two people that don't shut up and continue to go on and on about the same thing. And then I'm gonna attack Victoria as well, because after they're done, you continue to go on and repeat the same thing over and over again. And I wish you'd just stop and get to the point. I understand why it went from 5 minutes to 3 minutes, because you want the meetings to end before 3 o'clock in the morning. So, if we're on the agenda, which we're supposed to be, I know I made a comment and I got a dirty look, but that's okay. Because 3 people went in front of Northampton County judge and lied to her face, committed perjury, which carries 5 years. One of them was the chief of police. The other one's sitting on council. You don't like my opinions, that's too bad. And as far as Priscilla, as far as your disparaging remarks thing in your paragraph, because I printed stuff out before I came over, but it's all jumbled together here. In your rules, I think you should go study some federal case law, because we're allowed as the public to make disparaging remarks. You won't like them, you might not like them, but we are allowed under the free speech and the Constitution of the United States of America to make disparaging remarks. And when you're on council, you have to grow a set of whatever you want so that you can sit there and take it. Unlike Mr. Banonis did for 2 years, he sat up there as boss. So get to the money part of this thing and get it over with so you can move on.
Next person.
Did feel my hate.
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So I think we're all just confused a little bit as to your proposal or this item that you said, discussion regarding preliminary budget procedure, and then B is discussion and recommendations of the 2025 preliminary budget. What we're confused about is why are we not just getting to the budget? So you proposed this situation about the budget, and it was very confusing. It was a lot of wordy, it was very wordy, let's just say that. So then you prompted Jason to get upset, Tom to get upset, and Victoria to get upset, when in fact we could already be talking about the budget. I'm confused as to what's on the floor right now. I don't understand that. At the last meeting, just so everybody knows, people listening now that weren't here last meeting, at the last meeting, it got late and you all wanted to stop the meeting. The 3 Democrats wanted to stop the meeting. Kathy said, let's just please continue to go through the budget. You all said, no, let's stop for the kindness of all that are involved so that we can go home earlier. I kind of thought it was a little suspicious, but you know, I don't always want to be suspicious of Democrats. It just happens that way. So we're all here, just so anybody here who wasn't here, just so you all know. So you stopped going through the budget review. And you let the chief of police speak about all of the things that he needed and why he needed them, and we all got up and spoke on his behalf. And the fact that our police department is very good compared to maybe some other police departments in the valley. And that he needed the funding, and that you all approved the funding, I thought. During that meeting, we all spoke in defense of the police chief, and the importance of the police. So anyway, here we are. And I'm still confused as to why we're all talking about this and what your proposal was just specifically for this. Because you all blame the Republicans for going on and on and on, but you're the one who started this discussion, and I'm pretty sure none of us know why. Thank you.
Because they don't want to hear from you, that's why.
She put it on the agenda. Priscilla put it on the agenda. She doesn't want to hear
Anybody
from
else like to
it.
speak?
She doesn't want to hear from it.
Anybody else? Okay, Kathy, can we have a roll call, please?
Mr. Banonis,
No.
Ms. Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carocci,
No.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0.
Okay, now we're going into the discussion and recommendations of the 2025 preliminary budget continued from the October 16th meeting. Staff will continue preliminary budget discussions and make recommendations. Now, the public will have an opportunity to provide comments prior to the presentation of the preliminary budget and after the presentation of the budget. So I guess we have to look at the floor now. So you had the budget, right? The budget was in the packet, right?
They got it last meeting.
They had last meeting and this meeting. So you all have the opportunity to review the budget. Oh, Kathy, I was wondering where you went. I looked over and it's like, where's Kathy? So would anybody like to come to the podium and talk about the budget?
Can I ask one question? When Kathy makes the presentation, everything is numbered there, and it's really easy to thumb through the pages and get it. So if she refers to, say, section 01301, you know right where to go. So that would be helpful.
That would be helpful for Kathy to do that. Okay, Kathy, would you do that, please?
We are at 01411.
Okay, so does anybody else like to come up before? Okay, and I guess I should explain that this is a change from our normal procedure, which is that you get to comment
Before
before and after.
So there's an opportunity for the public to comment beforehand, and then we're going to have the presentation. There'll be an opportunity for the public to comment afterwards. And just to be clear, there's no official vote taken today on the budget. There'll be a subsequent date where the budget will be back before council. The public will have yet another opportunity to comment about the budget.
I'd like Lynn Hill to come up and talk about her memo.
Okay, so Kathy has the
Thing in a
floor.
written word, but she's too much of a coward to come up and defend
Kathy
it at
has
the
the
podium.
floor right now. Kathy, would you like to take over, please?
We left off with the fire budget out of our general fund, which includes pretty much everything that we had done historically. There was no increases in any area other than the workers' conference. We experienced an increase in that. And
Why did we receive an increase in workers' comp?
just the volume of the potential claims. It's an actuarial thing.
We did have a claim last year.
We had a few claims this year.
Right. The one involved a minor firefighter that was in,
Yeah.
and they refused to report that initially. You found out from Labor and Industries when you initially found out.
Labor, I am not privy to every workers' comp thing that's filed, because technically we tell all of our employees and volunteer fire staff that if an injury occurs, even if they do not go to a doctor or seek service, that we report it regardless in the event that something does happen later down the line. So obviously the volume of claims that you file impacts the amount that you end up paying in an actuarial basis.
Was the volume higher this past year than it's been in the past?
I wouldn't say it was any higher. I think long-term claims have been less than previous years.
Meaning long-term workers' compensation, meaning they've only been on for a short period of time.
Correct. Either just going in for doctor services and getting checked, or as opposed to actually missing work.
Did we ever get a letter from the Department of Labor and Industry after their investigation of fire services?
Yes.
Clearing it?
They cleared it, yes.
Good.
And it is my understanding that the Department of Labor, under the new administration, they were generating letters automatically when someone under the age of 18 had reported a claim. So it's almost as if it's an automatic situation now. So you're put on a timer. So regardless of if the volunteer is injured and they're under the age of 18, you're immediately going to get a letter regardless of the situation.
Now, they're notified by the insurance company, not the hospital?
Department of Labor, I believe, I'm not sure who they're, I think it's the hospital.
Right, so the hospital has to notify.
I believe it might be the hospital.
They do.
That notifies the
Not the
I'm not
workers' comp
100% sure.
insurance.
I'm not 100% sure on that. I'll have to check, but
Okay. All right.
I do think there's a triggering mechanism to make sure that everything is in compliance when it comes to a child volunteering or working. Make sure that we have all their working papers and that sort of, all that documentation.
Have you talked to them about notifying us when stuff like that happens?
Department of Labor.
No, or volunteer fire services?
Oh, well, the claim that came in, I think what we can do internally is at least have the person that handles all the workers' comp claims trigger to make sure that everybody who might end up getting letters down the line, that a claim is being handled of a child, of someone under the age of 18. That way we can look for the letter to the Department of Labor and get it resolved a little bit faster.
Right. Well, and we also need to stress, I mean, while they are a separate organization, a separate nonprofit, and have insurance and all that, you know, if they were sued or they were fined by the labor and industry, like they said, you know, us as their main funder by far, it's really taxpayer money that would be used to pay a lawsuit or a fine from labor and industry. It's not their money. I mean, if they're short, we'd have to come up with it if we expect the same level of services. So I think I would hope that, I don't think they were very transparent about what happened with the township. I think they were hiding that. Victoria didn't know anything about it, neither did Lost Ray about it, and they knew these guys monthly, and they didn't know anything about it. Hopefully we can stress upon them to be, you know, we do have skin in the game, potentially.
I will most definitely put them in this
They should act accordingly. They should act professionally, even though they're volunteers.
Kathy, can I just ask you a question about that? The workers' comp injury that Mr. Krchnavy was discussing, what year did that occur?
That occurred, I believe, in 2020.
May of 2023.
May of 2023. We received notice from the Department of Labor in September of 2023. They closed, I believe it was closed in December of 2023, but we never did receive notice from the Department of Labor that it was actually closed until we went out to them.
So this was all while you were the liaison to the fire company, so I didn't.
That's right. Well, that was my whole point, is that they hid it. They hid it from us, but I'm the one who found out about it. You two didn't find out about it. I'm the one that found out about it. And you didn't know anything about it. So they're
There was
lost.
some implication that the
They usually
township
lost
or
records.
somebody didn't report things properly. I just want to be clear, when the injury occurred, as far as policies that concern notification to our workers' comp, were those policies followed?
Yes.
So there's no situation here where somebody got injured and people were keeping it secret and not telling other people. And in fact, it happened all in year 2023 before myself or Ms. Ray were on council.
Correct.
And it was opened and closed all in the year 2023, so it's not like it was outstanding in year 2024.
It was closed in the Department of Labor's eyes, but not in our eyes, because we never received confirmation from the Department of Labor until 2024.
2024, and now we have an increase in rates.
Okay, so I just wanted to clear that part up. I think from my perspective, I'm happy for you to go through the rest of all the different sections of the budget. I do have some directions that I think are appropriate, but I'm gonna wait till the end, so that's just how I'm gonna.
Fire department is, they're not requesting anything different. Planning and zoning, which is 414. As we stated before, most of this is contractual. We itemized contracted services with a zoning consulting firm as opposed to hiring a full-time zoning officer. If things change, we can always revisit that, but for the time being, I would like to still wait for a full-time township manager to hire somebody, if that's the case, or if council's agreeable to the services of the contracted party that we have, we can continue on with that method.
I thought that we already approved them to provide us, and it was like a boutique.
The last
offering,
meeting
right?
we had talked about was, you still have to reappoint them in January.
In January, right, but they were gonna like be able to.
They're also going to, in that January appointment, they're also going to be handling the third-party inspections.
Right, and so that's just, so everybody understands that, and correct me if I'm wrong,
For the next year,
when,
that would give a new manager an opportunity to revisit zoning and come in with his or her recommendations as to what they would like to do with the department.
and part of that, when you said that third-party services, right now, when somebody has to get their inspections done, the applicant pays those fees to a third party, and the third party keeps 100% of those fees.
Right.
And under the new service that we approved, the applicant would still pay the third party the fee for those services, but the township would receive a portion back, so it would actually be a savings.
Correct.
And it wouldn't be any extra money that the resident or the applicant is paying it.
They are, they are competitive with the two third parties that we have.
Okay.
But just to be clear, when we had a township zoning officer, that zoning officer reported to the township manager, or in your case, the acting township manager would have reported to you, is that correct?
Correct.
Right, and could really only be fired or and hired by you, hired by council, but will only be fired or disciplined by you.
Correct.
And now we have a firm that if they disagree with, or if the firm tries to stand up to them, these three Democrats, they can fire them. The council can do that, not rehire them and fire them, right? So that's how they changed the power structure, right? It used to be a township manager's responsibility, and it gave the zoning officer some amount of independence to do the right thing. And now they have to cave to the three Democrats up here, which is exactly what they want, why they didn't want Jim Young to begin with. So there is a downside. There is a downside
That
besides
was the
expense.
potential, as the majority partner of the firm had indicated at the last meeting.
I just want to be clear on that, if there was some implication that this was some directive by a majority of council for you to seek a different measure in which we had zoning and code enforcement services to somehow strip a manager of their oversight duties. Are you still going to be providing council with your, any opinions or any issues that you find with the services?
I still work daily with the zoning team and review any issues that I come across or that he comes across, and we're in communication almost every day.
And this firm that we voted for, that firm was somebody and that proposal was something that you brought to us, is that right?
I brought that company to you when Mr. Young resigned, and we were under the gun of making sure we were complying and issuing permits out of this office. We had 15 days to turn over permits. We have 30 days in other timeframes for any subdivision land developments. I wasn't gonna be able to hire a zoning officer in that timeframe.
Just to be
So to be clear that no, at least myself or Ms. DeLeon or Ms. Ray asked you to outsource this service to a consulting firm that would be under council's.
No.
Okay, thanks.
So Kathy, just to be clear, so Jim Young resigned when?
May.
So that was over 6 months ago, and in those 6 months, this township council has never given you the authority to advertise for that open position, to interview anybody to fill that position, or to hire anybody for that
They gave
position.
me authorization to advertise for the position, and I did get one candidate that really didn't have much zoning experience.
Right, but you never re-advertised after that, right, after you get that one. So you never received any instructions from council to proceed that way, to try to go back to the well and see what else you could find.
Well, quite frankly, at that time, we were also having a manager come in, so I was trying to time it correctly based on your recommendation of having the manager hire a zoning officer as opposed to
Absolutely.
me.
Yeah.
So
And we still don't
kind
have
of
a
fell in
full-time
line.
manager. We still don't have a manager, right? But no disparagement to you, but we don't have a full-time manager, and they won't hire you as a manager to make that decision.
Understood.
I don't understand it. Okay?
So, zoning IT, there's also funding in there if we're going to upgrade any kind of software we need for that department. I mean, Mr. Young was working on that for a time being, but we'll see where that goes.
Matt, would it be helpful to you to have direction from this council that it's their intention to hire a full-time zoning officer that is employed by the township, and actually make that as a policy statement for this budget? And I ask that only because right now you don't know whether or not we need the software. If we're not going to have a full-time zoning officer, why are we paying for software, for a system?
We're not going to be paying for it, it's just a
Right.
matter of.
But why even budget for it? Why even talk about it? I mean, from a policy standpoint, it'd be nice to know what their intentions are. They intend to hire a full-time manager. They intend to hire a full-time zoning officer employed by the township. I mean, I think all these things are necessary for you to do your budget, right? To have some direction as to what the grand scheme,
Well,
and they may not know, I mean, because they seem to not know anything. They have no strategy or plan, so it would kind of fit into how they performed in the past 11 months. But, I think it would be a help to you, considering all the burdens that you have, to have them publicly state what their intentions are so that you can deal with this, so the budget accurately reflects what the needs are going to be for the township looking forward. But they're not forward-thinking people, they're ass backward.
Well, the budget reflects that we have the service right now, and we don't have the money in for a full-time employee because we don't have that. And if it's working out with this service that we're using, let's stay with that.
And if it's not, you'll fly.
I'm prepared to give my directions at the end, like I said, stated before, so.
Emergency management is 415. This is for our funding for our emergency management coordinator and supplies for him and any kind of hazardous material spillage that we occasionally come up and experience and pay for. 419 is crossing guards. That is in conjunction with the school district in Hellertown Borough.
Yeah, I have a question. How many kids, how many Lower Saucon Township students walk to school? Do we know? Use this service?
I don't know. I know a lot of kids from all jurisdictions after school, especially in high school, they might walk home or start to walk home or, get picked up at certain locations, where parents are going to meet them at.
We're not sure any. So we're not sure
We're not
any.
really sure. This has been a long-standing agreement between Hellertown Borough, the school district, and Lower Saucon that we would,
Way to transfer more, way to transfer more tax dollars to, Lower Saucon tax dollars to Helen.
What's confusing to me is that the school board seemingly doesn't want to have a full-time school resource officer, but they're more than happy to have Lower Saucon Township subsidizing crossing guards. That seems to be, kind of opposed to one another. Could you ask the superintendent of the school to identify how many Lower Saucon Township students actually walk home from the school?
sure. Nice. Uh, 421 is dog control. We have a dog control officer, his stipend is $3,000 for supplies, and also the contracted services include any kind of medical issues that we may come up with actually taking care of a dog, and our NN program, which is the spay and neutering of cats, which is pretty successful. Recycling, we're just going to keep in the $20,000 until we, and do the method that we've been doing for the past, how long has it been, Roger? A year and a half? Since we lost the agreement with Hellertown and using the facility there. So we'll continue doing what we're doing.
For the compost.
It's not a compost.
It's not a compost and yard waste facility.
No, that's right, I'm glad it's not.
Public Works, inclusive in this budget, you'll see that we increased, appropriately maneuvered the position of roadmaster, the second roadmaster that you guys approved in this year's budget to the roadmaster's budget. But what we are asking council to consider is adding another staff member in the 2025 budget to help alleviate some of the issues in the Public Works Department when it comes to staffing and the additional burdens that they've had over the years with the increased amount of parks and facilities and buildings that they are maintaining on a day-to-day basis.
Can I ask about, I've gotten some complaints from people, the street road signs, they're faded in a lot of places in the township.
We've ordered them.
For like the whole township, or how do you, I mean, there's, not all of them are in place, but a good number of them, I think, even.
Public Works does a road inspection and they've identified most of the road signs that have been faded and they've been ordered. It is another industry where there's backlogs in getting that kind of material and getting them made. So I'm not sure when we would be anticipating that, but they have been ordered.
Right. When's the last time we've done that, and how old are they? I mean, they're all different.
We usually do it every year.
We usually do some every year?
Mm-hmm.
We have an ongoing sign replacement program. However, a lot of the signs are faded, and it's obviously, it's one side on most of the side, it gets most of the sun. We currently have over 200 signs on order. We're expecting them in within the next 3 weeks. From talking to the sign manufacturer today, actually, he said that we should be getting, they should be starting to come in. I really need all of the signs in before we start the wholesale replacement of them, just because of trying not to waste resources. For example, the Black River and Old Philly, I don't want to go there twice when I get these in and when I get O's in. I want to go there where I want them in. I go there one time instead of two.
All right. You think 200's enough for this year?
We covered everyone that is fake
Okay.
on the ID signs, yes. I believe it was 223 or 247, if I remember.
All right.
Somewhere around there.
All right, thank you.
The other items that I should note in this particular budget is the major items, major equipment items. There's some doors in the garage bay that need to be replaced. And some portable radios that also need to be replaced. So
Kathy, I wanted to ask you on that one. So I saw the note on that, but I don't see a budget line item for it. For that 430, 700.
that was one of the corrective ones that I had to do.
Okay.
So it's 4,700, it's 0 across, and 25,000 at the end. So, that was the one that I sent for you to review right at the beginning, the one you're looking at, and then I updated it and identified that there was, I think there was one or two items that were missing. That one and a notation on.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure if the note belonged or whether it was not supposed to be there. Got it.
So that's part of the public works. If you scroll down, when we have street signs, we've increased it to $40,000. Street signs and markings, that's for painting, painting the roads and any signs and signs that Roger would need to buy. Road material supplies, that's actual.
Kathy, let me interrupt you for a second. When I looked at the budget earlier, I thought there was a line that was in there 434, which was street lights. Is that?
Street lights?
Yes. The original version when I looked at it. Is that taken out?
I'll have to check. There is a 434 in special funds.
Maybe that's what it is. Okay.
But I'll double check.
The reason why I bring it up is at the last meeting I brought up Priscilla's pine and the goal to illuminate it so that the world can see our proud Priscilla pine tree in Steel City. So I'd like to have some budgeted money there so that we can, potentially fund the lighting for this, to actually act upon it. I think it's important for the township. It'll be a historical symbol that will last for the ages.
Yes.
I think you take the request up with the developer. It's not
I'm
public property.
I'm just budgeting for it. We're budgeting for all sorts of things here that may or may not happen.
Private properties.
It may or may not happen, but they may give us permission to illuminate Priscilla's pine. And if they do, I mean, I think we want to have the money in the budget. We don't have to amend the budget later for this.
Budget private.
I'm sure the taxpayers would appreciate that, Jason.
Priscilla, this is the greatest flip-flop since Ebenezer how big fish out of Saucon Creek. I mean, your flip-flop on that vote was remarkable, historic. I mean, historic on the whole Saucon Valley community. Truly historic. We should honor it.
Yeah, when she lied about it, she
Kathy, I'm
called
interested
her
in
out.
these.
The conflict, that wasn't the conflict.
We'll talk about that later.
The highway materials is part of it's part, any materials and paving, cold patch that Roger would need to fill in potholes. It's also part of our road maintenance project that our public works department does every year. Parks and Recreation. These funds are for, as it states, maintaining our park system. The only item that's deviated from any previous year, obviously repairs and maintenance, I dropped $10,000 because we've improved 3 of our parks this year, and we'll be doing revitalizing Southeastern next year. So I would hope to think that the maintenance end of things, after these parks are 20 years old and now they're new, we won't be needing that much money. We've gotten the quotes for the youth program and our senior program. They increased a little bit, just for wages for the staff.
We do
The community center.
We do the pool pass reimbursement again for Hellertown Pool, Southern Lehigh.
Everything that we're doing now is going to continue until, if anything changes. But as of right now, I'm going on based on the knowledge of what I have, which is we're continuing with the same process. We'll reimburse the difference.
Right.
The major equipment, Roger is requesting to get a utility vehicle. And that's the one where I didn't fill in the notations. So he needs a Gator vehicle for the Eastern Road ball field.
Sounds good.
Scroll down. Libraries, we were budgeting 130,000. Whatever council ends up coming into an agreement with after everything's proceeded.
Why'd that number go up? I mean, and the reason I asked it is the actual number is $11,280 we paid. And that's, there was reimbursement, we reimbursed township residents, that individual or family passes, and the total was less than $10,000 if I recall. And then, of course, these three ladies decided to give a $97,000 gift to the library. You know, assuming that there's no other gifts that they're going to be giving out, why are we budgeting $130,000, which is more than $120,000 than what it actually costs for library services?
I was told to put in a
By who?
We are working on an agreement to work with the library.
The part of the library committee asked me to put in that amount, but I haven't.
Well, this is first we're hearing about this little tidbit, so let's hear about this library committee. What's the status? I mean, if we're going to be budgeting for this, let's hear about the status of this. What are you negotiating, Priscilla and Laura and Victoria? What are the details? How much money are you going to give away? What are we getting in exchange for it? Let's hear all the details.
Well, first of all, the
We're
three of
prepared to
us,
share that information with you, we'll share it with you. Yeah.
Share with the public. It's partly what's
Exactly, it's not going to be shared, so.
They're not going to let you
This is
know
the
what they're
budget discussion,
negotiating, ladies and
And we'll
gentlemen.
get to the library discussion room when it's the appropriate time.
it's not Laura, me, and Victoria,
So
because
you-
it would be a quorum, and that's not happening.
You just said it was.
Victoria and I are on the library committee, and we're negotiating, and that was, it's publicly discussed at a meeting, and we've been negotiating.
I haven't heard an update on that in a long time. And then you're
It's not
instructing
a final,
the township,
final update.
you're instructing the finance
I
director to
think
budget on
some of
30
the-
grand, so you've got some number in mind.
To
How'd you get to
comment that
number?
$11,000 is the cost for library services is insulting to any library. Right now, residents pay the library a fee for a library card, which does not actually relate to the library's costs to provide library services. Those are two different things. The cost for a card is one thing. The type of service you get in exchange for that card is a whole other thing. So to tell the public that having library services for our residents only costs $11,000 is misleading and inappropriate and just flat out wrong. So people that buy library cards, the other important factor is right now people buy library cards and only a portion of the cost of that library card is reimbursed. So it's most of it, but it's not the actual cost of the card. It's, I think, $25 for an individual and then like $40 or $50 if it's a family card. So it would cover everybody in your family. But just ask yourself this. If you're buying library cards, you're paying for electricity, you're paying for water, you're paying for community activities at the library, you're paying for a librarian, you're paying for a director, you're paying for a receptionist, you're paying for the building and all of the upkeep of that. Is it gonna cost you $50 a year? I think not. So library services in the budget is appropriate. I'll get to the rest of my comments on that.
Is that a question to Kathy, or just pontificating?
Yeah, she's pontificating.
It's common sense.
Kathy, can I ask you a question? How many residents sought reimbursement from the township that amounted to that $11,200 fee?
I do have that.
Ballpark, 100, 200?
Probably around that.
It was about,
Probably less than 200.
it was less than 200.
All right, so let's just assume 200.
We're 11,000 residents.
So that means that the township is subsidizing 200 residents to paying $650 for each of those 200 residents, assuming it's 200. I don't understand why we're doing that. Why folks that aren't using the library, why are they subsidizing everybody else? And when I say everybody else, that's a small number of people.
That's more than
200
that.
out of 12,000.
That's more than that.
200 out of 12,000 is 1.6%. So what they're suggesting here is that the township residents pay $650 to 1.6% of the township population for library, that use the library services. I think that's a misappropriation of township funds. I mean, why don't we have everybody who has their own special list? I'm speaking, stop talking, stop talking.
Field, $3.5 million
Therefore, Priscilla, where's the gavel there? Where's the gavel?
You want to talk about usage or pupil, I can go into and dissect the $3.5 million ball field and divide that by the number of students that actually use it, and then we can compare it. But as I recall, as we like to talk about mandates and things, the community was pretty clear when they voted last year that they wanted library services, that they wanted it, and that they didn't just want an individual card that's $25. They didn't want to have to buy a family card that's $40 that could cover 1, 2, 3, 4 people at a time. They wanted library services. It's called a mandate. I know you don't like it, but that's the way it was. And guess what? It's going to be so much more cheaper than a ball field. So much more.
And so much less.
Use a ball field.
So Kathy, let me ask you, so we,
Are you a child?
Yes, he
Yes,
is.
she is.
Yes.
Yes, she is.
You are.
Damn, so it's on file.
I call it disorderly conduct.
I like your grade school
Yeah.
little thing there.
It's an honorable mention.
for the public's knowledge, can any group of 200 people come in and say, hey, we want this special project and we're going to give them $650 a person? We don't have anything else like that in the township, do we?
Ball field.
I'm sorry to hear you.
Ball field.
Ball field.
No, the ball field's owned by the
$3.5
township.
million.
We're not paying a service. We're not paying services that somebody's coming in and saying, I want to go to pottery class, and we have 200 people, and the township can pay for them to go to pottery classes, right? We don't have people,
Community center. What do we
we don't
pay at
have
the community
people
center?
that are coming in.
What are you doing
and
at the
saying,
community
"I wanna
center,
go to
folks?"
Mac." Shut your ignorant mouth. Just shut your ignorant mouth.
Just remember that, seniors, when you go to the community center.
So we,
Can't
like
do
NACAC
fine.
offers these different classes in the south side of Bethlehem, of all different kinds, cooking classes, taekwondo classes, things like that. We don't pay to subsidize people to go over to NACAC for legitimate classes, right? Like, we're not paying for any of that. But if we had a group of people that came in and said, hey, I want to have a Lower Saucon Township scholarship to NACAC to go take an embroidery class, they could come in and we could actually budget for that, right? If we wanted to. Theoretically.
Council's discretion.
Sure, of course. So this is just selective allocation of township money to overfund a service that is underutilized by township residents. Okay, thank you.
My question
Okay, that's
is,
your-
my question, no, I didn't go yet. I didn't go yet.
Well, we're not taking.
Well, I'm asking her a question. I'm asking a question. It's a discussion on the budget. That's the item. I'm discussing it with Kathy, not you. So, there were about there's certainly less than 300 people that use the library when we offered the service. And you haven't received any updated library usage numbers from Hamilton?
No.
No.
I can provide you, and I can send out to you tomorrow how many people that we've reimbursed.
We've reimbursed for 2024.
Yeah.
Okay.
I apologize, I don't like that.
Okay.
That's fine. That's fine. Well, and so you were told by Priscilla to put the number $130,000 in the budget. Right. Okay. So she created this line item on her own without public discussion or any other thing. She didn't ask you what you thought. She told you.
Privy to the negotiations.
Yeah.
So they didn't include you in those negotiations, right?
Yeah. Okay, so it'd be about $600 per family to use it under the $130,000 formula for our current usage. And we don't have, whereas we do own the baseball field, we don't own the library. In fact, the library is not even in Lower Saucon Township, correct? It's in Hamilton. And in Hamilton.
There's 3 501, or
And when Katie,
four 501c3/corporations with Dewey, Lower Saucon Fire Rescue, Saucon Valley Community Center, and a library.
But by law, we're required to provide emergency services. We're not required to provide library services. We're required to provide fire and ambulance services under the state law.
and the township, our students have access to the school library. Township residents fund 4 libraries. We fund an elementary school library, middle school library, a high school library, and the Hellertown library. So we do fund 4 libraries for a township of 11,000.
Right now.
No, taxpayers.
We fund 3 right now.
There's
We
a
don't
elementary,
fund the
there's a
4th
middle
one.
school.
We do, pay people back.
Sure we do, we're reimbursing this.
We reimburse people for
Right.
part of their card, that's
right.
not,
And that
that's not funding a
The
library.
funding goes, because when.
All money.
Right, so, but they want us, you want us to fund, for example, we don't have any say over, they hired a new director of the Hellertown Library. Lower Saucon Township didn't have any say over that, although this budget calls for us to pay much more than Hellertown will contribute. In fact, Hellertown just had a budget meeting the other night, and it looks like they're coming up a little short on some things. What is Hellertown's contribution next year for their library budget?
I believe I read in the paper that they agreed to a 10-year agreement, and I believe it would be under $69,000 a year.
Under $69,000. So we'd be paying approximately twice Hellertown, whereas, you know, it's their library, it's in Hellertown. They hire the director, they have their board hired the director, the library board hired the director, set the salary for the library director, has full control over the system. There's no Lower Saucon Township representation on the board, even though we pay twice. And we are by far the largest funder.
No, there is a person from Lower Saucon on the Hellertown board.
Okay.
Correct.
But we pay, this budget's calling for us to pay twice what Hellertown pays. And we have no board representation, and we have no say over who the new director of the library was. But we are the main funder. This is what I talk about when we're giving Lower Saucon taxpayer dollars away without getting anything in return, which is the whole library model. And then they have, people like Katie here that just wants to give them everything they ask for without asking the hard questions, figuring out usage, and all that stuff. So, all right, just wanted to make the public clear, because the public apparently is not going to get a chance to comment under this motion that was previously made by Priscilla.
And just so that it's noted here for the record, the article in the Lehigh Valley News, this is October 31st, 2024, talks about this whole budget funding deal that Hellertown engaged in with the library. And the amount that Hellertown is contributing is $65,000, so it's truly 50% of what they're proposing Lower Saucon will be contributing. And then it goes on, the article, this is interesting, this just tells you folks where this is headed. It says a foreseen deficit in 2026 could be paid at least partly by a library endowment fund, but that money is more so set aside for unexpected costs. So, they entered into this deal, Hellertown entered into a deal. They know that they're not going to be able to fund the library. It's admitted here in this media article that there's going to be a deficit in 2026, and where's the money going to come from? Your pockets. You're going to be paying more than $650 for this 1.6% of the population that's going to be using the library. It's already here. It's already laid out here in this article. So that's where they're headed with this.
We never got the answers to the questions from the judges about the right to know and the request for communications and all that, and what shenanigans were going on. The solicitor's wife was on the board at that time.
We move on to the rest. I have more things, but I'll say it at the end.
Can't wait. So excited.
Conservation. We did increase funding in conservation just based on the programs that they, in their minutes, have been actively doing, including the electronic recycling program and the tire reimbursement program and some of the other programs that they're looking into. Intergovernmental, that is a pass-through fund if we needed it for any kind of expenses we needed to pay outside government entities. Our insurance, our workers' comp insurance did go up. We projected a 10% increase in our business and vehicle insurance. And public bonding, I'm increasing as well, just, I think we might want to revisit the amounts of coverage for some of the bonding positions and what might be recommended by our insurance carrier. But the workers' comp is significantly increased from what we assumed last year.
Going back to the vehicle insurance, those are vehicles that are owned by the township, correct?
Correct.
That does not include fire apparatus that was purchased by the township.
Yes, it does. There's one
One vehicle.
One
But not
vehicle.
not the ladder truck and this other, or is it the ladder?
No, no.
So
it's
there's
just
millions of
the-
dollars of equipment that we've purchased, we don't own, we're not paying insurance on.
Correct. It's just the one pumper. truck
Transferring
But we
time.
do.
That we do own.
Yes. Okay.
Benefits, that's a pass-through with the water authority for medical and life and short-term disability coverage. And scroll down further.
Well, let's go back up there a second, settlements. Legal settlements, $0.
I'm only going by what I know.
Well, I mean,
We're being sued for $1.2 million.
yeah. I mean, the.
We told you not to put that in.
Nobody told me not to put that in. I can most certainly put that in if you wish.
I mean, I think it needs to be in there to act, I mean, by law, we're required to publish an accurate budget. And to suggest that there's going to be $0 legal settlement dollars, I think does not reflect the exposure and liability. I would think that the solicitor, in doing his job, would speak up and tell us about that. But he didn't, because perhaps the litigation was brought on by his actions. And the actions of these three ladies acting in secret in an executive session to unilaterally direct, or however they interacted with the solicitor, to direct him to undertake activities contrary to the township's stated position and without public comment on it, in violation of the Sunshine Act.
Or disclosure.
Yeah, and no disclosure. So, I mean, what other litigation do we have, Steve, that's pending? Why don't you identify all the litigation that we have, and so we can try to, come up with a number in our minds that reflects the exposure. I mean, I know the cell phone tower
Sounds like
litigation has.
we have
I'm not,
two
hold on,
people
I'm
that
not,
would
I'm not,
give
done. Would you stop
over $1
interrupting?
million to a
Hold on.
landfill.
Do you have a
Sounds
condition?
like to me.
So, I mean,
Giving away your
the cell
tax
phone
dollars,
tower-
folks.
The cell phone tower litigation has been resolved because Priscilla flip-flopped her vote, and they ultimately voted for this tower after we knew that they were going to get sued for it. We've got the landfill litigation where we've been sued. What other lawsuits do we have?
So all the litigation with the library has all been concluded.
Okay, you settled and gave that away, got nothing in exchange
Please let me
for it.
answer, please let me answer.
Well, I'm trying to understand the details.
Well, you can do it after I'm done.
Okay, all right.
Library,
Whenever you want.
library litigation is complete. A release has been signed, all the formal documents have been signed, all of it has been discontinued. There's
Okay.
no liability there. The Verizon litigation is settled. There's no liability there.
Okay.
There is a current claim filed by the landfill. Preliminary objections were filed before the court. Arguments were held before Judge Corey. We're waiting for a decision. It is unclear what that decision will be until, of course, we receive it. And at that point, we'll be in a better position to assess what claims, if any, remain. And those, I believe, are the significant pieces of litigation that are outstanding.
What about the one tonight, the zoning one we just got in?
There's no liability for a zoning
All
matter.
right.
You should know
All
that.
right, I don't know that, that's why I'm asking you.
It amazes me
Yeah.
that you.
Yeah, here we go. Here comes the insult. Here comes the insult, right? You go to conduct insult. And Priscilla, go ahead, let's go to the insult. I'm not a solicitor. I'm not a solicitor. You're an acting solicitor. You don't know what the hell you're doing. That's why I'm supposed to go ask
I
you a
appreciate
question.
your attempt to
You're a joke.
However,
You're a joke, Susan.
it amazes me that you, as a member who has sat on council before,
Yeah,
who is
I've never sat on zoning.
I understand that.
Okay.
Who has seen zoning matters before, should know full well that when there's a zoning appeal, there's no financial risk. It's an issue of whether or not the zoning relief is granted or not granted. I understand now that you don't know that, because that's what you just said, so I will explain it.
Explain.
In a zoning matter, the zoning claim is they're looking for relief under the zoning act. And they're saying, I want a variance, or I don't want a variance, or whatever the claim may be. So ultimately, the court's decision will determine whether or not they're entitled to that relief requested. So it's not a financial amount, It is a zoning relief.
So the only financial amount will be your fees.
Correct. That would be one of the.
And the other attorney who's gonna do actually all the work, or actually the zoning attorney, George, what's his name, Heitzman? Heitzman?
There's always costs.
So he'll be doing all the work, and you'll be double billing.
Litigation costs no
And you'll
matter
be
what.
double billing, right.
So
Yeah,
back to your question,
that's
yes, you know,
Let's talk
there's no
the
liability.
taxpayer dollars, Susie. Yeah. Come out,
Look,
Susie.
There is I know there is a potential claim floating out there filed by you, but nothing has been done officially yet. There is no, although there were hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of right-to-know requests, I believe those are all completed.
Well, there's no exposure in that, is there, Steve? Is there exposure to the township financial?
You asked what was outstanding, I had to explain the first.
Well, you just yelled at Tom because you brought up a question about zoning, and you said, well, there's no financial exposure to the township on that. There's no financial exposure from right-to-know requests that are
You asked
brought.
about litigation, I'm responding to it.
Well, why did you disparage Tom? When he
He
asked
did.
me?
He did disparage. I know. That's all right, I'll get to disparaging Susie.
All right.
He likes to call himself a certain thing when he starts drinking, so we're gonna get to that. His office, at his office, Christmas
Go ahead.
parties. We're gonna get to that. Right, Mr.
Go ahead,
Cosby?
Steve.
There may be some others, but that's
Keep
what
going.
I've got off the top
Keep
of my
going.
head.
All right, so what about that compost litigation, compost center in Helltown? Is that resolved? Compost center. Remember Helltown sued us for the compost center because they wanted their money out of the account and they wouldn't give us an allocation for the building that we paid for.
That is money that, based on my recollection, is money that's being held by the township.
Is that litigation ongoing?
I'm not sure if they filed a suit, it's been so
So
long.
it's a suit, I don't know, it's a suit. So there's a potential settlement there.
There's a solicitor, doesn't even know about a lawsuit. in
That
town.
claim, if made in its entirety, I believe off the top of my head, is certainly less than $20,000.
Okay, but it's not budgeted here. Right, I mean, why are you telling Kathy, hey, we got this compost litigation?
And then that may be
Well, if we had a real solicitor, then you would have got
Any money to Helltown.
All right,
We accomplish.
so we're yet again,
Mr. Cosby?
we're yet
Throw money
again
into
pushing
the
out
line item.
I can't
a
hear.
knowingly inaccurate budget in violation of the state law, and I put you guys on notice of this before. You know, you did this last time when you did the budget, it was a knowingly inaccurate budget. But let's go back to that landfill litigation. How much money is at stake in that landfill litigation? What is their claim? How much do they want?
How much do they want?
Yeah, and what's their demand? They filed the complaint, it identifies, you know, in the wherefore clause, we want this much money, it identifies in the complaint. I recall it was $1.2 million or more, am I correct?
Well, whether or not any of that claim survives, we'll see.
My question is their demand $1.2 million or greater, is my question. Can you confirm that for me?
I cannot, but.
Why? You read it, you were involved in
You
litigation.
know what, finish.
They're charging the township of solicitor.
The claims that were made were numerous in nature. I'm not gonna go into their specific litigation strategy at this point or anything else, but there were a series of claims saying, among other things, Sunshine Act violations and all sorts of promissory estoppel claim and so on and so on. You know, and well, I'm telling you, whether or not you know it or not, you know, when one makes a claim in a lawsuit, you can throw out any number you want, at least to start, because that's your number. You can ask for millions or billions of dollars or whatever it may or may not be. Whether or not it's a legitimate claim is entirely separate. That's the very first step of the very first challenge before the court is where we are right now.
Well, I'll be honest, I mean, I thought the Kamala word salad ended last night, but it didn't. It continues on. So, to be clear, when I read that document, if my memory is correct, in addition to various forms of relief that the landfill was seeking, they were also seeking monetary damages from the township of at least $1.2 million, if not greater, for legal costs, engineering costs, and other fees associated with the work that they had done and the harm that befell them as a result of the alleged illegal activities of this township. Am I correct in that? Can you just answer that yes or no? That they were, in addition to other things that are in there, they're seeking $1.2 million or more.
I don't remember that number.
Oh my God. So,
Mr.
how then?
I can go back to the court documents and amend the budget to reflect that amount plus the land.
I think that you have to do that with the direction of the majority of council.
Just as long as it's stipulated, you know, when the budget's done and that's on there and nothing's spent from it, I'm done.
I appreciate you doing that. I would hope that our solicitor would understand that there is financial exposure to the township, be involved in the budget process to explain to you exactly what it is that is being sought there and the potential financial exposure to the township, so that we can budget for this to reflect what the risk is to the township.
I make a motion that we direct Kathy to do that, the 1.2 million in the budget.
I'll second it.
That motion's on the floor to do that, and we direct her to do that. So that we have an accurate budget, it should be accurate.
Not only that, by not having an accurate budget, you are once again exposing the township to financial liability for advertising a knowingly inaccurate budget. You know it's inaccurate because there's a $0 figure here. We got at least 1.2 million here. You got 20,000 or more with regard to the compost center. I find it stunning. This is not a reflection of you, Kathy, because you're doing a ton of things and they're not paying you what you deserve. I find it stunning that there's a lack of communication of those issues between the solicitor and the acting township manager / finance director to just tell the public what their potential financial liability is because of the malfeasance of the members of this council and or the solicitor. I seconded that motion, Tom.
Okay. Motion on the floor to direct Kathy to do something regarding the budget, which is the agenda item.
Okay, so questions from council, Jason?
I mean, I said my piece. I think that it's
Just either recommended or no.
I recommend it for the reasons that I stated. It's ridiculous that, what's the overall budget?
Overall.
Yeah, the total number.
All funds.
Yeah.
What was your motion again?
Yes, question.
I think he wants to put $1.2 million in a
More than
line item
1.2
on the
million.
budget.
More than 1.2, because the demand from the landfill is 1.2. We've also got the compost. I think it should be $1.25 million. 1.250. Well, what's the overall? What's
The overall general fund budget's $11,007,000.
$11,007,000. So this figure, we had this problem before with the knowingly inaccurate budget. It was off by $600,000 because of the paving project that was done, that was not accurate. We knew what the number was, and it was not reflected in the budget last year. And that's why you're put on notice of the claim, among other things. And now you got $1.25 million, which represents 10% of the entire budget. We're talking 10% here, folks, of the entire budget that is not reflected in this proposed document. You're welcome.
My recommendation is to include it because we should be advertising only an accurate budget, and we know it's not accurate,
Well,
as it is now.
Okay, my turn. I'm looking at the 2023 year end under miscellaneous legal settlements, and there's a zero there. There's been a zero in the 2024 year to date, whatever, when it comes to the 2025.
We weren't sued in 2023 for this lawsuit.
Excuse me, I'm speaking. 2023, we were represented by, what was the name of that solicitor? Ed, what was the name of, what was the solicitor's name? Huh?
Treadwell.
Treadwell.
Ed Treadwell? Who's that Treadwell?
Why wasn't
Who's
we
that
at?
Treadwell?
I'm sorry, I said the wrong first name.
He's only been in solicitor for 23 years, folks. He doesn't know his first name.
You're getting a little biased. You're getting a little biased on us. You're getting a little biased on us.
Whatever, I can do a lot more than you can, Tom. So
You're getting a little bit biased. You're getting a little biased.
So anyway, so
With the
there's
25th
zero
Amendment.
here. We had a lot of litigation in 2023, am I remembering correctly? Like all kinds of litigation. Why is that?
It's settlements. This isn't litigation, it's settlements.
And
how much do we
settlements.
settle? How much do we settle back then? None. Nothing was settled then. You were on council, you were here.
Yeah, you were too.
I know I was, but you know, there was no money that we settled. We didn't pay any settlements.
Anyway.
Because the litigation we were involved in was appropriate litigation. The litigation we're involved now is inappropriate.
I've said enough. Laura?
Wait,
Oh, Victoria, I'm sorry.
thanks. I just want everybody to kind of just take a moment and sit here for a second. We have two members of council advocating to take at least $1.2 million of your taxpayer dollars and stick it in a line item for who? The landfill. Two members of council want to put $1.2 million in our budget for a highly speculative proposed request for $1.2 million by the landfill. You think as a member of council who's supposed to be representing your taxpayer dollars, representing you and wanting to protect your money, that they would say, gee, I don't want to give away your money. I don't want to do that.
I don't, I just want to budget for it in case he has
It
it.
astonishes me that over the 11 months that we've been on council, I've heard threat after threat after threat by both of these gentlemen of potential lawsuits and people suing us all the time like they're inviting litigation. I mean, if I recall straight, I mean, this whole thing that happened, I consider it just an invitation for a lawsuit. So there was the invitation made by Mr. Banonis and Mr. Carocci. So a frivolous lawsuit is filed, and now they want to put $1.2 million in our budget to give to the landfill. So, I mean, let's just think about that for a second. It's an absolute no, it's ridiculous. And they both know it's ridiculous, and I think all it does is show bias and partisanship towards one particular entity in our township, which you have shown partisan and favoritism to since you've been elected. So just keep on showing your evidence of partisan and being favoritism and all of that stuff to an entity that's in our township and just turning your nose up at the residents that have to give our taxpayer dollars to us. So you just made your choice. Taxpayers, forget about it. Landfill, $1.2 million. Let's go.
Clearly you're a moron, because I'm not saying to pay the landfill, I'm saying to budget.
We're going to budget it, but we're not going to spend it.
Mr. Goudsouzian, did you ever tell any member of this council
There you
that the
go.
litigation that was filed by the landfill was frivolous, in the words
There you
of
go.
Ms. Cordero? You never told us it was frivolous litigation, did you?
That's my opinion.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
You don't have to answer that, Steve.
Yeah, I
Thank
don't
you.
put $1.2 million in a budget
Yeah, your opinion is frivolous.
over somebody suing us.
As you know.
Yeah,
Either way.
No,
Either way.
I'm gonna get the answer to yes.
I don't
As
need to
you
get
know,
an answer from him.
I am very careful with what I say with township council because there often is a time where whatever is said, whether it's in executive session or otherwise, there's no expectation or no confidence that it will remain the way it should remain. And therefore, I've kept my personal opinions with regard to that litigation to myself.
I'm not asking for personal opinions, I'm asking for your legal opinion that we're paying you for. You've never told the majority of this council, or the entirety of this council, that litigation is frivolous.
But I've updated council with what has happened specifically.
You have not told us it's frivolous. It's a straight question. Have you told us it's frivolous?
But I have updated you with what has happened. And I've updated you and provided everyone here with copies of court filings. And I've told you scheduling-wise what has happened. And I've provided you with copies of what was filed, and I've told you where and when we anticipate we might receive a decision, all of which is appropriate from a solicitor's standpoint to do. You as counsel have provided every piece of documentation to keep you updated with regard to this litigation.
To be clear, the first document that you filed, which reversed the township's position, was not provided to us initially. It was not provided to the majority of council. It was not until after it was filed that we became aware that you had taken a position that was contrary to the earlier position of the township, and it was done under the guise, according to you and the three ladies on council, under the guise of having been discussed and approved in executive session, yet it was never discussed in executive session, and more importantly, it was never discussed out here in the public forum, which is the basis for their litigation.
And
The
that
basis
is
for the violation. Hold on,
There's
sir.
a
That is
teleprompter.
no, once or twice, but 3 times.
Let me finish. So it was never discussed out here for a public vote before that matter was filed. And it wasn't until after you were caught with your pants down that it was then brought up to be discussed during a meeting and voted upon at that point. After the action was done, it was done retroactively.
While I appreciate the fact that you've wholeheartedly taken on the landfill's position
I'm
and
not.
adopted it as your own.
I'm not.
That what it
No,
was.
don't accuse me of that, Steve. I'm saying, I was there.
What you said is untrue, and now you don't like the answer, so you're gonna try to talk over me.
No, I'm not talking over
What
you.
you're saying is wrong.
You're
What
accusing
saying
me
is
of
not accurate.
adopting the landfill's
And what-
position, and I have not done that.
Well, you
I've not.
just indicated exactly what you've said is exactly.
I'm telling you,
what
it's exactly what happened is what I'm telling you. I'm
And
not
that's what's
adopting,
before the court.
hold on, sir.
And that-
Hold
no,
on.
I'm answering now.
No,
You
I
don't
did
like
not,
it.
I
I
never said that I've
appreciate
adopted.
that.
I saw it before the landfill brought it forward.
You were right.
I dealt
And
with it
that is
and
what's
lived it before the
court.
landfill brought it
And
forward.
when Judge Corey makes a decision,
Yeah.
we'll find out what it is at that point, and then we will move on from
Call
there.
himself the white Cosby, sure.
It should have been there.
But right now.
Why? I have esteemed counsel who's there representing the township.
That's okay, we're getting a
I'm
transcript
not counsel
now.
of it, I'm not counsel of record, my
That's
job needs to be
transcript's
there, I'm getting updated by the
That's
solicitor. I have a job,
No, I'm
Priscilla,
waiting for
my
the
job pays me
transcript.
money, your job is to sit at home and collect a disability check, you've got all the time in the world. So I don't need to be there, okay?
Yeah, 40 years.
Budget meeting,
You guys have no idea what you're talking about.
Priscilla,
I think we just have to do the roll call on the motion, or
Well, no,
Laura,
Laura
Laura.
has to go yet.
Well, here's my thought on the line item here. A lot of these line item numbers are just guesses. Most of them aren't exactly accurate, they're just guesses, what you're expecting, anticipating. At this point, we don't have any anticipation of a settlement amount. Seeing how fast the whole legal system works, if anything ever comes about, I'm sure there's gonna be appeals and everything else, and it could go on and on. So at this point, I don't think putting in a $1.2 million just to sit there and look nice is meaningful in any way, so I don't see the purpose.
Okay, thank you. I'm gonna open it up to the floor.
No,
Anyone?
no.
Oh, no, we already had public.
It's a motion.
Okay. Where's Kathy? Oh, there you are. Roll call, please.
There's a motion that's been made and it hasn't been opened up.
Yes, because we changed, if you were paying
There you
attention,
go, folks, you don't get to talk
I
about
don't
it.
want to talk about
we
this.
changed
See how it
the
works?
code.
Yeah.
We
Changed it, if she thinks you're gonna say something.
Yeah, well, you're being authoritarian, just
We normally have it after each agenda item, but we can amend that if we want to, as long as we provide periods for public comment. And that's why I specifically said, you guys have a chance to speak before Kathy talked about the agenda, her budget. And at the end, when she's finished, you will have another opportunity to speak. So you will have an opportunity, because this is not final, this is still in draft. And you will, and it's a process.
And Kathy's already heard from the recommendation of council. 2 people wanted to say, let's add this into the budget, 3 indicated they did not. So she has her direction.
So it's a consensus, it's like
It's not a consensus, it's a
it's not a
3-2.
consensus,
Right.
right?
No, we need to vote, I made a motion.
No.
The motion in a second.
That's roll call.
Corrected. You made it
Roll
correct.
call. Jason Banonis.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know, for the record, who's promoting a knowingly inaccurate budget, because they need to be held accountable for it.
See, he doesn't want, Susie doesn't want that on the record.
Right.
Susie doesn't want that as official vote. She wants to give them protection by being inaccurate work.
The taxpayers.
What's that?
It's protecting the taxpayers.
Who's promoting one business in our community?
I'm not promoting anything, I'm not protecting the taxpayers, but they know that there's a potential.
Well, we'll see when we
to
vote.
spend money.
I
I'm not saying to settle. Listen, dumbass, I'm not saying to settle. I'm saying to allocate the money in reserves, to have it there in case we need to settle. That's what all these budget things are. Sometimes we don't buy the gator that Roger wants. Sometimes we don't buy a pickup truck. But you have the money allocated in case it needs to be there. That's what this is about. I'm not
You
saying
don't
give a
allocate
check
it
to the
unless you
landfill.
think you-
Open
unless
your
you think
eyes
they need it.
and get your head out of your ass. I'm not saying to give the money to the landfill. I'm saying to budget for it in
You
case it
don't
needs to be
allocate
paid.
it
So
unless
don't
you
accuse
think
me of
they
being
deserve
unpopular
it or
like
they
you
need it.
did before, and I need to defame me, and the litigation's ongoing.
It's not defaming.
That's what
You made
did.
the request
No,
to put it in the
that's what you
budget.
did. You were a serial defamer.
Let's do
You're
it.
an absolute outright liar, and the court's gonna hold you accountable for it. It's funny, isn't it? Yeah, it's funny when you're
Call the roll,
caught in a
please.
different person.
Saucon Cordero.
No. Vote
Mr.
for the
Krchnavy.
taxpayers.
Yes.
Vote for the landfill.
No.
Vote for the taxpayers.
DeLeon.
No.
Vote for the taxpayers.
Yes.
Vote for the landfill.
To be clear, I will be placing the township on notice yet again for publishing a knowingly inaccurate budget when this comes out, because it is knowingly inaccurate. It's off by at least $1.2 million.
More lawsuits,
That's
Mr.
it.
Banonis.
No, not more lawsuits, more
It's
copies.
your middle name.
So you know what, lawsuits are to hold you accountable, because you gotta follow the
Middle
law.
name.
You gotta follow the law, all right? You're not a dictator, neither is Vladimir DeLeon here, okay?
Wait, wait,
Still
wait.
counts.
That's what the lawsuits are about. You can't act with impunity towards the public. You know, the duty that you swore an oath to the residents of this town, and you're violating that duty yet again. That's what you
Can
do.
we go at least
That's what
3
you do.
minutes without bickering? Can we just do that, please? 3 minutes without bickering. You think you could do that?
No, because do your goddamn job. Do your damn job.
Kathy, I'm sure we'll get back to you about this line item if it needs to be filled in with a different number than 00. So right, Steve?
Oh, so now they're gonna give you the authority, Kathy, to come back and change it after they voted and told you not to do it. Now they're gonna give you the discretion to
The
do it.
motion was 1 point something million if you put in that
All right,
number.
now they're gonna throw some number
It
in.
could be a different
Yeah.
number, I don't know. So, I don't know, but right now.
You people are utterly incompetent and corrupt.
Kathy, I'm
You are.
sorry you're in this situation.
Not you, Kathy.
Can you
Yeah.
continue?
Special funds. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry.
Wait.
So, the
What number are you on?
unpaid bills prior year are the, all items that are usually ordered at the end of the year, but we don't get the bills until January. Transfer for 2 other funds, the amount of that is for the, need to, from our reserves to pay for the public works building, which we are, filing a grant for. And then the $390,000 is our annual allocation to our capital plan. And then that would leave, since we're taking that out of our reserves, everything said and done, we would have, if the revenues come in as projected and the expenses come in as projected, it would leave us with $219,900 to bring us to an $11,754 budget. I hope that makes sense.
I have a number of things I just wanted to give a direction for. Just for everybody's benefit, since we started this, the first meeting a couple weeks ago, number 400-500, I had directed or asked that we add Saucon Valley Music Connection and Saucon Valley Performing Arts Association to the nonprofits that received a small donation from the township. 400-800, I don't think that we need to add any money for carpet and repainting of council chambers that we're sitting in. 402-311, that's the 2025, or the audit expense, and I think that the last meeting, there was a motion about doing an RFP for the year 2025 in year 2026, so you could do RFP. With that, I'd like to also request that you ask our auditors to provide an analysis as to why we have spent more of our income as by virtue of property taxes and earned income taxes, why that number is in the last couple of years been less than what our budget is. And I'd like the auditors to provide us with some recommendations as to how we can get back to a place where our taxpayer income and earned income tax income is matching with our proposed budget. And this is because in long-standing budgets, and in our audits, in fact, they reference that for a period of time, we wanted to take any tipping fees that we receive from the landfill and place them into reserves so that if in the event the landfill closed, we would have a sufficient cushion for our residents so that they would not be experiencing any major tax increases. And I think it's appropriate that our audits moving forward give us some direction to move back to that. So in 402-311, if we could add some extra funding for the auditors to provide that analysis, that would be wonderful. Also, within that, if you can ask the auditor to give us a price on bundling the township's audit with an audit for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue. I think it's appropriate that Lower Saucon Fire Rescue get an audit. We've heard lots of people implying or questioning things that the Lower Saucon Fire Rescue does with their funding. And so to alleviate any further questions, it would be nice that the audit is performed, and if it's done by the same auditing company, then nobody could question the auditing company's figures. So I'd like you to look into that. I think you should also provide sufficient funding in the engineers and consultants section. to review and revise Act 537 plan. As many people know, we have the pumping station that's going to be coming online in 2026, and that's going to add additional capacity for sewage services in and around Route 412 by the Giant Shopping Center. And our Act 537 plan is certainly implicated in that. So I would like there to be sufficient funding in there for our consultants to move forward with that when we make a direction, or should council make that direction. Line item 411 regarding fire services, I'd like to add costs for Lower Saucon Fire Rescue Accounting Services. They historically have used their volunteers to do their bookkeeping and accounting for their funds that they receive from the township and through their donations from the residents. And I know many people here either were here in person or heard when they watched online many claims about what's going on with their accounting and questioning for the people that spend their time after work and on evenings and on weekends training for and fighting fires and emergencies that happen on the highway. So I don't think it's appropriate that we ask the volunteers to also try and manage their accounting for 4 fire buildings in addition to all the equipment and apparatus. So I believe that the accounting that they have for this year is around $22,000. And as I referenced earlier, an audit, I think it would be appropriate to put $15,000 aside for that cost, and that would alleviate any question that anybody had with respect to how they spent their money, what they did with their money, and where it went. So that's 411. 439, highway construction. I know there's a $1 million line item there for paving. I'd like to see if the staff can reduce that to cover the streets that are too dangerous. I know there's a few streets that are very dangerous that we wouldn't want any of our public works employees on. So I'd like that figure to include paving of those streets, but I'd also like the Public Works Department to look at adding the remaining streets into their schedule of repaving. It's just a request, so we'll see what the Public Works Department says about that. Just
Those paving projects I have in the capital before contracting out.
Okay.
I usually have that under the capital, because that's.
Roger, can I ask you what she's talking about?
so-
She's talking about streets that are too dangerous for public works to work on. Well, do you have any idea what she's talking? I'm not gonna ask her because she's a fool. You know what she's talking about? Are there any, I mean, public works works on every street in the township, right?
The only one that I have that comes to mind is Frederick Street.
Okay, what's the issue there?
Pardon me?
What's the issue?
You don't know 17% grade.
Pitch.
Yeah. Yeah, it's
So one street.
you would need very highly specialized equipment to be able to safely resurface it.
Okay.
And it is in need of resurfacing. We don't have that equipment. There's not even an avenue to rent the equipment, even if we were so inclined. Some years ago, we did. Some years ago, we resurfaced just the top, about 50 feet of it, and we actually got our local collision company down here, Saucon Collision, that had us use a tow truck. And we actually cabled and winched the roller up and down the hill, which obviously is not the safest way of doing it, but it was the only means that we had to do it. So it's beyond our ability to resurface that road, and it needs to be done.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Roger, I appreciate that. Just to finish up, so 439, it does say like $1 million for paving in there, so I apologize if I got the wrong section, but I think that you have put aside $1 million for paving, so I'd just like you to go back to Public Works and look at that. The library funding that was referenced, I am fully in support of that. I think it's appropriate that we fund that. There was a mandate by our taxpayers that we provide that service to our residents. And then that's right now, what my directions are, of course, I said I didn't think it was appropriate we put any money and settlements.
Kathy, I just want one clarification. You are gonna take the newsletter, we're gonna go with electronic newsletter?
Yes,
council
yes.
newsletter? So I didn't see.
We're gonna try to get one more newsletter
Right.
out this year to advise people that we're going electronically and they can sign up for
They
it.
can sign up for it, and if they wanted a printed copy, they can come to the town and get one or something. I did have a resident say, you know, thanks for doing that, it wasted. They said, the exact quote was, no resident wants to open their mailbox and pull out a picture of Priscilla DeLeon. So I thought that was, I guess with the electronics, you can just delete it. And then also, the word is accurate, Victoria, not a carrot or a carrot, however, it's accurate. A-C-C-U-R-A-T, accurate. All right, thank you. Thank you.
And I
Thank
guess
you for doing this.
I'd like to add, if I may, that I'm supportive of the money in the library line item, but I'm not in support of the Christmas lights for the Christmas, for the, whatever he's calling it, the cell tower.
Very modest of you, Priscilla.
The cell tower lights, I'm not in support of that money. So I'm hoping I get another majority of council that would support that.
I would do, what did you think about the rest of the other
Oh, yeah,
items?
I agree with that.
Lauren, though, if we can move to the special fund budget really quick. Fire tax, I'm gonna kind of bounce around here, Stacy, if you can. The revenue for the tax, which is under 301, that's how much we're anticipating for the fire tax. If you jump down to the expense, Stacy, at 411. We only are expending $5,000 this year for, if they need a grant writer. So we still have $1.3 million in liability. And they're not requesting any,
They ordered that pumper truck. They ordered that pumper tanker truck. We're gonna pay for that.
Yeah, that's the $1.3 million liability on there. So, but they're not asking for anything else.
Okay.
If you can scroll back up. Then we have the enabling tax, which is the, whatever's left of the open space tax that we get for delinquencies. Obviously, we're still collecting on previous years. You can scroll down. Oops. Sorry. Interest income, we're projecting to drop due to the Federal Reserve's probably going to be decreasing over the time period for next year. Liquid fuel money, which is the 02355, that's the state funding for our state aid for road repair. Move down to the next one. Obviously, we sell equipment, any equipment that we buy. Usually, if we buy public works vehicles, we try to do a 50-50 split between the capital fund and state aid fund, depending on how much it is and the usage of it. And then when we sell it, and we split the money to each appropriate fund. So in this particular budget, we're not going to be using anything in the fire fund balance, of course. We're going to utilize $766,000 of the open space fund balance and $237,920 of the liquid fuel fund balance. With the expense side of it, the legal and engineering are for the open space fund. That includes any legal services, appraisal services, survey services, for any of the properties that council is interested in next year. And then this is typical of what we usually use out of the liquid fuel funding for the public works department, for their rentals, repair of equipment, traffic sign maintenance, signals. Scroll down a little further, Stacy. Again, some more funding for street signs and markings and the traffic control devices. That's for the battery backups and potential cameras if we don't get the funding from the grant that we applied for. We have street lighting services and the 438 and 439, they're the road paving project and any materials that might be needed for road repairs. I'm budgeting $1 million for open space acquisitions in the event that
Well, why are you doing that? Because we don't have any properties that we're looking for open space right now that are worth $1 million. I mean, if you use the same logic that they use with regard to potential settlements, why are we putting any money in for open space? It should be zero because there's nothing on the horizon right now, right?
there's a few properties that
Not
are
$1 million
less than
worth.
$1 million worth now.
So, I mean, if you want to use the same logic, why don't we use the same logic consistently throughout the budget? Maybe they can explain themselves.
Because one's for open space,
That's
for our
the difference.
township, and one's for a private entity that does business.
That's suing the township that's going to try to take taxpayer dollars.
Landfill,
Yeah,
taxpayers landfill.
Yeah, interesting.
And then, of course, the money we're getting in from the fire tax will end up going into the fund balance to pay for future equipment. And then our capital fund, there's interest, grants that we have been working on and trying to close out and that we have applied for. Also, sale of equipment, utilizing, we'll be transferring funding in from other funds, the 390. I'm asking for 100. I would ask council at this meeting or a next meeting, if you're not in agreement to it. We have $188,000 left in the ARPA funding, which I have to attach to something this year. The American Relief funding. We have to have it earmarked towards something this year, or we lose it. So if council is in agreement to it, we can attach that money to a piece of equipment for the police department or the public works department. They can issue a PO, I can attach that money to it, and we'll be done. We'll call it a day.
I thought you were going to earmark it for a piece for public works.
It can be, it could be any equipment, any capital really. I just need to issue a PO this year for it, so.
I'd like
It would be
to,
much like similar to the other times we did it, where it's gonna take at least 6 to 8 months to get the equipment.
I'd like to earmark some of it for an employee bonus at the end of the year of $3,000 per employee, like we've done in previous years, to deal with the high inflation, high gas prices that continue. So that's what I'd like to earmark it for. I'm gonna make that motion.
I'll second that.
To direct Kathy to earmark that. And put it on the next agenda if we have to, $3,000 per employee, police, road crew, everybody. Kathy, I'm reading something in the, I have the floor. I'm
There's a
reading
request,
something.
she's writing down directives, and I think it's appropriate that she receive a directive from the majority of council before she decides to revise it.
Well, we can request that it be on the
Since you
agenda.
made the request, I think it's appropriate that we have all of council give her our opinion as to whether that's an appropriate directive.
Well, it's not on the agenda. Next meeting it'll be on the agenda. We just requested it be on the agenda. I think it's inappropriate to talk
Okay,
about
so
something that's
we're-
not on the agenda.
All right.
We're going to direct her to put it on the agenda next time. We'll vote on it next time on the agenda. That's for the $188,000 ARPA money. All right. It was just money that came from the federal government. That's not our taxpayer dollars, but it came from the federal government. They have to spend by the end of this year. I'm reading the second class township code in section 15081B. Can you just tell me what this means? The board of the council may annually make appropriations from the general township fund to the operating reserve fund, but no appropriation shall be made to the operating reserve fund if the effect of the appropriation will cause the fund to exceed 25% of the estimated revenues of the township's general fund in the current fiscal year. I give that to you. What does that mean? And as our finance director, can you explain that highlighted section to the public and to the clueless?
Kathy, do you feel comfortable doing that? just wanna make sure.
Let him read it.
So, how I read it is that in any given budgetary year, that you could not appropriate to the operational reserve fund, which would mean, what our reserves are identified in our budget, or in our balance sheet. It could not be 25% of the estimated revenues. So if I took our revenues, Stacy, go all the way up. Now granted, the way I do it is, this revenue is not definitive. It's speculative, based on historical information, based on our assessment value, which can change at any time, all that. So when somebody is saying that they want money going towards a public works building. So if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, Stacy, up, but revenue, yeah. Right here. Wait, two more down. Go down again.
We go to
Right
that.
Oh, go down, sorry.
We go to the end of the red.
End of the red, last page of the red. So this is inclusive of all of our estimated revenue. So the 1.2 million I have coming in to pay for the public works garage is being transferred in from our reserves through our general revenue and then out as an expense to go to our capital fund to pay for that. So that's money we already have. So the rest of it would be money that we are anticipating receiving in 2025. So if the 219,000 technically is the appropriation that I'm seeing that would go to our reserve fund balance at the end of the year if everything comes in as speculated. If that was 25% of what our total revenue was, then we would need to reduce taxes or something along those lines.
Reduce taxes, reduce revenue.
Reduce the.
Because that code section is saying you can't just amass
You can't
taxpayer
just-
dollars in a
I
bank
couldn't
account.
I couldn't come in and have like $3 million in that line item and say, oh, we're just gonna pocket and use it for later. But the 219,000 would be, that line item would show you how much you're not allocating it for something specific, not just not using.
Kathy, just to be clear, we're taking money out of our reserves
We are
this
taking
year
money
to
out of
pay
our
for the
reserves
items
to
we
pay for
want.
that.
So we're not even putting any money in reserves, never mind 25%. We're taking money out.
Technically, no, but what I do when I show you this, because that 219 number is not necessarily into fruition, because I might get more revenue in some other line item, I might get less. So it may not be 219,000.
I would just like the public to know, yet again, I've already disclosed this, I put the township on notice in July of 2024 of a potential claim for violation of section 1508.1B of the 1933 Act 69 of the Second Class Township Code. And Tom's question goes to the heart of that issue. And our esteemed solicitor, in light of the notice of claim, allowed the finance director to talk at length on that issue despite the township having put on notice of the claim.
You didn't like talking about litigation that you brought?
We should have done it in executive session.
I didn't bring it up, but I would think that the solicitor would tell the finance director, we're not talking about this because there's a claim that's been presented to the township on the issue. And what happened, he didn't do
It's a notice of a
that.
potential claim that
He
has
didn't do
never been
that.
filed.
This is the solicitor you're paying for to keep the township out of trouble. And what did he do? He allowed the finance director to talk directly about a matter that a claim has been made. Not my job to do his job.
This is the council person.
It's not my job to do
that
his
sits
job.
up
His job is to
here
protect the township.
That their job is
And
to
the
collect
council.
taxpayer dollars, and instead they pursue the township.
Wait, Victoria, one
I
at a
mean-
time.
We're paying a guy to sit here and collect a check, not a guy to give legal advice to keep the township out of trouble and to prevent that sort of statement on the record. That's all I'm gonna say about it, because I've placed the township on notice of the claim, but
Because he's
pay
suing.
attention. I'm not telling her what to do or anything else, but blows me away.
Victoria?
He filed, listen to this, your own council person that you elected to protect your taxpayer dollars wants to now sue you. He wants to now sue you because he seems to think we're putting money in a reserve account when we're actually taking money out of our reserve account to balance our budget. So just think about that one for a second. But the other really smart thing about it is it's a notice of a potential claim, something that's never been filed. And remember, I've talked to you before about scripting and setting the township up to be sued and telling people you should sue and this is gonna be a claim and oh my God, somebody's gonna come after us. Well, guess who's coming after us? Mr. Banonis, and he's asking Mr. Carocci to set up our own staff members so that he can sue you. So just think about that for a minute. You wanna know, again, I'm just gonna say this one thing. You wanna know why he wants to complain about there's no permanent manager and we lost staff members? You just see what just happened. He had Mr. Carocci set our staff member up to discuss something on a potential claim that he served upon us. That's what just happened. But there's actually no complaint.
Here's what Dum Dum didn't tell you.
No
Here's the
complaint.
notice, and I'll read it to you, folks. The claimants are Jason Banonis individually and on behalf of a class of similar situated individuals who are and or were residents and or taxpayers of Lower Saucon Township, who suffered and continue to suffer harm caused by defendants individually and or collectively. I'm not bringing this matter on behalf of myself. I'm not bringing this claim on behalf of myself.
Just mentioned your name.
I'm bringing it on behalf of individually and on behalf of the class of all citizens, residents and taxpayers who have been harmed as a result of this. I'm not doing this for me. I'm not taking money in your pocket. I'm trying to put the money back in your pocket so that you can have your money, so that these clowns aren't hoarding your money and sitting on your money illegally for their own nefarious purposes. It's your money. You elect these people, all right? You elect everybody on here. You pay your taxes. Ask what's being done with your money and demand your money back, because they're going to hoard it and hoard it and hoard it for what? So they can give $100,000 to their own special interest here and there? Throw the money around like it's play money, we're in a money tube, turn on the button and then come in and grab the money out of it? That's what they're doing. It's not me. She's a clown and a liar.
You
She is a
started
clown and a liar.
Okay.
Read it. Do a send a right to know to the township. Here it is if you want to see it. It's right here.
He threatened you
Submit
with
it.
lawsuits.
It was served on all of them.
His middle name.
Every single one of them. And the class of everybody in the township that's harmed because of these fools. Every single one of them.
Lawsuit.
Sorry, Kathy.
Banonis.
How about you act legally and then you don't get sued? That's why laws exist, dumbass.
I haven't did anything
Shut up.
wrong, Kathy, so that's my opinion. So, what's that?
Can I ask you a question first?
I don't know.
It has nothing to do with that. I want to ask you about, where was the host fee that we get here? Where was
Under
that?
hosting,
What's that?
136.
Could you go back to that for me?
Where is it? Oh, yeah, you're up in red. There you go. Go down. Say it for me. Go down. There we go.
Stacy, can you roll it down so I can see the years? Yeah, okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, great, okay. So, the host fee that we've received, we're budgeting 2.3, and we've received 1.7, and you're projected to receive 2.3 million this year?
I can get you a more accurate number, but based on this, I
Around
didn't get the third quarter, third quarter.
That's your projection, $2.3 million for the year. And so for 2025, you're projecting $2.31 million?
$2,310,000.
Great, okay, 2.31 million. Is that money needed to balance this budget?
Yes,
Every dollar of it?
other than the $219,000.
So you need, out of that, about $2.1 million of host fee to balance the township budget.
Correct.
And when that $2.1 million goes away because these people want to close the landfill and they want to terminate that source of funding, and I would also point out that the new host agreement will provide revenue greater on an annual basis than the 2.3 million, correct?
Correct.
How much more?
Double.
Double. So that 2.3,
Or 4 million.
so that'll double about $4 million. And will that money be needed for future budgets to balance the budget?
No.
Won't be needed.
Well, at that point, we would be able to reduce revenue, real estate tax,
How much money do we have in reserves right now?
about 9 million. So if
So-
it closes, that's 4 years.
It's about 4 years. Well, these people on council are so dead set against the landfill. Why don't we terminate the host agreement right now?
Yeah.
Why don't we as a township formally withdraw from the host agreement, give them written notice that we're withdrawing from the host agreement, and eliminate that source of revenue that would come to the township. We have enough money in reserves, $9 million, so we've got enough for 4 years. So why don't they put their budget where their mouths are?
I'll make a motion that we
I
terminate the
reinstate the
host.
last one, that
I'll
was
make a motion.
applicable.
I'll
You
say-
had a host fee, you
What's
had a host,
I didn't hear you,
you
she's
had
speaking
a
over you.
host agreement that was in place for I don't know how many, 20, 30 years?
So you want to go back
I
to
go
an
for-
agreement that
I go for that
provides less
No,
money?
your current agreement provides for the same amount until such time that phase 5 is in place.
Tom, what's your
So
motion?
right now, you're still operating under the last agreement as far as finances go. So I'd be more than happy to go back to our old host agreement. I'll make that motion. Who seconds it?
Tom's already making a
I already
motion.
made a motion
Oh,
to
no,
terminate.
there's a motion and a second.
No.
A motion from me and a second from Priscilla.
Well, I don't think we can have any of these motions
I
because they
terminate the whole
involve
thing.
money.
Hold on, everybody, hold on.
I can
Everybody
terminate
stop.
the whole thing, not
Everyone
everyone
stop for a minute. Number one, these aren't items that are placed on the agenda. Number two, since they relate to funds, they have to be placed on an agenda. Number three, whenever you're making a decision like this, it is imprudent to just simply shoot from the hip.
I'm not.
Hold on, because we are already in litigation with the landfill. To take some sort of step right now without thinking it through one way or another would be unwise. And I appreciate the choreographed laughing, but nonetheless.
It's not choreographed. It's true. It's humiliating.
So, for all those reasons, we shouldn't be doing it, we can't be doing this.
I'll withdraw my second.
I thought the lawsuit was frivolous, now all of a sudden it's all serious. Now all of a sudden Susie got serious about the landfill.
If we can.
So your motion is to put onto the agenda,
No.
discussion, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to Tom. Discussion and possible action about withdrawing from the host municipal, terminating the host municipal agreement and increasing taxes accordingly to offset that lost revenue.
Right.
All right, I'll second that.
Yeah. Yeah. We'll get the language to Kathy and put it on the next one.
Kathy, with that, since theirs was very specific to terminate an entire host municipal agreement, I specifically think that we should consult with our solicitor and go off of his advice, but if it's permissible, if he thinks it's not going to jeopardize anything, I would like to add to the agenda that we make a motion to return to our municipal host agreement that was in place prior to 2023.
Can I ask a question? Maybe Steve can answer this. That agreement was replaced and superseded by the new agreement.
Yeah,
So
you wanna
for that,
terminate it.
for that original agreement to go back into place,
We'd have to negotiate
and
a
I'm not
line.
speaking to you, I'm speaking to the solicitor, for that agreement to go back into place, you would have to have an agreement where there's consideration, both sides have to agree to it, so the landfill would have to agree to go back to that original agreement.
Absolutely.
Correct.
I'd have to look at what the agreements say, but generally, the way it works is, and that's one of the reasons why I strongly,
we
hang
can
on,
approach them.
that's why I strongly advise that we don't do anything today, because, number one, these are significant steps you're taking. As I indicated, we're already in litigation with the landfill, and that's why it would be very unwise to do anything today, even if you could do it today based on the fact that you can't do it anyway because it's not on the agenda, but even if you could, I would strongly recommend not doing anything until we actually had a much better idea as to what we're doing and the ramifications.
So if that's your thought process, can you explain to me how you filed a filing on behalf of the township without giving it the same level of serious consideration? When you did a complete 180 without approval from council. So now you want to have serious deliberation on that, but before, you just did it. You just did it without discussion, you did it without deliberation, without thoughtfulness, without public comment, without disclosing to the public anything that you're undertaking. But now we're all of a sudden going to have serious deliberation on this, because this is a serious thing we're doing. But to turn 180 and get involved in litigation that now the township is involved in and is subject to at least $1.2 million of financial exposure, that's okay to do that.
It's frivolous.
Are you done?
It's frivolous.
I'm about done.
Yes,
I'm about
you said
done.
number one is wrong. Number two, I'm not going to discuss a litigation matter out in public, because clearly you're
You
trying
just
to.
started to.
Now, you're trying to bait me into saying something or doing something in a public meeting, which would then be utilized at some later point. It's not only inappropriate, it's against the township's interests. And I'm not going to let you do it, so I'm not going to respond to it, other than you're completely wrong.
So I think the facts speak for themselves. This is what you did, and now you want to have a serious deliberation on that motion that's on the table.
The litigation is serious now, and a few minutes ago, when we wanted to set aside $1.2 million for a possible settlement, it was frivolous, right?
Okay.
But now it's serious.
I think they call it double speak.
Yeah.
I think that's the term.
Susie's making it up as he goes along.
Shooting from the hip. All right. That's all I had, Kathy. Thank you.
Kathy, can you go ahead? Do you remember where you were?
I have two motions.
No, they're for another meeting. Because of the new sunshine law, because it involves finances.
No, I thought it was a motion to put something on the agenda.
I think they were just directing.
Yeah, we were just directing.
Okay.
Because we can't make the motion because it involves money, so
As I was saying before, capital fund,
So where are we?
purple revenue. And $3,699,000 transfers coming in from other sources, general fund wise from ARPA and our reserves, and utilization of the fund balance in our capital plan. In here covers building improvements, which would be for the public works garage, and still some of the improvements in Sidersville Hall that we haven't gotten to yet. I'm also advising council now that we received a quote from our elevator maintenance company that since it's over 20 years old, there's some improvements that need to be made to the elevator, and that's going to cost around $130,000. So I'll be adding that to that building improvements. IT improvements include the traffic signal detection system and security cameras, which we applied for a grant for. Vehicle purchases, the police vehicles, I believe the chief had told me, I had marked down the wrong units. It's 169, I think was being replaced, and he needed a new unit to add to his rotation. And then there's the body camera replacement. Public Works, he's requesting a replacement of unit 16, which again is split between capital and state funding. Stormwater improvements include Robbins Court project and Lower Saucon Road stormwater project. Those are still active and ongoing. Road improvements, there's 2 paving projects that I had spoken to council previously this year regarding getting engineering work done. Brian had indicated that for both of those projects, it would probably be about $1 million cost estimate. He's still going through engineering. For Frederick and Yost is more paving, but again, it's more difficult due to the grade. And Peachtree is a little bit more involved because there's some stormwater management that needs to be involved. For the Parks Capital Fund, we have the funding for the bathroom at the rail trail and completion of the replacement of the top lot at Southeastern Park, which we'll discuss later with the one grant application, but we received funding for both. The Historical Society, there's funding in here for to make improvements to the barn ruins at the Heller Homestead property and to do some painting and exterior trim work. And if there's anything else you would want me to amend on this, I will do so and prepare this for you as the proposed budget by the 15th. And
Thank you, Kathy.
Kathy, you got the things I said before, right?
Yeah.
Laura, did you hear what I said earlier about the proposals
On the paving?
on the budget, like when I went through the different ones?
Lost.
I did. Okay, so I had yeah, that's fine, they're fine. I had a question though on the last expense where we went through on the road improvement then. So I know the Frederick Yost issue. So Peachtree, is that for stormwater work specifically?
It's repaving that road.
I think that's the one that you asked about though,
Yeah, I was asking to see if they can go back and see if they can add that into their paving schedule versus outsourcing it.
Right.
We can look into that.
And I'm curious too on the Frederick. I think Frederick's the one that's the cliff and Yost is the one that goes the other way. Did anybody ever see if they would close that off? I can't imagine. I mean, it's really scary trying to pull out off that road. I can't imagine many people ever do. Did anybody ask the police about trying to just have that closed off and they exit out a safer way through Fountain Hill? I'm sure they probably do anyway. I can't imagine people pulling out there.
That's all well and good, but there's houses right at the top, so you still have to maintain the road. If you close it off, how do we even get in there or out of there in the winter time?
Get behind their houses.
It's a safer way. I mean, you'd be coming from down below anyway. You can't turn in there because it's one way.
There's times where we have to, where we'll block the road.
Yeah, that road's a nightmare, but the Peachtree, I don't know that development, if we can find an alternative for land to get that paved through our department. I also had a question on the item that we went over in the
The Peachtree isn't paving, that's the issue. The issue with Peachtree is there is storm sewer throughout the entire development. It actually goes through private yards. There's easements where it goes through private yards, and it's all deteriorating, and it all needs to be replaced. So storm sewer is the major project. The paving is very minor.
Okay, so are these like culverts, or what do you mean, storm sewer?
It's storm sewer that goes actually from the backside of Saucon Meadow Court, which is off of Colesville Road. It comes from the back cul-de-sac of Saucon Lane, through the backyards, across a person's driveway, and then it ties into Peachtree. Half of it goes down Peachtree to Black River, half of it goes down Peachtree to Dickinson, then it ultimately crosses underneath Black River Road to go to the Black River Creek on the Terrace side of the road, on the south side, north side of the road.
Okay.
It's a fairly major undertaking.
Okay, well, it wasn't explained then, it just said paving, so it's like, it doesn't seem like that big of a deal, that road. Not that it's a storm sewer replacement.
I would have absolutely no objections if we could have the storm sewer done and have our in-house public works do the actual paving of the road. That would be fine.
Okay. Well, this sounds like a project that could possibly qualify for some funding somewhere from some agency.
Thank you, Roger, for that explanation. I think that I would go along with that.
So the other question I had then, there wasn't a note before on the, I'm not sure what page this was on, for the purchase of a gator.
Yeah, that was in general budget for.
Yeah, I found it. Right, so, and what do we need a gator for? I know we have one, I saw it.
A gator is a utility vehicle. They're used to.
I know what a gator is, I'm just saying, I know we have one, so
Yeah,
what
we have
do we
three.
need one?
We have three. One's kept at Polk Valley Park, one's kept at Town Hall Park, and one kind of floats between the two different places. What the intent would be to put one of our existing gators at the Eastern Road Fields, trash collection, infield maintenance, just general maintenance, just to be able to get around the whole park. And then without having to trailer it every time back and forth.
I think so, we got so sidetracked on so many things, but yeah, thank you.
So we're going to open it up to the floor for residents to speak. So would you like to come up to the podium and do your 3-minute public comment?
My name is Virginia Stangline, and I'm with Philadelphia Pike. It's just a question for my knowledge. When you're talking about litigation costs and damages that you were talking about putting in the budget, do you not have an insurance policy to insure either the township or the council or yourselves that would be paying those proceeds?
Certain things are uninsurable.
So we would not have that coverage.
Depends on the case. I mean, the solicitor can answer that question. I'm not speaking on behalf of the township to provide legal advice, but he can speak as to what may be covered and what may not be covered, and what litigation is subject to coverage.
So would we be considered self-insured in that case?
It all depends on the type of claim and what it is, but there is insurance coverage that the township has. There's attorneys that are through the insurance companies that represent the township on various matters.
So maybe the amount that you put into a budget might not even be the right amount anyway. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to come up and speak? Please state your name for the record, please.
Bob Canon of Steel City. I would like to know what is the ever-evolving price of the Jason Banonis Memorial Ball Field? We never seem to get a final price.
Like the name?
What is it now?
We just added 20K for maintenance.
No, we got
We
about
added
it.
the cost of a gator to take care of it.
Because we started out at 1.9, we went to 3.3, now we're at 3.5. What are we at now? 3 point what?
Plus 20K.
And I see you have trees in the upcoming line item.
Yeah.
How much is that gonna be? When does that stop? When do we get a final price?
We're hoping to do other things as well. So you might not have a final price for a couple of years, because we're hoping to do other things.
I think the taxpayers ought to be aware of that.
Yeah,
If you want to be aware of something, be aware of a bill that never ends.
Yeah. I heard feedback.
And you two are responsible for it.
Yeah, I've heard feedback from a member of my son's baseball game who said that field is beautiful. It's the nicest field we have out. He said, I don't care if you spend $10 million.
Well, you don't care, you don't care, but I care.
Well, I'm sorry you care. I don't care.
I don't either.
No, it's taxpayers' money.
Spending your taxpayer dollars.
It's not your money, it's taxpayers' money.
They don't care about spending your taxpayer dollars. They just, both of them just said it.
Baseball.
Just said it.
Baseball field lasts $60 million.
Baseball field, you don't need a $4 million baseball field.
That's right.
We had the
You don't need one.
so
Not like that.
We do need one.
Say, who wants to
And
go
we did it.
next?
We need one, and we did it.
You did it, right.
With no
And the
parking
taxpayers
lot.
should know that.
They do know. We
They know it, good.
voted-
You're wasting our money.
We voted all those expenditures.
You're wasting our money.
All those expenditures were voted
wasting
on in
our
public.
money.
No, we didn't. It's
You're
perfect.
wasting our
We got a
money.
baseball field that's
Please, gotta
60
stop.
I know these three don't have any athletic ability.
You're wasting our money.
You're entitled to your opinion. I appreciate that. Other
Good.
people think we're
Nobody
not.
listens.
A lot of people
And then
think we
they
do.
complain about the meeting. Okay, yes, it's a joke, I know.
No, it's not a joke, and neither are you in this council, the way you just allow it to go on.
Yeah.
And I resent it. And you want all this time and
Can I have
money?
a suggestion on how to stop them?
Yeah, you want me to come up there and run it? I'll stop them. You're really funny, Priscilla. And you, would you please just stop bloviating,
First Amendment right to speak.
bloviating. Here she goes again.
Speak.
I think you have talked at least an hour, just trying to rephrase everything that everybody says.
That's the order here.
No, there is no order, Priscilla.
Well,
And it's on my time. Would you please look at the clock before you rule me down?
Please, 3 minutes, start all over again,
Because you can't run the council.
whatever.
No, it's not whatever. And I resent it. I was really listening to Mr. Goudsouzian and trying to understand what he and Mr. Banonis were saying, and she just butts in and just starts yakking and yakking. And yet she has got all this paperwork about how we're supposed to behave, and she is the chief violator. And that means Victoria Cordero, and she is the one. And that's where the time goes in the cost, because she just can't stop herself. All right. Let's get back to what I was. First of all, Kathy, thank you very much for a really succinct description of what's going on in the budget, all right, with the numbers and everything else. And yes, it took me days literally to go through this because I don't have the benefit of all the things the council member has. So when you people go on, and especially we're back to Virginia again, she has all these proposals and things she wants to add to it. If she knows beforehand what she wants to propose, or anybody else, I'd like to see it in writing so I can understand what the heck you're talking about. Because sitting there and reading something at a huge rate doesn't help anybody understand financial matters. And there's probably nobody in this audience aside from one or two that actually went through this budget. So yeah, it's a circus, and it's clear to me you really don't want people to know when you do things like talk over each other. And that's you, Priscilla, to stop it. So please, please. And by the way, this fellow over here made a great comment in several of them, okay? So yeah, you need to give him some respect when he deserves it, and that's true of everybody else. All right. You say that we can talk for 3 minutes at the end of this. Do you know how many notes I have? There's no way in God's earth that I could even get those words down fast enough, and I resent it. You say we have 3 chances to talk over hundreds and hundreds of items that I'll never get a chance to talk about. Everything from our little, we're gonna have all these recycling things and it's only gonna cost us $7,000. Things like that. Money just goes out the door when we don't need to do that. I don't know who made up half of these things and who added these line items. I really like to know that. That's really helpful. Just an initial by, hey, it was done by yacht, yacht, and yacht. And we're finding out that people are adding these things, no idea where they came from. And how many people on council have discussed this beforehand? Because it certainly doesn't happen here. So it's anything but transparent. And you 3 do this and vote it and shut us all down by these inactions and allowing people to talk over each other even though they have documents saying we shouldn't do it. Got a problem with that. And that goes for, yeah, the other 2 or 3 too, right? So yeah, sitting in the front trying to listen to this, it's a joke. I can't imagine trying to do the transcripts. And I don't like to wait. I haven't seen the minutes. Kathy, when was the last time we got to see the minutes? The printed ones? It's been about, okay, I'm sorry, I don't, listen, you're overworked, okay? You, as the council president, should be setting some of her priorities, and those are minutes, because there's no way in this planet that anybody can understand half the garbage that comes out from this side without seeing it in printing. So I'd like to see that.
Okay, I'd like to explain something, that Kathy makes a point to put notes on each of these.
I see that, Priscilla, I read them ad nauseum. And you know what, I don't get paid a nickel for doing it, and I'm trying to understand it, and you as council people should be helping out. There she goes, look, there she goes. Okay, she can't stop, can she?
I'm trying to help, and.
Well, good, if you're trying to help, just tell her to hold on.
Starting to interrupt her. She was trying to answer.
I didn't ask you, as a matter of fact, Virginia. I'm addressing the chair here.
Next agenda.
Okay, here we go.
Our next agenda is
November 20th.
on November 20th, we will have this budget with the changes that we talked about tonight.
As I said, I'd like to have major changes like she was proposing in writing so I can hear them now and I can speak on them now. Because it won't do me any good, just like I'll be going on a little bit. I'm not gonna have a chance to talk to Steve Goudsouzian about the executive meetings that I have no idea about. And again, it's usually word salad. That's not transparency at all.
Okay, so if I
No,
can
it's not
finish.
okay.
What date did you say? November?
November 20th is next.
November 20th is our next council meeting, and on that agenda will be the preliminary budget with things, proposed budget for us to look at and vote on, so it can go to the final vote, because it has to be on display for 21 days.
I don't care what it's gotta do or what it's gotta be, I wanna see it. And the other thing, by the way, I don't know, I'm not an attorney, but believe me, I've done enough business to know when you send people documents and you change them, you highlight those changes in some fashion. Change the font, whatever. I don't wanna go through every single line on 30 pages to see what was changed. And that's not your problem, it should be your problem. And if you were a business person, which we're talking $11 million here, you would know that. And these other attorneys like Virginia over here should know that. And if you want to help the public and be transparent and don't make them have to grovel for these things, you'd be putting them in. That's what business people do. That's what you're running here, a business. It's not just a fun thing. And I notice that some people get up there and go, oh, and the next minute they're laughing at themselves because they hear themselves.
Okay,
That's
again,
really
I'd like
telling.
to finish and say that if you go on our website and look up 2023 under finances, and it'll show you our approved budget for 2024, and you can.
I see it here. It's here. It's all in the printout.
That's true. It's here. All right. Forgive me. I was trying to
Well,
help.
I can't forgive you because you should know that just like you know your name.
it would have the descriptions, some notes.
I see the notes and the descriptions.
No.
What I'm saying is he changes.
2024 notes,
You
not.
need to listen to what I'm saying.
I think it's just
Listen.
discussed between him and you.
All right, you talk to Virginia. What I'm saying is,
All right, your time is up.
what I'm saying,
Your time's been up.
what I'm saying is, when these numbers change from the printed page that we have in our possession now, because of the suggestions, you highlight them.
Okay, Kathy heard you, and.
Thank you. I wanted you to hear me.
I don't do the work.
Kathy is smart.
Kathy is very smart. Okay, next,
And hire her full-time.
Exactly.
next. You might have to put the mic down yet.
Yeah, this is him on the floor, sorry. I didn't want to step on it. Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So just a really quick, I want to go through it really quick, a few things. So what I heard Victoria say is about being biased about the library. And the thing about the library, again, that I always keep harping on, is the fact that it just seems like you want us to fund this library, the whole entire thing, that we have to fund it. And I want to know what part of Hellertown, what part of their budget is Hellertown funding? Because it's the Hellertown library. So it seems like, I understand you're saying we need to pay the building, we need to pay the rent, we need to pay this, we need to pay that. I'm sure there's fees for technology, but what's Hellertown paying for? So the thing about the difference between paying for like the library and then paying for the ball field is that it seems to be an investment for the ball field. We have it, we'll have it forever, it's gonna evolve, it's for the children. And sure, it seems like in communities, a lot of retired people who are done with children type events don't want anything. They don't want anything in the township. They don't want anything. So it's like we have the ball field and this is what we know and this is where the expenses came from, the ball field, and we could go there and we could see it. But for the library, you want us to just give $100,000 or $120,000, and we were like, what is it? What are we paying for? And what's Hellertown paying for? So I would like to see, if you want us to pay $120,000 for the library, what's Hellertown paying for and what exactly is it? Because we can't just blindly give them money, because we don't know what they're doing with it. The other thing too is in reference to the solicitor saying that we can't do anything without extensive discussion and research and looking at agreements. And again, just like Jason said, and we have to keep reminding everybody, because what happens is the discussion goes from here to here, and then it's like kind of like a brainwashing type of gaslighting that's going on, where if people forget 4 weeks prior what happened, so now you're saying that we have to do all these extensive research. And then Victoria says, that we created Jason made up all these lawsuits. Jason didn't make any lawsuits up that has to do with the landfill. You were told by somebody to get involved with that lawsuit. I'm not gonna forget that. Other people might, but I'm not. You were told by somebody, or somebody that's not even in this room, to get involved in that lawsuit, and you're the solicitor of our township. And that's what you did. You went behind everybody's back, and you got involved in a lawsuit. Why are you looking like you're so confused? You know what I'm talking about.
She has disdain for you.
You know what I'm talking about, and you pretend that you don't. So you got us involved in a lawsuit. You should have been dismissed as a solicitor just for that. And then you blame Jason, and you pretend that that's not true. It's such a farce, and I pray that the next election people realize what you all have done. I really do. And again, harping on the landfill and all the money that's in the budget.
Your time's up. All right, thanks. All right, anybody else?
Marco Isaac. I should be able to bring my pot and smoke it while I'm here. Anyway, as far as the library goes, I said this before, appropriately fund the library. Not fully, appropriately. Don't forget it.
Remember.
The library was built with Hellertown and Lower Saucon people together. And that's the way it happened. Hellertown gets 65,000, Lower Saucon gets 65,000. They give 100,000 if they need it, you give 100,000 if they need it. I don't care if 20 people go or 50 people go. Gonna open the door a little more, gonna wear out the rug a little more, so what? It's appropriately funded. They don't need a bankroll, they need to be able to work and keep it open and supply books for the kids that need them and anything else they supply. That's what needs to happen with the library. I forgot what else I was going to say.
Maybe that's the pot.
The lawsuit.
Maybe that's the pot.
Town should be glad I smoke pot sometime.
I am. I'm glad you do. I'm saying, but maybe that's the memory problem.
Anyway, as far as the landfill and the lawsuit, as far as I'm concerned, Jason Bananas talked them into it and probably helped them file it. If God could rewind the clock, that's what I bet I'd find. Just like you fabricated your little lie for the court, and you got Bart to go along with it, and John Blair. So, you know, you sit up here, you keep yapping your gums, and you keep lying, and you keep going on with storytelling. And people ain't stupid, they see it. We don't have a manager. We don't have Treadwell because he didn't put the application in to be the lawyer anymore, the solicitor. He didn't want to come back. As far as Mark, he quit because he got harassed and he got a better offer. And as far as Jim, he left for the same reason. I'm pissed off at Jim for not sticking around and fighting what he is. You two guys leave and get voted out next time, things will probably change. The girls may not be perfect, but they don't cause the trouble you used to.
Anybody else would like to speak? Okay, if not, you think of something. Yeah, you'll be back in two weeks, and discussion will continue.
Call again.
So, okay, let me find my agenda here. Okay, so we just did the budget. Next is C, which is One More Steel City LLC, 3679 Old Philadelphia Pike, discussion and possible action. We discussed this in executive session. This was one of the items. Council will discuss potential actions, if any, regarding this, and this is in reference to the discussion at the September 18th council meeting. I guess, do you want to say anything, or?
Pursuant to some direction from Township Council, I have reached out to the developer's attorney and had some initial discussions with them, and I reported that back to council members in executive session as to what those discussions were. And I believe at this point, the township can make a decision as to how they want to proceed with regard to the property 3679. Whether it means, you know, there's a whole series of options, and it's up to you as to what you might want to do with it.
Okay, well, I'd like to put a motion on the table to have the EAC review the options of this property regarding possibilities, if it meets the requirements, and as well as having the solicitor reach out to the developer to see if they'd be willing to take steps to recognize the historical nature of the property and involve the historian.
I'll second that.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor. Jason, discussion?
Yeah, this is ridiculous. The solicitor just said that there are options. He didn't share those options with the public. Nobody knows what those options are. One of those options, I'll tell you, is that the township could move forward with efforts to try to acquire the property. And the way that works is the township would request, by law, they're required to get an appraisal to find out what the market value is for that property, and then consider purchasing it for the market value or entering into some negotiations with the property owner. And this council, the ladies on this council, have chosen not to do that. They're claiming that it's a waste of township money to do that. Many residents, I mean, there aren't a lot of residents right now, but I expect the next meeting is probably going to be residents here from Old Philadelphia Pike that are interested in this. And they're going to wonder, why won't my township council pay $3,000 or $4,000 or $5,000? You throw money around like it's monopoly money to all different sorts of interests. You got, how many people go to the library? You're giving them $130,000. You're not going to spend $4,000 or $5,000 for the residents on Old Philadelphia Pike to find out if the property can be, what the value of the property is, and whether or not the township would spend money to acquire that property to protect the historical heritage of the property, the nature of the community, traffic issues that we have on Black River Road, Sidersville Road. They're not willing to do that. They're going to slow play this. They're going to just kick it to EAC, which EAC serves no purpose here. It serves no purpose in this process other than to slow it down and to not move forward in a way that could protect your property value and your property interest. They're going to throw it to EAC. They're going to hope EAC gives it a lousy score and say, well, EAC didn't give it a good score, so therefore we're going to have to not move forward with any of this. At the same time, they could spend $3,000 or $4,000 to have an appraisal done, find out what the value of it is, and move forward with trying to negotiate to acquire the property for the benefit of the community, both the municipal operations here as well as the residents that live on Old Philadelphia Pike. But that's what they are. They're liars. They're dishonest with you. They will not protect you in doing this. And you'll notice, if you go back, and I would encourage you, if you didn't participate in those meetings that took place, go back and watch the flip-flop that occurred. They came in here all cocksure that they're going to get this thing done, they're going to get these approvals done, and they're going to get these apartments in, and then all of a sudden the public showed up and they wilted in the face of the public, sitting right out here, criticizing them for what they were doing, okay? And now, and I said to you, they were going to try to blame this on somebody else and say, well, there's nothing we can do, you know, zoning, goes to zoning, we're going to kick it over to zoning. They didn't want to send a lawyer to zoning to participate in this. They wanted to kick it to zoning, let zoning deal with it, and blame zoning. Well, I can't do anything, zoning did it, not us, even though they had an opportunity to intervene. Here's another opportunity to intervene, and they're not choosing to intervene in your interest. They want to spend $3,000 or $4,000 to get an appraisal. 3 or 4 for an appraisal. We're talking about appraisal here. Appraisal.
Yeah, are you done?
I'm done.
Tom?
Yeah, so, we have, what do we have, Kathy, about $10, $11 million in the open space fund?
Correct.
Which you can use open space fund money to pay for an appraisal, a $3,000 or $4,000 appraisal. And they won't do that for the people who live on Old Philadelphia Pike, where if they put these garden apartments in, there's gonna be traffic at these lights up by Yanni's and down here on Black River. So those are already bad intersections. They won't pay. For example, they're each paid, I don't take this out, they're each paid $3,500 to be on council. They won't take $3,500 or $4,000 out of a $10 million fund, that is taxpayer dollars, and pay for an appraisal. They won't do that. And they'll say, well, we're just saying we're going to want to hear from EAC first. Well, that's a joke. Well, there's 2 things. Bad things can happen. One, the price of the property could increase further in value. The developer could claim they're putting more and more into it as this process goes on and ask for an even higher price. There's no reason why you can't put this, do the appraisal while EAC is looking at it. And again, they're unwilling to spend a minimal amount of money for the residents of Old Philadelphia Pike. You know, we spend $130K library they just voted for, right? They get paid $3,500 each. They're gonna approve that. Even we spent $3.5 million on a ball field. Where's my buddy? Where's my buddy? And they won't spend $3,500 or $4,000 to get an appraisal, to see what this is. You know, And we have the open space money. And now, the open space money, you're only allowed to pay appraised value, but you can negotiate. There's two different appraisals. You can average them, and there's ways to work. You don't have to pay the developer price. And they may be open to something, but you can't go in without an appraisal, your own appraisal. There's been no appraisal of the property. There's just a developer telling us what they think it's worth at this point. So EAC and everybody would be flying blind on that. Go get the appraisal so everybody knows what we're talking about, and then we can have an honest, hopefully public. They like to hide these things in executive session, Priscilla does, and Susie does, but hopefully an open public discussion about possibly spending open space money to acquire the township, to acquire the property, and how much open space money would possibly cost. We don't know that because the majority here, Democrats, will not order an appraisal of the property. And an appraisal's never been done. The developer did not submit an appraisal to us. They submitted an offer. So I'll make a motion that we get an appraisal on the property.
You already have a motion on the floor, you should know better.
Wait a second. I'll make that motion when we're done with your motion.
Well, then you have to wait. So it's my turn, and I'd like to say that in order to get property paid for by open space, is the EAC who goes over it and gives a recommendation. So that's step one.
It's not binding. It's not binding. They could recommend not to do it.
Finish.
And you can, the council can still do it. It's up to the sole purview of council.
It's her turn to speak right now.
I try to be consistent in what I do, okay? So when a property is available, and we want to pay for it with open space fund, they go to EAC. Then the EAC reviews it and makes a recommendation back to us. I didn't feel that it was appropriate to do the appraisal yet until we got the information back from EAC. I think that's appropriate. I think that's the best way to do it. And that's why I made my motion the way I did. I'm not against having an appraisal. The timing is off. So,
No, we've done it this way in the past. We've gotten an appraisal with the EAC at the same time. We've done that. We've done the time we've gotten an appraisal before it's gone.
we've done a lot of things that weren't the way they were supposed to be, but anyway.
Like what? Like what? Give us an example. No, come on, forget it. You open your big mouth. Give us examples. Shoot your mouth off. Back it up. Back up the facts. You have no facts. Can you shoot your mouth off?
You know, I support the motion. I support the motion. I agree that we have a process here, and although it hasn't been followed sometimes in the past, I think that we want to make sure that the EAC reviews it and they score it properly. Obviously, before we want to spend any taxpayer dollars on anything, we want to have a scoring. It has significant features on it, including the Black River and other sections. So understanding that component is appropriate, and I think in light of the information we learned from the people that were here about the historical nature of the building on there, I think it would be appropriate to also investigate that as stated in the motion. The only other thing I'd say is I think Mr. Krchnavy was very telling when he indicated that we don't currently have an appraisal from anybody, we just have an offer from a developer. It's true, and I again go back in my mind, I think if the two minority members of this council were so interested in preserving this for the members or people, the residents that live on Old Philadelphia Pike, they had every opportunity when the market was a lot more favorable to the township to get their appraisal and buy it in 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022, and 2023, all during which time this developer had acquired it and which time it went before our planning commission prior to myself coming onto council. So, we don't have an appraisal from the developer. We have a request for payment for all of their fees involved. Well, I shouldn't say that. They've come before planning and they put together plans that I'm sure cost them money. So I wish we could go back to 2019 and, spending taxpayer money and being efficient and not just shooting from the hip, but making choices based upon real facts.
Somebody should develop an app to translate Victoria. So here's what she said to you. It's Tom and my fault that the three ladies on council aren't doing something like that. That's what the app would say to you if you took all the garbage and spit
You
it out.
already spoke, my turn to speak. And it is the normal process for our open space program that it does go to EAC. They do have subcommittee that goes out, they walk the property, they score the property, they come back, we discuss it, decide, you know, if we think it's worthwhile to pursue as an open space to conserve. Then we make that recommendation to council, comes up to council. That's when the appraisal would normally be done. If we're recommending to pursue purchase of an easement or purchase of the property. So we're not saying that we would not ever get it appraised, but that's not the step that we're at right now. So we have this process for a reason.
Thank you.
Where's that
Okay, I'm
process?
gonna open it up to the floor. Anybody would like to speak?
The process isn't written anywhere, she's making it up.
Yep.
Virginia Stangline, Old Philadelphia Pike. So, yes, we have a lot of people here at that one meeting, and if you would like more people here at the next one, I will make sure that flyers will go out.
Thank you.
This is really important, and I heard this council come to agreement that you were not going to support the variances that they asked for. So timing is of the essence. Are you aware that the planning commission has already approved the demolition of that building? Which was shocking to me. I didn't realize that it was coming in
The
front of
planning
me.
commission, I don't think has the authority to approve.
Excuse me, maybe it's a different commission, but there's something that was even published. Most of the residents on the road that followed this informed me that this was published and that it's been approved. So I think timing is of the essence. And if there is money for getting this evaluation, then why wait and have government slow down here? Please get the evaluation. I also have spoken to the Lower Saucon Historical Society, and they have gotten some information about the property from one of the neighbors, Mr. Gurigi, and they have someone looking into this. I don't know if any one of you have talked to anyone there? Do we have a liaison?
Priscilla's the liaison. I'm sure she hasn't spoken to anybody about it though.
No.
Yes.
She didn't know about it when the property came with it, she should know
To the
it.
Historical Society, the Saucon Valley Conservancy, they're two different units, but
It's Lower
I
Saucon.
know we've talked to Karen Samuels,
Yes.
and she's a historian, and if you're interested, because I know you live here and you know the history, when we go out to visit the site, I'd like to go, and I think Victoria will like to go.
She's aware, I have spoken to her.
What's that?
She is aware, Karen said.
Because I'd like to go in the building and see where.
He came up here with papers last Monday, and they made some copies.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
The other thing is this organization you're talking about, they going to do any kind of an evaluation on the water at the back of that property? It's a problem all the way down on our side of the creek. So that's not, the only thing is it's not going to be, it's sort of multifaceted here. And I don't know how it's all going to be looked at, but I would just urge you, do what we can as quick as we can, because these folks are, I'm sure, anxious to do the apartments or get their money somehow.
Well, when does the EAC meet, Laura?
EAC next week, Tuesday.
Tuesday, so that's prior to the 20th, correct?
Well, yeah.
They have to go out and they have to go and.
Right, so
They're gonna go to the property and greet it.
make this a priority to the EAC's.
Then they have to come back to the EAC the following month, which is December, present it to the entire EAC to make a recommendation. You're looking at not doing anything until January or February for an appraisal, unless we order one now. And there's no reason we can't. And I'm gonna make that motion after Priscilla gets done with this silliness. And we'll see. I'm sure they'll vote it down. But who knows? When it first came up, if you were here last time, you remember, they wanted the fast track. They didn't even want to send anybody to zoning to object to it. By the end, not only were they sending someone to zoning to object to it, they were telling them, they were saying a letter, or sending someone to represent the town council. They were saying they were against it.
Well, I appreciate that everyone listened to the people, and thank you for that.
We got to get them back here on the 20th, because they're not going to be ready the 20th. The full EAC, the earliest they'll look at that is December, if not January. Because she's right, they meet next Tuesday or whatever, and but it has to, the results have to come back before the full EAC, because that's what they're waiting for. They're trying to slow this down, they don't want to do it,
That's what I'm saying, if we can get an appraisal, it seems to be.
They don't wanna do it.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
So when we get an appraisal, if we get an appraisal and it comes in at whatever,
Right.
and the amount's way less than what they're asking for, then what?
Then it's a negotiation. You go and say, and you say to them, listen, we have an appraisal for this amount. For us to use open space money, we can only pay appraised value. Now, if at that time, there's something else that could also slow it down, have the right to get their own appraisal. So there could be two appraisals. And then you are allowed to use either appraisal or meet in the middle, which we've done before. Priscilla's well aware of this. We've done that before. And so it starts the process going. It starts the negotiation going with real numbers. We don't have real numbers right now. All they made was a demand. It's not backed by an appraisal. It's not backed by an appraisal.
Looking at sales
You're looking at, they're trying to
properties
delay
is an
this until
indication.
January or February. They're trying to delay this to January or February.
I'm just saying, looking at the sales prices of the property is a good indication of what it was valued at.
Right.
Well, it's
Right.
sold,
But that's an
sold in
appraisal.
2018 in the 500 range, and then it sold again in 20.
400,000.
Can I have another half a minute?
I looked it
So
up.
it is the Lower Saucon Township Planning Commission approved the demolition of the property to build 3 buildings of 3 apartments.
You know what?
Was it Lehigh Valley? Was it Lehigh Valley plan?
The
Lower
planning
Saucon
commission,
Township Planning Commission.
does it say what the date of that meeting was?
I don't know if I'm going to have that. This is from Karen Samuels, she's the one that sent it to me.
I think it was the last meeting.
Just for clarification, my understanding is that the planning commission met on, I don't know if it was sketch plans
Susie,
or whatever, in 2023. But in 2024, this project hasn't come before planning. The only thing that's happened in 2024 is the developer came before council and provided 2 choices that we could consider for them to develop. But they were both just plans that were choices. They hadn't gone back to planning in 2024. So I don't know what happened in 20.
From last year, I don't know.
Yeah, it may have happened. I have to pull the minutes from that meeting.
All right.
I mean, everything I've read when they were before us, whenever they were before us, I don't ever remember seeing demolition in there. In fact, I didn't even know, I mean, you know, I drive by here, I usually come in the other entrance, so I don't come down this way often. And I didn't realize that the building was part of the parcel. You know, I didn't know where
In the middle.
and they didn't say it on the plans that there was a previous building, you know, I mean, an existing building. So,
They also only put 7 cars in an 80-car parking lot on the model, and no cars in the street. But Susie's a planning solicitor. Was this brought before planning this year? No. Thank you. So, well, I want to make my motion. Are we still on your motion?
no, would anybody
We're
else
still on
like to
public.
speak? We're still on public.
Oh, okay.
Good evening. So, Stacy Mazensky, Lower Saucon Township. So, can you just, as a note, make sure that there was no demolition ordered for the property so that they can't go back and just, you know, oh, by the way, we're just going off with the 2023 ruling. I mean,
Kathy wrote it down already.
you know what I mean? Like, oh, so, oops, yeah, I mean, that would probably be the most.
She wrote it down already.
Cool, thanks, that's all I wanted to make sure, because I believe that these people do have an absolute right to preserve it. It sounds like an amazing property, I don't know which one it is, but it does sound like it's historic and it should
Right
stay.
across the street.
I don't go that way, I don't.
See, we come in the other way, so we don't come down this way.
Thank you.
Do we know
Okay,
if-
next.
Do we know if the AC has proper bylaws? Have they updated their bylaws? Because there were issues with their bylaws?
You're right, it's in violation of the code.
That is violation of the code.
Only on the bylaws.
Okay, go ahead.
Here we go again. It's right across the street, and nobody on the council seems to be able to mobilize to get all the way over there.
It's gonna take 3 months to go over, walk across the street and look at the property.
I'll tell you, I was
So we can order an appraisal. So we can order an appraisal.
on the planning board for 10 years, and we had professional planners and everything. And being on that board, if you didn't get there and look at, excuse me, I'm talking.
I'm sorry.
If you didn't get there.
Respect for Mr. Bland. No respect for you, I'm
I didn't
sorry.
ask for your comment. I'm talking to the chair, who I need to talk to, not bloviate. Now, what I was saying is if you don't get you over there, you wouldn't be on that board long. And that's what I find absolutely breathtaking here. Here we have Laura Ray, the head of the EAC or whatever, are on it for all these years, and she can't get over there. And somebody else, they can't get over it, and yet we're gonna make all these great decisions on what we're gonna do with this abstract piece of property somewhere on the planet. I find that's incredible. I can tell you, watching Black River down there, flood over those things, and hearing about some of the suggestions on this council by none other than this attorney over here on my left, that we put in underground parking in a flood zone is absolutely breathtaking. And the fact the EAC hasn't been on top of this like poison ivy on your back, I find that incredulous. This is such a hot topic, and there's such limited time, and there is no coordination amongst the three people here that are gonna make this decision, that pulling it out of the air when they don't even know what they're talking about. I didn't know there was a building there. It's right over there, folks.
Wait, can I explain?
Yeah, well, let's keep going, okay? So let's get over there and see it. Maybe we could have a statement from Priscilla and the rest of the council. They've all been over there and given the people on Old Philadelphia Pike what they've requested, and that is due consideration, because you're going to make these decisions. And I sure would like to see the procedure that Virginia talks about, Victoria, sorry, talks about, that the EAC has, and we're going to do this, 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 and this. And then I hear Laura Ray say, this is breathtaking. Well, what happens if they don't want to take the appraised value? Boy, there's that's just absolutely lack of any understanding about how business is done, much less any legal matters. And yet she's going to make that decision. Could be the time vote. She weren't there, and it was, 2-2. It wouldn't go. Anyhow, what again I'm saying is you need to get educated, because you have no credibility when you make silly statements. I won't say stupid, but I'll just say silly because it's nicer.
They're stupid.
Well, I'd like to just address the public and you, and I would like to tell you that I did read the applicant's submission when they were on twice, and I did read it. Nowhere was it mentioned about a house. It wasn't on their plans, it was a field. And when I looked across, I just thought I didn't measure it. I don't have a little wheel that goes outside and measure, and I saw the field, and
We'll get you one.
that's where I thought the proposal was gonna be, and I didn't find out about the house until afterwards, right? Right? You agree with that? And they never said that it was
Last
gonna,
year talked about it.
that it would be demolished or whatever, so then it was like an old house, and then I find out from the neighbors that it's it has some historic significance, and that's how I learned about it, but.
That, in my opinion, is just complete negligence.
How could that be negligent?
Because you didn't take the time to do something so important.
I wouldn't argue with them. I mean, it was before planning in 2023. I think
Okay, here's Ms. Bloviate again.
was there,
All right, I'm having a discussion with you. I thought, but listen to her.
Tell us if you
Listen,
guys
public,
talked
there she
about
goes.
the
Watch
building
watch
and
her
the
go.
historic features,
If you
if you, from
Okay,
2023.
well,
So
that's
Priscilla's
what I
right.
did, so that's it, that's all I'm
All
saying.
right, I'll say this though, I'll say this in Priscilla's defense. She's right, I don't remember anything about demolition, either in planning or on council, when it came in. But that's even more reason why we shouldn't trust these people with their offer. We should get our own appraisal and see what it's like. They also presented, as I alluded to before, a plan that showed 7 cars in an 80-car parking lot and no cars on the street. And we can't trust these people. So that's why we need an appraisal. That's why we need an appraisal.
Absolutely, absolutely, and that man is dead right. You have no idea what the cost is, and if it takes 2 appraisals or 3, it doesn't matter. If this township's thinking about buying it, which I would say, and I don't have a dog in the fight here, and especially it really gourds me that Laura Ray, the environmentalist, top of the heap, top of the game, hasn't said a peep about this and taken her committee over there. Do you understand? Taking the EAC committee over there. That's how, okay,
You had 2 comments.
10 more minutes? Good.
No.
Oh,
You
5 seconds. Oh, 2. Okay, let me finish up then, I will do that. She hasn't gotten her committee to go over this, because this is so
Hey,
important.
yes, your time was
So
over to
important.
talk, and I will explain, you know what,
Right.
no.
Okay.
He already talked for 10
That
minutes.
works?
No, she said that he already spoke for the equivalent of 2
Sorry, I'll
comments.
talk to her, folks.
And I'll tell you,
Listen to Victoria.
we only go evaluate properties if the owner comes to us and puts in an application for open
With her
space
sitting here.
preservation, and that did not happen, so we don't just go to people's property and say, hey, we're gonna walk
Oh,
around
of
and
course.
look at it. That is
Are
not
we
how
having-
it
are you
works,
having a
so
discussion
sit
with me?
down.
I hope so, because you know you can do that. I'm sure the owner, do you know who the owner is? Does anybody know who the owner is? Have you had a discussion with that person? I'll put you in touch with him if you do. I am sure he would be pleased to have a discussion with the EAC. And you're gonna do it anyhow, hopefully, because it's in the procedure that you're gonna show me at some point.
But it's not written anywhere. It's not written.
Okay, so
Well, we'll
anybody
find
else
out.
like to speak?
I gotta
Anybody
go.
else like to
This is
speak?
crazy. It's absolutely crazy.
Now I'll make my motion after, but then we'll also put on November 20th. Because one of the things, the problem is
Let me have public comment, please. Move the microphone, please. Thank you.
So in this property across the street, do you know what those people paid for the property? Is it in the county tax records?
Yes, it was like $400,000 or $500,000.
$400,000.
$100,000 is a lot of difference. Was it 4 or 5?
$400,000 was what they bought it for.
You said they came and made you an offer?
Well, they offered to sell it for a price, yes.
What was the price they offered
This is
you?
I can't tell you what the
executive
price
session.
is.
Why not?
It's executive
It's
session.
part of
You know what, you need to put me on council, because that's the first thing we're gonna do away with, it's executive session, and
it's
we're gonna
against
start
the law.
making things public.
Legal thing.
It's against the law. We're allowed to have
It's against the
executive
law.
sessions.
That's the problem with
I
America,
cannot tell
there's
you
too
Make the
many
rules,
laws.
Mark. I didn't
Anyway.
make the rules.
We can't tell you the figure, but I can tell you it's nothing like what the purchase price was.
So they're looking for a profit, like anybody would. At least, common sense tells me that.
I can't tell you the price, but I can tell you it's not $400,000.
Well, then, get on the ball, Laura. Get over there, walk around, check it out, and if the neighbors really don't want it, you start a petition and you bring it to council. Or you go to the people that want to build the buildings and you say, we'll accept this. You don't need 90 apartments or whatever it's gonna be, whatever crazy number they threw at you. God.
Okay, thank
Make
you.
things difficult.
Anybody else like to speak?
Anne Marie Slavic, Lower Saucon Township. So 2 meetings ago, right? It was 2 meetings ago when we discussed this, when everybody was here complaining about the apartment complex, right? Wasn't it, when they objected to it? And then there was a plan. You all decided that you voted to all come together, right?
We voted to go in executive session.
Will you stop it?
Okay, yes, and then you came out, and then Attorney Goudsouzian was supposed to go to a meeting. You said he was gonna go to a meeting, and that, was it the zoning meeting? Was it a zoning meeting that he was supposed to go to?
Yes.
This is what happens, like, there was a plan, you all had a plan, you all decided on a plan, and this was supposed to take place, and now it seems like nobody knows what's going on. So, and then, again, this is how the meetings are prolonged, because none of us need to stand up here again and go through this, because all the people were here, we objected to the apartment complex. Even your supporters objected to the apartment complex, and you jumped on it. You were like, yes, let's do something about it. Where is it at? What's the update? If you gave us an update, then we wouldn't have to be up
You
here.
want me, may I?
Yeah, please.
So there is, the applicant would then file an application to get in front of the zoning hearing board, if that's
Right.
what they wanted to do.
Right,
They have not done that.
okay,
So then what happens, then nothing essentially happens with regard to the application, because it's their burden to move it forward. If they don't apply to the zoning hearing board, nothing else happens.
got it. So they couldn't do anything to that property unless they go to zoning, right?
That's your comment.
I mean, they can't just do something to the property without, because they needed a variance, correct?
Do you want me to answer?
Yes.
Okay, so there were two separate plans that were provided, or two options.
Right.
One required a variance and required zoning relief.
Right.
One was known as a by rights plan, meaning they would not require any zoning relief, they could just simply build it.
Right.
And if they went with the by right plan, there would be very little the township could do, because they met all the requirements, they checked all the boxes. The developer at that point suggested they liked the other plan better, they wanted the input from the township.
Right.
So, the developer still has a right today to move forward with the by right plan. And if they do that, there's very little the township could do, because they, again, check all the boxes.
Got it.
But right now, nothing, back to your question, nothing has happened of any significance since that last meeting.
Okay, that's what thank you for that update.
Except they've made an offer to the town.
They made a demand.
Yeah.
They made a demand. So we instructed the township solicitor to oppose the zoning.
Right.
Also reach out to the property owner's lawyer to see if they're interested in selling.
Right.
And they expressed interest in selling. And now, in response to them expressing interest in selling,
Okay.
we're gonna sit on our thumbs
Okay.
and not do anything. Or have EAC slow play this, and they can go in tomorrow and break ground if they want to, and start working on this, on the project that they can do by right. They can, not tomorrow, but they can do it very
They can
quickly,
do it
okay?
if they want.
It's the
Very
processes
quickly.
and procedures in place.
Very
Those
quickly,
aren't
so they wanna sit
Taxpayer
around.
dollars to
Hey,
make
can we get
sure
a
that
demand
we
for
grade the
you?
property.
If they give us a
and
demand,
that
okay,
we're
we'll get back to you in
Okay,
6
one
months.
at a time, please.
Why ask for a demand if you're not gonna move forward with it some way? Because they
Yeah,
don't wanna
I-
get it done, that's why.
I missed the last meeting, like the first 10 minutes, and I think that's when you said something about that property and I missed it. And I was a little confused as to what the outcome was that. And that's probably why everybody's kind of confused as to where we are with it. And that's why I think we're all up here, because it just seems like there was a plan in place and now there's chaos. Or, I don't know if I used the right word,
There's
you
a
know.
plan in place for this, it's the developer's burden to move that plan forward, and they're not. In the interim, we voted to approach the developer, we did, developer came back to us, and now we're moving it through the process to review the developer's offer.
And the developer knows that you're going through this process. They're well aware that you want to put
That's what we're doing tonight.
property.
That's what we're doing tonight.
Okay, as
We're
long as,
moving it through the process.
There's no process.
Every time there's a back and forth, like if the developer comes back to us, Mr. Goudsouzian has to update council, then council has to make a decision as to the next step. So we can't just like snap our fingers and make it all happen tomorrow. We have to go through the process, and God forbid, if we did try to snap our fingers, people would be complaining that we're not going through the processes, that we're wasting your taxpayer dollars, that so-and-so meant they didn't approve that direction. So we're gonna make sure we go through all the processes and procedures, and that everybody understands how and when their taxpayer dollars are being spent.
She can't point to a process and procedure. She can't physically hold up a procedure because one doesn't exist. She can't do it. Ask her for it. She can't do it. She can't do it.
that's fine, as long as we don't get to a situation where all of a sudden
It's
they're over
not
there.
fine, she's lying to you. That's not fine to have her lying.
She's not lying. She's saying there's a procedure.
If there's
It's not written
developers,
anywhere.
if we see developers over there and
She's lying.
then we're gonna come back to you guys.
They're
We're
lying.
gonna have to hold you accountable
Where's the
because
procedure?
We've
Show
been
me the
sitting here
procedure.
talking
Show me
about
the
spending
procedure.
open space funds.
Show me the
Spend
procedure.
open space funds,
Show
the
me.
EAC has to go out there, grade the property,
Correct.
they come back with whatever scores they are, I don't know how they come up with
That's
the
fine.
scoring.
Thank you.
They score it, and then they make a recommendation.
Well,
So there's a
we're on the
process. You
agenda.
can't just
Yeah,
spend,
we're gonna get an
you
appraisal.
can't spend the
Does
EAC.
not mean that we can't get an appraisal. If you wanna get an appraisal, we get an appraisal.
It's
That's
our
just
money.
what I'm
Open
saying.
space money, you can't spend open space money without getting the proper
Yes, you
rating.
can. Yes, you
You're gonna
can.
want more than.
Show me where that is. You can. I challenge you to show me where
I
that is.
hope that you
You're
all
lying.
move quickly through the process and do whatever you need to do.
You are lying. You can't show me where that is.
Okay, well,
She can't, she's making a
we'll
claim
be
now.
back here again to the
Yeah.
podium if nothing happens.
And bring,
And we'll bring the forces.
bring the neighbors, November 20th, I'm gonna put this on the agenda,
They'll
bring
be
the
back,
neighbors.
they'll be back.
Bring the neighbors, she's lying, I challenge her by November 20th to show that written procedure, that she's lying, that we can't get an appraisal at the same time
That's not what I
EAC
said.
scores it.
That's
That's
not what I
exactly what
said. I
she's
said
a liar. She has no
spend
procedures, there is no
open
written
space
procedure.
funds.
There's no
You
written
just keep on
procedure, you're a
shouting.
liar.
To
You're
spend
a liar.
open space funds,
That's wrong.
you need to go and get it graded by the EAC,
No,
that's
you
our
don't.
procedure.
No, you don't.
Then
Show
I
me that
guess-
written procedure.
I guess we just spend taxpayer dollars and we don't
We
do
don't.
the
We
processes
don't.
and procedures
Right.
everybody has in place, because we have an open space fund, we
Okay.
have an open space committee.
Let's
If
see.
anybody.
Let's see, again, I challenge Victoria to bring that written procedure to the November 20th meeting. If you will, I know it's.
Anybody else?
Hey, so come here.
People that need something bad.
Roll call.
My man, just stay and go flat my
No, I want an appraisal.
Mr. Ed.
Complain about it, I'll just.
Yes, I think
I'll say it for you.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes, to the EAC.
Mr. Banonis.
Yeah, I don't care if it goes to the
Oh,
EAC,
I
but get the
told you
appraisal.
what Vicky wanted. Cheat.
Get the appraisal.
I'm making my motion to get an appraisal on the property
Except for the consequences.
as ordered as of today. Second, now there's a
I agree
motion
with it.
on to get an appraisal.
Kathy was in the middle of roll call.
It's all right.
4-1 on the motion that was on the table.
Yeah.
Now we have a motion
I wanna
on the
know how
table
the
by
girls
Mr.
would do if
Banonis,
we get rid of those two
seconded,
guys.
Mr. Carocci, seconded by Mr.
Yeah.
Banonis, to get an appraisal.
Immediate.
No honesty.
Let's see what they say, man.
I don't
Okay,
disagree.
Jason, any discussion?
Get the appraisal. There's no reason not to get the appraisal.
Tom?
Victoria cannot show a written procedure that says we can't use open space money to get a procedure until EAC. She's completely wrong, she's lying about that, there is no written procedure that says we can't spend open space money on an appraisal before EAC scores a property. She's wrong about that. And she cannot, I challenge her at the November 20th meeting to bring that written procedure and defend her lies, Because please bring your neighbors to that December 20th meeting, because we're gonna put this back on the agenda, November 20th. Because not only that, you're holding these people up. What if somebody is looking to sell their house, they can't smell a prospective buyer, what's gonna go in across the street? What if, you know, all these, you're holding them up for no reason whatsoever. And you've done the same thing to the people on Eastern Road by threatening to rezone it back to non-commercial, basically. You hold these, our residents hostage with this nonsense, with this total
They
nonsense.
hold Kathy hostage. They hold the zoning contractor hostage.
Yeah.
That's what they want to do. They want to hold everybody hostage.
Everybody hostage, they hold everybody hostage. Please bring your neighbor November 20th. Victoria will not have this paperwork because it doesn't exist.
Okay.
And if she does, she made it up.
It's my turn, and I've been on council a long time, and I know what past practice has been with the EAC.
Now it's past practice, it's not a written procedure. Now it's past
That
practice.
everything boards do is written as a procedure. So I don't know
Where
if
is
a
it?
written thing exists. But
Ah,
I
it
do
doesn't.
know that I want to wait and see what the EAC does before we do an appraisal. That may not be meeting everybody's approval, but that's my opinion at the moment. Okay, next, who's after me? Victoria?
Thanks. I know some people like to put words in my mouth and misconstrue what I say and claim that I say things I didn't
No,
say.
she's
and
gonna
say
change it.
I said something that wasn't true, and she's
Victoria,
lying,
stay on
and she's this, and
topic.
she's that. What I said was, and I continue to say is, it would be irresponsible and inappropriate for us to spend any taxpayer dollars
Now there's no
just because
procedure.
we want to, when we don't want to follow a process which is placed
Now-
out. We have an open space committee.
Now it's a
who
process,
grades
not a written
who
procedure.
grades- Yes, and they're supposed to grade a property
Got caught in the lie.
and provide
Caught
us
in the
with
lie.
recommendations before we make any
further moves. That's the process that we follow. I know you like to spend a lot of money all the time and not actually follow any process.
Calling the line.
I mean, that's what you guys do, but, I mean, I've heard lots of people, including the same people that are complaining today, tell us that we gotta have processes, and we gotta have procedures, and if you spend any cent, you gotta make sure you know exactly why you're spending it, and where it's going, and where the tree is placed, and where the apple's falling. So we're gonna make sure we know where those things are.
So what she's saying is she lied about these
No,
procedures, they don't
that's your
exist.
opinion,
They don't
and I
exist.
didn't lie.
Now it's a process. Now it's a process.
No.
Victoria's here.
She lied. She lied and got
I'm
caught.
just making sure everybody
She
understands.
lied and got
There's no
caught.
lie, it's all a process. And that's what we're required to do.
Lied and got caught.
That's what we're required to do.
Lied and called out, caught.
Laura? I'm sorry.
Okay, so normally when we talk about doing
Tell me if I help Priscilla, I hope
appraisals,
the record picked it up.
I
She said,
hope
go
it
to hell.
does too.
I hope it picked you up, but I want the record to reflect that Priscilla said to me, go to hell.
I'm talking.
Tom, it's a
yeah.
violation
That's
of
why
conduct.
I got, and it's not her first violation, you're
Normally,
right.
that's a
It's not her
violation
first violation,
of,
code of conduct. I got
Okay,
her score.
and then normally,
I've been appointed arbiter of the
Go ahead,
code of
Laura.
conduct.
normally when we do motions about and discuss having appraisals done, we set a limit on what the price that we would pay for this appraisal. The appraisals that you normally get for open space evaluation are different than a normal real estate appraisal. So they do cost more. I mean, yeah, if you just go to a realtor, they'll give you whatever the market value, not taking into consideration.
That's not an appraisal, an appraisal is an appraisal.
But doesn't it gonna take a while?
Right.
You have to use
Just
a
saying.
licensed appraiser, not a real estate agent.
So what do you want to do?
You don't even know what an appraisal is.
Well,
She doesn't
normally
know.
we do.
She doesn't even know.
We can make a motion to allow it
Laura
Can I finish talking?
Ever.
Laura has the.
Yeah, so
She doesn't
normally
even know what
we
an
do
appraisal is.
put a limit on it.
Okay,
Go
put a
ahead,
$5,000 limit on.
Just finish.
I'll make a second.
$5,000 limit on. I'll amend my motion, put a $5,000
What else we
limit.
got?
What do you mean you're gonna?
It'd be nice if you would.
I'll amend my motion that we get an
Because I'm
appraisal.
considering,
Well, we have
you
one
know, let's
motion on the
do
floor.
this so we can get this out of the way.
Yeah.
And we're gonna see what the numbers come in at, and if they're nowhere in any ballpark together, then.
Well, but this is.
That's the excuse that they want.
Discussion.
That's the excuse. They want the numbers to be so far apart that they don't have to.
It doesn't matter.
We will have no control over that
Exactly.
because
You
we
can
don't do the
negotiate.
appraisal,
Right.
the appraisers do it.
But we can't negotiate. Laura's.
We're gonna
Let
negotiate.
Laura finish.
Yeah,
what she's
okay.
trying to say.
So I'm gonna amend my motion that we spend no more than $5,000 on an appraisal.
1,000.
We're not gonna cover it.
And we get an appraisal. Oh,
That is another motion. We didn't, all right, then we
There's
talk
nothing over
about
there
it.
except the
He's
house.
amending
Take it
He's
15 minutes
amending
and
the
walk
motion,
through
but
the
I'm
house
asking
and the
Laura, I
back.
don't think, can you give us an idea of what EA? She does, because she's on EAC and they grade them and they do this stupid thing.
I'm not on the committee that does the grading or scoring, so I don't know what you're asking.
She's asking if you know what an appraisal costs. What an
The
appraisal
type of
costs.
appraisal, because it's a
Kathy would probably have a
specialized.
better idea, because she
Right.
gets the numbers for that.
Do you think?
I'm sure any certified appraiser would look at the value of the property and what's being proposed on the property.
You think $5,000 is right?
Is
You
there a
think $5,000?
specialized process
I
when
don't
they do
think
the
I would
open
spend more than
space?
$5,000 on
Right,
appraisal.
okay, right, so we can say that.
And West Raiders was a similar situation.
Right, okay. So I amend my motion is that we get an appraisal immediately, but we don't spend more than, we don't authorize Kathy to spend more than $5,000 on the appraisal.
I amend my second for the 5th time.
Okay, now we have to rediscuss, so Jason,
No discussion.
Discuss that.
Tom,
No discussion, let's get the ball rolling.
this is the way I have to go through this procedure. Victoria?
I don't have any more.
I don't know. Laura?
Well, like I said, I'm just considering maybe we move forward in parallel with both these efforts.
All right,
Okay.
let's move. Roll call?
Public?
No, you don't procedure, you really should learn it, Tom. Anybody in the audience like to speak?
I'm trying to learn.
Master.
I'm trying to learn from her.
No, nobody in the audience would like to speak on this? Okay, roll call, Kathy. Oh, yeah, roll call.
Ms. Ray,
I say yes.
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Banonis.
Yes.
Ms. Cordero.
Yes.
Mr. Carocci.
Yes.
Just to
That
move
could have been
on.
done, that could have been done a half an hour ago.
It's ridiculous.
Could have been done a half an hour ago.
Who's Bobby?
Thank you, man. Thank you. We're gonna get that appraisal. We just voted for that appraisal.
Okay,
Thank
but
you.
we'll be, I want to be in touch with you to do that historic thing with Karen. So if you talked to her before, would you tell her, you know, and your neighbor has historic stuff? All right.
You're not moving quick enough. I'm gonna put it on the November 20th agenda. You'll come out the Friday before the meeting and bring your neighbor.
Okay, so next we have Beechwood Court Land Co. LLC variance, 04-24- and it's like it's 2337 Beechwood Court appeal to Court of Common Pleas. This was another item discussed in executive session. The solicitor will discuss the possible actions council may consider regarding Beechwood Court Land Co. LLC's appeal to the Court of Common Pleas based on the decision made by the zoning hearing board. Steve?
The applicant went before the zoning hearing board requesting relief. The applicant was not granted the relief they requested. They took an appeal. They took an appeal approximately on October 21st, 2024. So there's now an appeal before the Court of Common Pleas. The two parties that exist right now are the applicant as well as the zoning hearing board. In many cases, the municipality, the township will intervene, meaning will become a party. And one of the reasons to become a party is that if there is a circumstance where the zoning hearing board loses before the Court of Common Pleas and there's an appeal to the Commonwealth Court, the zoning hearing board is not considered an aggrieved party, meaning it can't appeal to the Commonwealth Court. However, the township could. So often townships will intervene, meaning they become part of the litigation, and then that preserves the township's rights to appeal to the Commonwealth Court if the zoning hearing board was unsuccessful in the Court of Common Pleas.
Okay, I would like to make a motion to have the township intervene in the appeal filed by 2337 Beechwood Court Land Co. LLC, and for the township solicitor to take all steps to support the position of the Lower Saucon Township Zoning Hearing Board. Would there be a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, council discussion, Jason?
Steve, do you have the case law that says that the zoning hearing board does not have a right of appeal? Because if they have standing in the Court of Common Pleas, how do they lose that standing? And I'm not saying that the law doesn't exist, I would like to know what that case is, because I'd like to read it myself, have an understanding, because it just seems peculiar to me that you could have standing in the Court of Common Pleas to litigate a matter, but somehow you lose that when it goes to the Superior Court.
And I've known that for as long as I've.
I'm not asking you, you're not authority, I mean, you think you're authority, but you're not a judge, you've never issued an opinion, and you've never written a statute. So I'd like,
The answer is yes.
yeah, I know, I'm just asking, I'm not accusing you, I would like to know.
That's fine. The answer is yes. I did the case research. I have it. I will send it to you.
Thank you very much, I appreciate
Did you
that.
send it to me?
I'll send it to everybody.
Thank
I would
you.
never send it, yes, of course I'll send it to everybody.
Yeah, thank you.
And in response to your question, it is somewhat peculiar. The reason I believe it exists is because the zoning hearing board is not the aggrieved party when the appeal takes place to the Court of Common Pleas.
Yeah.
Their virtue of their standing as a party takes place because their decision is being appealed. One would think they would be able to appeal to the Commonwealth Court, but that is not the case.
I'm not suggesting I've never heard that before, I just don't, I'd like to see the case law, because I'd like to understand it better. Beechwood Court, this is the billboard?
This is the billboard at the end of Beechwood.
Right.
Right by 78. It came before us and then went before the zoning board.
I mean, are we really going to appeal a decision from the Court of Common Pleas? It seems to me like there's a very, very slim chance that that's going to happen. And that, there may be some resolution of that while the case is pending in the Court of Common Pleas or when the case is decided in the Court of Common Pleas. So the risk of that seems to be very, very small to me. I don't see the benefit in having to pay the solicitor for $180 an hour boondoggle to ride the coattails of the solicitor from the zoning hearing board who's also going to be building the township. No offense to George Heitzman, he's a very talented lawyer. And he's going to be the guy who's carrying the water in this case. So we're going to have a solicitor who's essentially double billing the township for the same services to protect a potential appellate right that seems very, very remote. That's my position on it.
Hey, Tom?
I'd like to limit our solicitor to no more than 10 hours on this. Because Attorney Heitzman will be doing all the legwork. He'll just be reviewing whatever Attorney Heitzman does. And can you, Susie, can you commit to limiting your hours on this?
I cannot.
Okay. Well, then I'm going to vote, against sending them because I don't think that's an unreasonable request. He's, I think, already bilking the township, and this seems like Jason said, a boondoggle.
Okay, my turn. I supported, of course, I made the motion. Victoria?
Yeah, I support it. I think it's appropriate that we hear from the zoning, that we support the zoning hearing board in defending their decision. That's our independent body, and we should show our support with them and give them the opportunity to appeal should they want to. And if in the remote case that we have to get that far now, so we'll note that we have received some communications from residents on the Eastern Road area that are very concerned about this issue, and I appreciate those residents and reaching out to us.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, I agree in supporting the zoning hearing board's decision on this.
Okay, and I'll now open it up to the audience. Anybody in the audience like to speak on this? No? Kathy, can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. DeLeon,
Yes.
Mr. Banonis,
No.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carocci,
No.
Ms. Ray.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, next we have discussion and possible action on 2024 DEP notices of violation issued to the Bethlehem landfill. Victoria, you asked for this to be on the agenda. Do you want to take over?
Yeah, I asked for this to come on the agenda because I'm not sure that everybody in the community is aware that in the year 2024, the DEP has issued
Your parents own a property right next to it?
separate notices of violation.
You're out of order.
I don't think he is.
I'm gonna start
You're
over.
out of order too.
So,
You should start with the disclosure
I
of
have
your
the
parents
floor.
owning your property.
I have the floor, and I am
And suing
going
the
to continue to provide the information. I don't know why you're trying to stifle the comments, you're trying to prevent people from speaking. So just let me go, and I can speak, and then you get to
Well,
go.
you should tell them about your parents'
So,
property.
let me
also.
finish, and don't stifle my speech. In the year
Tell them about your
2024,
Oh my God.
in the year 2024, the DEP has issued 3 separate notices of violation against the Bethlehem landfill. The first notice of violation came in February. That notice of violation indicated that BOC failed to promptly address and correct problems and deficiencies discovered in the course of inspection performed under 25 PA Code Section 273.218B2 in violation of another code and solid waste management permit number 1020, Part 2, Section 2, Condition A, Point B. And then BLC failed to maintain intermediate cover that prevented odors in violation of 25 PA Code, and so on and so forth. It says on January 27th, the representative of the Department of Energy Emergency Response Team conducted an odor complaint investigation and detected persistent landfill gas odors consistent with those that have been detected at the Bethlehem Landfill facility on Johnston Avenue, Madison Avenue, Main Street, and Riverside Drive, including odors detected at the residences of 2 complainants. The department has determined the following violation. BLC failed to maintain. It goes on to cite on January 30th, the DEP was again out there, conducted an odor complaint investigation, and detected persistent landfill gas odors consistent with those that have been
detected at the VLC facility, Applewater Road, Johnston Avenue, Madison Avenue, Main Street, Mixel Avenue, Riverside Drive, Saucon Avenue, including odors detected at the residence of 3 complainants, and malodor detected at the residence of another complainant. This is DEP knows, no speculation. The department
You met
had
with them.
also
Dropped it off.
detected a landfill gas
Harvard Salt met
odor
with
during an
DEP
odor
numerous
patrol on
times.
Applebutter Road at the
Follow.
entrance of the VLC facility. The department has determined following violations, and it lists 3. They permitted the emission of a malodorous air contaminant from the landfill into the outdoor atmosphere in such a manner that the malodors were detectable outside the landfill, where the malodors were generated in violation of code. I won't read the code, it's long. BLC failed to prevent and control air pollution in accordance with the Air Pollution Control Act, Article 3, in violation of 25 PA code and solid waste management number, permit. BLC failed to maintain intermediate cover that prevented odors in violation of the code. And then, of course, it provides additional information for the landfill to respond and correct the action. The landfill did in fact respond, and they provided explanation as to their position on the various allegations of violations of code. And so that happened in February. I can say, based upon my own understanding of our landfill committee meetings that have happened, that the odors occurred, I believe, from the southeast corner of the landfill related to an area that had not been finally capped, and that the landfill since 2023, I believe, March of 2023, has been attempting to correct this odor without success, leading into this February 2024 notice of violation. That ended up with the landfill installing, I think, 12 vertical or horizontal, forgive me if I get the direction wrong, but they installed 12 wells to capture this excess landfill gas to hopefully be able to capture it, prevent the violations continuing, and to hopefully prevent the odors that were also a nuisance to the community as indicated in the report from this notice of violation. So that happened in February. The repairs have been ongoing. The last landfill committee meeting we had, and my understanding was that the gas wells were almost completely, I think that they were in operation or about to be in operation, but they were supposed to be correcting this issue. So that's the first notice of violation that we were aware of in February, and again, it has been worked on for the majority of this year. We received a second notice of violation. We received a notice of violation on May 10th, 2024. During the inspection and assessment of the daily cover applied, the previous day was performed. It was observed that all waste in the active disposal area was uncompacted, meaning they didn't push it down with their machines. The alternative daily cover, ABC, foam, they don't use soil, they use foam, had not been uniformly applied throughout the working phase prior to closing, and the cover composition was inadequate to control vectors, odors, and blowing litter. A thin layer of the ABC, alternative daily cover foam, has been applied on approximately 75% of the waste. The majority of the waste on the north side of the face showed minimal foam application, the north side being the side I understand to be the side that's on the Lehigh River. The north face showed minimal foam application, and a significant area of garbage on the southwest edge of the disposal area was completely exposed. The department has determined the following violations. BLC failed to spread and compact solid waste as approved by the DEP as part of the permit. BLC failed to place a uniform daily cover on exposed solid waste at the end of each working day in violation of code. BLC failed to ensure that the composition of the daily cover material met performance standards for the prevention of vectors, odors, blowing litter, and other nuisances in violation of code. They asked the Bethlehem landfill to begin immediately sending photographs of daily cover applied at the working phase at the end of each working day to the department. These photographs had to be submitted daily at the end of each working day to Amy Fouch, solid waste supervisor, and then of course they had to respond. with a plan, to rectify the violations. They also say you're notified of both the existence of the violations as well as the need to provide for prompt correction under the Solid Waste Management Act. So that was the second notice of violation, again, talking about mostly daily cover. But I will say at our most recent landfill committee meeting, there was a discussion, because since that notice of violation came up and they required these photographs, there was a photo that was submitted, or I'm not sure exactly how it was transpired, but there was a question and a clarification. The DEP questioned a picture that was sent and was concerned that it did not depict the daily cover after this notice violation was issued. My understanding is the landfill responded and said the picture is what it's supposed to be. So now there's a difference of opinion between the DEP and the landfill as to whether or not they have the proper daily cover. And my understanding is I haven't heard from the DEP one way or the other whether that subsequent photograph was depicting what the DEP said or whether it was depicting what the landfill said. So that's the second notice of violation. I'm concerned about that one also. So we also then got a third notice of violation. I sort of went back through when we've had notices of violation with the Bethel landfill, and I thought it was curious, at least my understanding, maybe there's more, but I think that in 2022 there may have been a notice of violation back then for ballooning cover or that they were supposed to have, but they've never had like 3 violations like this in 1 year. So I'll get to the third violation that came in October 21st. I will say the notices of violation require a response from the landfill, and the landfill has been responsive, and they provided a response letter presenting their position and trying to deal with the allegations that were raised against them. So in this one, dated October 21st, it says that on March 15th, so the notice of violation is issued in October from a discussion that happened way back in March. So March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October. 6 months plus of time between the discussion and the notice. March 15, 2024, the Department of Environmental Protection conducted a multi-program inspection of the BLC. During the inspection, the Clean Water Program, along with representatives of Bethel Landfill Company, identified a new stormwater outfall location deemed outfall 008. It was requested during the inspection and in the inspection report in March that once appropriate best management practices were selected for the new stormwater outfall, that Bethlehem Landfill Company would submit a PAG-03 permit for a new stormwater outfall, or for an amendment to include the new outfall. As of the date of the notice, no PAG-03 permit amendment nor follow-up information regarding the new stormwater outfall has been submitted to the Clean Water Program. So the allegation, according to the DEP, as far as I can understand, is that in March they had a discussion, a new outfall was identified. They asked for them to update their records to provide an amendment so that they can monitor it in the future. And then 6 months went by, they didn't hear anything. They haven't received the information that they talked about, so they issued a notice of violation. This one was just received October 21st, 2024. So that notice of violation, again, the landfill responded, I think, recently. That's where we stand with that. I have an overarching concern, again, that from my understanding, we have never had a situation where we've had 3 notices of violation on 3 separate issues directed to the landfill from the DEP to address issues. They address issues that are concerning about odor, air quality, especially the one from February and May where we have odor complaints, especially from residences and from multiple streets within Steel City and surrounding Apple Butter Road. I will note, and I guess what, again, that added this question to me, is that we received on let me get the date right. Oh, yeah. October 28th, the DEP conducted one of their municipal waste landfill inspections. Or I shouldn't say it's when they did it, but that's when we got the notice, okay? So in there, the DEP identifies the outstanding notices of violation that are being considered by the Department of Environmental Protection. In that report, they'll identify not determined. When it says like either violation or no violation, it just says not determined because they issued the notice of violation, Bethel Landfill responded, and it's still outstanding. So not determined, solid waste spread and compacted as approved by the department as permit. Remark, as requested in the May 10th notice of violation, BLC has begun sending daily cover photos at the end of the working day. These photos are under review. So it's not determined. Again, not determined. Operator implements fugitive air containment control measures and prevents and controls air pollution, including no exceeding of ambient air quality standards, no open burning, and no minimum generation of fugitive dust emissions from facility. And this one references back to the February 2024 notice of violation. Not determined. Operator complies with air quality plan approval. Remark, a notice of violation was issued to BLC in February that included the code. BLC responded with the notice of violation. However, the violation remains outstanding. Not determined. Operator promptly addresses and corrects problems and deficiencies discovered during inspections. Remark, back in February, they referenced their notice of violation issued. BLC has responded to the response, however, the violation remains outstanding. So I asked for this to, more. Uniform cover of the approved daily cover material is placed on exposed solid waste at the end of each working day, at the end of every 24 hours, whichever interval is less. Remark, as requested in the May 10th notice of violation, BLC began sending daily cover photos at the end of the working day to the department. These photos are under review. DOP will continue to review the photos of daily cover at closing time in accordance with the code. So it goes on, and it lists all the different areas in which they inspect, but for my benefit, we have various outstanding notices of violation that began in February, that began in May, and then most recently in October, but we have another one. Daily intermediate cover meets performance and design requirements. Remark, back to the May 10, 2024 NOV, talks about the photos of daily cover and closing time. So if you go to the end of this inspection report at the end of October, if you go to the end, I know it's so boring that we have to protect our residents. The Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection conducted a routine, complete inspection of the Bethel landfill. Again, this is the end of October. They note that a front loader on Apple Butter Road was pushing dirt that was generating a large amount of dust. The inspector inquired about who the loader belonged to. Mr. White stated that the sweeper sometimes utilizes a front loader to perform the initial run to push material for the sweeper to clean the second pass. The inspector reminded BLC that the purpose of the sweeper is to minimize dust and dirt. An odor patrol was conducted before the site visit. A moderate persistent odor of landfill gas was detected on Apple Butter Road from Ringhofer Road to the landfill entrance and into the landfill past the scale house. Miss Levine stated that this could have been due to header repair that was being implemented in the roads to the upper deck and the upper deck was in acceptable condition. Pooling of rainwater was observed at the top of the access road opposite the working place. So it goes on to say, Archaea was not operating its 3500 SCFM due to excess nitrogen in the lines and ongoing header issues. The nitrogen issue is being investigated. The compressor issue has been resolved. Both Archaea flares were on. strong gas odors were detected at the, guess what, southeastern slope. A bobcat was observed at the wind defender tap area. Both portable odor misters were placed in the active phase. The inspector discussed the possibility of bringing back the smaller mister to the area. So they were going to discuss that further. They also noted the amount of odor complaints that were received in the month of between September 19th and October 22nd, which were 22, and they also identified the total number of odor patrols the DEP conducted in that month. So in light of the most recent municipal waste inspection report and the fact that they're continuously identifying the outstanding notices of violation, I would like to direct our staff to write a letter to the DEP. I think that given the odor complaints have been persistent since March of 2023, now we're ending the year 2024, they're still listed. I appreciate the DEP responding to these things, but I think that the community would expect that our township would take a position on the DEP's notices of violation. So they've issued the notices, the landfill has responded, the township should also provide their inputs for the DEP's consideration. So I would like to direct our staff to draft 3 separate letters responding to each individual notice of violation. In the letter, I would like the staff to thank the DEP for their inspections and their identification of these concerns and bringing them to the township's attention. I would like each letter to request that the DEP strictly apply their codes and their regulations to ensure that the Bethel landfill comes back into compliance as soon as possible with respect to these notices of violation, and that the township residents are very much asking that the odors cease and desist, air pollution ceases and desist, and in addition, that we go back to making sure that we have the proper.
She's not finished yet, Tom.
All she had to say was landfill smells
Having a
sometimes.
proper,
And that's
appropriate daily.
It could have been done a half hour ago.
I also-
All she had to say was landfills have
I'm gonna
odor
stop
sometimes.
because she's copying what I'm saying, and I wanna make sure she gets
All
it.
she had to say was one sentence, landfill
So-
smell.
You're out of order. You
So-
talk forever and go on and on, that's how you feel.
This is beyond the bill. It's a one sentence.
So, on notice of violation, we have a response
Landfill
letter
smell.
that we want them to
Shocking.
strictly apply
Shocking.
their codes, that we thank them for what they're doing, and that we would request that they try to get it rectified as soon as possible and work with the Bethel landfill. I hope that they would also continue to try and get this resolved in getting the odor complaints and the odors down so that the community isn't dealing with this any further. With the second notice of violation, which primarily discussed daily cover, to also request that they address that so that it's no longer outstanding and that they require that the landfill strictly comply with the codes and that they come into compliance as soon as possible. The township residents are expecting that. And then with respect to the last one, that we would expect to continue to be notified as soon as they update their plans to include the new water fallout, and that they also require the BLC as soon as possible come into compliance with that, and hopefully would not be within months. So those are the 3 separate letters. I would like, in addition to those letters going to the DEP, that they go, I think his name is Mr. Fox, but he is the governor's liaison for community relations. He receives those. Also, the DC, the state DC, to Bob Freeman, to Rep. McKenzie, to Senator Boscola.
Why Rep. McKenzie? It's not in her district.
She represents our residents who live all throughout our township, who all express a concern.
She doesn't. You're dumb. You don't know geography. You don't know that.
All right.
So
You can complain about who I'm directing the letters to go to, so that's where I'm directing that they go
State
to.
representative for that.
I know you
that
don't
region.
want them to go with people, but that's where I'm
She's
requesting
wasting
that they go.
everybody's time.
And you're wasting her
So,
time. Like,
there we go.
why don't you send it to a guy in Pittsburgh?
Yeah.
There we go.
Send
That's
it to
what
Rep.
I would
Erie.
like to
The
direct.
guy in Erie is really concerned about this. That's who you
I
want to send it to, because it's not his
I think that what
territory.
I've asked for is pretty clear. I'm extremely
support that.
concerned about
extremely-
what's happening here with
She's extremely concerned about her
that have
parents'
been
property.
outstanding since 2023.
Extremely concerned
No,
about her parents'
direction.
property.
It's a direction.
Yeah, she's extremely concerned.
Thank you.
And I would like to just say
Oh,
that
we have a discussion, we get to discuss, she gets to discuss, we get to discuss.
these violations.
It's not your turn, we go alphabetical order, discussion. No, it doesn't matter, we still get to discuss, we still get to discuss. It says discussion.
Jason?
You'll go first. Go ahead.
So, everybody in this room, all 6 of them that remain here, including the lawyer for the landfill, so it's really 5 citizens that are here, residents and taxpayers. Anybody who's still watching this online, I guess you had insomnia and that put you to sleep, so you're welcome. Victoria is like Ambien. You must be a lot dumber after listening to that, because she went on for 20 minutes to tell you that landfills smell. If you don't know that landfills smell, there's something wrong with you. And what she's doing here, DEP regulations do not require a landfill to eliminate all odors. She would have you think that that's the case. That's not the case. The DEP regulations requires the landfill to put in measures to control malodors. That's the difference, malodors. And now, what she's going to do is she's trying to recast what the DEP regulations are to mislead you. And then she's going to now have township use its resources. We're going to have township staff, or the solicitor, somebody's drafting a letter and sending it out on an official township letterhead to benefit her parents. To benefit her parents who live next door to this, who are involved in litigation against the landfill. So, here's what you need to know.
You just said a whole bunch of things.
Here's what you need to
False and
know.
lies.
Section 1103, shut up. You went on forever, I didn't interrupt you. Shut your big fat mouth. Just shut up. Section 1103 of the state ethics law. Restricted activities, subsection A, conflict of interest. No public official or public employee shall engage in conduct that constitutes a conflict of interest. And then, let's go on further, subpart J. Subpart J, any public official or public employee who is in the discharge of his official duties would be required to vote on a matter that would result in conflict of interest, shall abstain from voting and, prior to the vote being taken, publicly announce and disclose the nature of his interest as a public record in a written memorandum filed with the person responsible for recording the minutes of the meeting at which the vote is taken, provided that whenever the governing body would be unable to take action in matter because of the number of members of the body required on it. So, Kathy, Stacy, have you received any written memorandum from Victoria setting forth her conflict of interest? No? No. Okay. So, what we have here is a council member who appears to be utilizing township resources yet again. We got the litigation where we're getting hit with $1.2 million demand plus specific performance out of it. You got Priscilla and Priscilla's Pine and the cell phone tower. Like, when does it end where they misuse your money for their own personal benefit or the benefit of their family members? It's outrageous. And she's doing it in a way that is not just unscrupulous, it's misleading you because she's not telling you what the DEP regulations are, and she's not telling you what you already know is that landfills give off odors. Wow. So we spent that much time on that, and now we're going to spend township money on this bullshit. Bullshit. I'm calling bullshit, Victoria. It's bullshit.
It's what comes out of your mouth.
No, it's coming out of your mouth. Coming out of your mouth. Bullshit.
Now it's my turn. What she also didn't tell you is that her and Priscilla have had meetings with the DEP. They've gone down there to encourage them to write these letters, to find these violations. They've had several of them. And she doesn't control them. But what she does is she's doing this, on behalf of her parents, and Priscilla doing it on behalf mostly of Ginger Petrie, who she gave $500,000 of taxpayer money to conserve her land. Conserve her land. She still owns the land. This is just to conserve her land. And Ginger gives her political support. And who knows what else? Who knows what else if there's any other payment? You can't, She can't help but interrupt because she knows what I'm saying is true. That's a matter of public record. Ginger Peachy received she received $500,000 to conserve her land, and from the township,
From the township. There
From
you
the
go.
township. And Laura.
I can go for it.
Laura received $200,000, but Priscilla voted for the $500,000 for her friend Ginger. And so all because of them, basically the township could get about $80 million over the next 20 years in tipping fees. The landfill's gonna be open one way or the other. DEP's not gonna shut it down. The DEP doesn't shut down landfills. They don't shut down. That's what they do. They regulate them. If they shut them all down, they wouldn't need a DEP for that part of the DEP anyway. And so they're not going to shut it down, no matter how many letters they receive. And because the previous operators did have serious problems, and DEP didn't shut them down. The current operators are pretty good, but all because of the greed of Victoria and her family, and the greed of the Petries. They want township residents not to have access to this $80 million in fees under the host municipal agreement over the next 20 years for their own selfish reasons. So everybody's taxes will go up. It's a big part of our budget. We'll have to probably have layoffs in the police force and stuff like that if it ever goes away. But she's doing it for her own reasons, her own family reasons, money, her parents' property. And Priscilla's similar, but this is all ginned up nonsense, garbage. And hold on, there was one other thing. DOD, right? Okay, right. So how many times have you met with DEP? See, she won't answer. That's to tell you all you need to know. She's there lobbying for these violations, and they're nothing. They're nothing.
Registered lobbyist now.
I used to disclose that.
Yeah, maybe you should.
Are you finished now?
For the time being.
Well, I.
Hey, you hurt your gavel here. What's going on here?
She's banging it too hard.
Bang that gavel too hard.
Nothing to do with gambling, I can do that just fine.
Because you're way under tonight. Over under was like 50.5.
What's conflict for that?
So it has nothing to do with working. Remember
We know that. We know you're not.
We know you're not working. We know you're not working.
It's late, but don't be silly. Dude, that's just silliness.
We know you're not working. That's silly.
That's
I've
crazy.
done that in 40 years.
Priscilla, I just have to correct it, because I know they like to say a lot of things, they like to pretend they're true, they're not. False. Either myself or any member of my family are involved in any active litigation right now.
You were.
No, I wasn't.
Not you,
Number
your family was.
two,
Your family was.
number two, I do not have any interest, I don't get any money from the landfill or anybody else. My parents aren't gonna gain any money by me asking the township to do its job and do its job for the residents who have come here for years to complain about this odor since 2023.
Where are they?
So, they're here.
Where?
The same people that always
They
complain.
were
Two people.
there all through 2023.
Where?
They were there on the
Where are
election
they?
day in 2023.
Where are they?
Because
There's two people
what
here.
happened to the election last year? I forgot about that.
There's two people here.
So, I'm pretty clear on what's going on here, but just so everybody knows, it's not true what you hear from their mouths. Oh, the only thing that is true is that they don't wanna do anything to protect the residents. Example A and B, they don't even wanna send a letter to support the residents, not even a letter.
To support
All
your
the millions
family.
of dollars,
To support your
all the
family.
millions of dollars that we get from the landfill, and they can't even put pen to paper.
I think we should write a letter of thank you to the landfill for doing business in the town.
My turn. I've been involved with landfill issues since 1988, it's a long time. I know pretty much everything about that landfill. So what I'm disappointed in is that, you got these 3 notices of violation, which is unprecedented. You don't normally have 3 a year.
When
And
you
I'm
lobby,
very
the DEP
disappointed. So the odor and the air quality, the cover, the plan, these are like normal activities for a landfill. And if you get notices of violations for the easy stuff, what's going on with the hard stuff? What's going on in the stuff underneath that you can't see? That's what I'm concerned about. Because, it's affecting who knows what it is? So I'm concerned about that. So I think we need to keep in touch with DEP, and I don't have problems, and I'll admit that I'll meet with them anytime I want to.
Yeah, maybe we should send them.
That's all I want you to do.
And I don't
I
deny
like
it.
that idea, let's
Good, you
schedule
should.
it.
She wouldn't answer the question. Thanks for answering the question.
It's my business.
Absolutely, she wouldn't answer the question.
I live not that far from the landfill if you squash the mountain down. That's what I always say.
You could probably do that.
Yeah, we could. Yeah, Rocky will let you. He'll just timber more.
I agree with that, we'll set up another meeting if we can.
What's that?
As liaison, we can set up another meeting with the team.
Correct. Okay, so that's my comment, and it's just a direction, so who's next? You already spoke.
Yeah, I'm done.
Okay, Laura?
Yeah, so it's just pretty ridiculous to make the implication that we control what DEP does or what notice of violations that they issue. We do not have control over DEP, but yes, we do keep in touch with them regarding this issue because it's very important. And it is not just for one single family's benefit. There are people that live all over around there. So
Where are they?
we're looking out
They've been noticed a violation.
all the residents that live near, drive by, or have to deal with it in whatever way they have to deal with. Nobody's benefiting from this in any way, so to keep DEP notified that we are concerned and we want them to keep after this and not let things slide for months because, things do seem to take an awful long time to get anything to happen. So it's ridiculous, the accusations that get made down there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, anybody in the audience like to comment? Sure. Go ahead.
It's our milk cart. She's so lost. Milk cart goes like blah, blah, blah. So many people just talk too much. And you reiterate a bunch of bullshit that everybody knows. Some of them, two of them reports I looked on the township site, one report was 600 and some pages long, the other one was 200 and some pages long. No, I didn't print them out, I only printed the 1- and 2-page things out. Remember, when I talked to my wife about this, me and my wife have decided that discussion and possible action in 2024 DEP notices a violation issued to Bethlehem landfill. You can write your heart blue in the face. You can write to them people that are understaffed, they're too busy, and all they're gonna do is write a letter. So what me and my wife have decided is, we want compensation. We want the township to sue the landfill on behalf of the neighbors that have to put up with the smell and the garbage and the bullshit. And then you compensate us with money. That's what we want. That's what's fair. You can take all those DEP people and shove them up your ass, because half of them are worthless. There's so many problems with garbage dumps and crap from underneath that's starting to come out now all over the place. You can't keep up with it and you can't fix it. The garbage dumps there, it's not going to change. They're worth billions of dollars. Start compensating the people it's affecting, like me. Tell the people to go home and look it up and read it for themselves instead of sitting there blabbing to an audience that ain't here.
Okay, next, who would like to go next? Anybody? Yes, Maryann?
My name is Maryann Garber and I represent the Bethlehem landfill. With respect to Mr. Banonis's explanation of malodors and what is controlled under the regulations, I would urge everybody to go on the township website and look at the July 7th, 2021 letter from Pennsylvania DEP to the then township manager, Leslie Hune. Thank you for forwarding correspondence from Ms. Victoria Cordero concerning response to odor complaints by the DEP and your interest in DEP's handling of odor complaints surrounding the Bethlehem landfill company. And that letter goes on to explain exactly what a malodor is. And so for anybody who wants to educate themselves, and Ms. Cordero is well aware of what the standard is for malodors and the migration of malodors off-site, not on-site. With respect to the 3 NOVs that were issued, I would also urge anyone who's interested to look at Bethlehem Landfill's responses to each of those 3 NOVs. I'm going to touch on them briefly, but there's an incredible amount of detail in there, and I think for anyone who's interested, they should read those in detail. The February 8th NOV for failure to maintain intermediate cover, that led to at the landfill. It was explained, I explained it, and it was explained in the response letter that due to unprecedented levels of precipitation in the region, the decomposition of waste in the area of the southeast increased rapidly, and this is an issue that has been experienced by landfills all over the northeast. And as a result of that, the typical gas management controls that are put into a landfill and the temporary capping schedules needed to be sped up to address this situation that was a result of the increased precipitation. And so there was a February 22nd, 2024 detailed letter about all of the actions that had been taken to date. And we had been working with NOV to try to deal with odors that were coming from that area of the landfill as a result of that precipitation. That letter outlines all of the actions that we had taken to date, all of the actions that we were going to take moving forward. And we've been working very closely with DEP since that time to address the situation. I am going to remind council of an email that Roger Bellis authorized us to forward to the township back in June when there was an allegation that somehow the landfill was not doing what it was supposed to do in terms of responding to the issues resulting from the southeast corner and the accelerated decomposition of waste there. And what Mr. Bellis said was, while the capping project, which was 4.5 acres of temporary cap that was installed in that southeast corner in February of 2024, immediately, I mean, the plan for that actually was in the works before the NOV was issued. He writes, while the capping project failed to completely mitigate the gas odors emanating from the southeast corner of the landfill, after the completion of the project, DEP staff and the host municipal inspector did notice some improvement. Bethlehem Landfill's response to the notice of violation regarding odors from this area always included a 2-step process to resolve the problem. Step 1 was to utilize geosynthetic material to cap the area. That was done in February of 2024. Step 2 was to install additional gas collection in the area. As of June, Bethlehem, he is stating here, Bethlehem Landfill is currently in the process of completing Step 2 by installing 12 vertical glass collection wells in the newly capped area. Feel free to provide a copy of this email to Lower Saucon Township officials. What I will say is since that time, over 6.5 acres of final cap has been installed through the geosynthetics in the phase 3 and southeastern realignment area, and the work, that additional final capping is ongoing. And in fact, 13 new wells in the southeastern realignment area were installed, and 14 redrills across the site have been completed and tied in. And that work was complete as of September 2024. And if you look at the odor complaint log that's attached to the municipal waste inspection reports that are on the township website rather, you'll see that odor complaints were down over 30% from July to September, which is Q3 of this year, and that was before all of the gas wells were completely installed. And you'll see that in the last DEP report that there were only 5 odor complaints for the first 2 weeks, the 2 weeks from October 25th through the first or second week in November. DEP has acknowledged that conditions are improving. We're working very closely with them to alleviate or eliminate the situation that is caused by sort of the unique precipitation in this area. It is not a problem unique to Bethlehem Landfill, and we are doing everything and working cooperatively with DEP to resolve that problem. That's the February 8th NOV. The second NOV was issued on May 10th, and that was for daily cover, and Ms. Cordero read what the NOV contained, and if you read our response, which was submitted on May 24th, you'll see that the issue was with respect to the PADEP approved foam alternative daily cover. That is a material that is approved by DEP for use by landfills all over the place, and specifically at Bethlehem landfill. As we explained in the response letter, that the landfill applied the PADEP approved foam cover, and because of an issue on the manufacturer's end, that foam dissipated overnight. We reached out to the manufacturer, the problem was addressed on their end, and we have had no issues with that since. We've been complying with the DEP's request that we submit daily photos to document that the cover has been applied at the end of every working day. We've been doing that for 6 months. There has been 0 issues with DEP. And there's not a difference of opinion with respect to the photograph that was submitted by we don't know whom, but we explained to DEP that when you look closely at the photo, that it clearly shows that the waste was compacted. The waste gets compacted all throughout the working day, and it's because of some of the nature of the waste that was in the area that was being photographed, which made it look as if in the photograph that it had not been compacted. And that's something that we explained at the last LAC meeting, which Ms. Cordero had attended. So it has been 6 months. We've been submitting those photos on a daily basis. Again, there have been no issues, and frankly, I expect that DEP will close out that notice of violation very shortly. With respect to the third and final NOV that was issued at the end of November, if you read the response to that NOV, you will see that the outfall that the Water Quality Department was requesting be added to our NPDES permit is an outfall that was added to our NPDES permit back in 2010. So there's no new outfall that's been in our permit since 2010, so it's a non-issue. And that's all I have. Thank you.
I have a clarification.
Maryann, I wanna
I have
thank you.
I have an ask for clarification. So you find these, the landfill committee meetings, are you harassed at them? Do you think there's harassing behavior there?
I don't. I think that there is a good exchange of information, and frankly, sometimes I'm surprised at what comes out after those meetings, because it appears that we have an informative dialogue and there are great questions and everybody feels that there's transparency, and then...
And you're aware that...
I think I used the
you're
same
aware.
characterization. No, I have to correct, because there was a statement made that somehow what I'm saying today is different than what happened at the landfill committee meeting.
Yes.
And
You
when
are.
we were at the landfill committee meeting, I know it's on video, I'm pretty sure that I said that there was a difference of opinion between what the landfill thought it saw and what the DEP thought it saw. And I asked the question about whether there had been any resolution or any common agreement between the DEP and the landfill as to what the picture depicted. And the response was, no, we haven't received any confirmation that what we said is right and what the DEP said was right. I remember that conversation, so we can bring back the video, but I did say that. I said it's a difference of opinion. You have one opinion, they have a different opinion.
That's not accurate. They asked a question about the photograph, and we provided an explanation. They did not take a position or express an opinion either way.
Right, so there's a difference of opinion. I just want to clarify that.
Because you said there's no opinion, how can there be a difference if there's no opinion?
Because
How can there be a difference when there's no opinion?
there's one picture that shows one thing, and they said the picture says something different, difference of opinion.
DEP has not taken a position one way or another and does not have an opinion on what was in the picture. They asked a question, and we responded, and we have not heard
And they
anything on
haven't
that
responded
since.
back to say one way or the other, so we don't know.
It seems like, you're
So I just want to be clear, and I'm not trying to harass anybody, but I want to be clear, if you're going to argue that I said something different at the landfill committee that I said here, I did say the same thing.
Just stop talking so he can finish his comments. You went on for 40 minutes, let the man speak.
I'm responding to her question.
Went on for 40 minutes and all she said was landfill smell. So it does seem like harassing behavior, or at least making misrepresentations of what's happening at those meetings. I find it unacceptable. I don't think any business in the township, which is what you are, a business in the township, and a large business in the township as far as the revenue that the township derives from your business, should be harassed like this. I think it's these restrictions, you're basically in the business of interstate commerce. You take garbage and from Pennsylvania, New York, New Jersey, and they're trying to place restrictions on this with this harassing behavior. So I think I'd like to see this council write a letter to President-elect Trump, Senator-elect Dave McCormick, and Representative Ryan McKenzie, talking about how interstate commerce is being slowed down here in Lower Saucon Township. And if there's anything they can do at the federal level to make things easier for you to do business in Lower Saucon Township, please do it. And I think we're going to come into an environment that's going to be pro-business compared to what the last 4 years have been. And hopefully the federal government can supersede some of, under the interstate commerce clause, exceed some of this nonsense that's going on with them lobbying DEP to come after you like this, and for them to bring, her parents to be part of a lawsuit and
It's
stuff
time
like
for
that.
public
So
comment.
hopefully we can
You're not
direct
public.
that letter. If not, Jason and I will just write those letters ourselves if the rest of the council doesn't want to go on. But we want to thank you for operating a business in the township, employing people, and for the budget money you give us for the budget, which was $2.3 million. And you don't have to do that. You have to do it under the host municipal inspection agreement. But there is some cause of concern about how you're being treated under that agreement. And I think you should look into that.
Are you threatening the water? I was at that meeting, and I don't think we harassed anybody.
So there was harassing, and so.
Nobody
So we'll write
harassed
these
the
letters to
Garber. I got it.
President-elect
I
Trump,
taped it.
Senator-elect Dave McCormick.
I thought they were very nice
Representative
meetings.
McCormick. And so you're not lying about commerce isn't slowed down, business about cutting red tape on businesses like yours, and we'll work on it. These three, they're incompetent getting anything done. I wouldn't worry about them too much, but we'll see what we can do. Thank you very much for coming.
Just so you know, Maryann, we're going to continue my relationship with DEP officials.
I appreciate everything.
You should.
I appreciate the wonderful dialogue that we have at the DEP meetings, and I agree with you. Elected officials, our landfill committee meetings
You want me
are
to sound
very
good?
productive.
You can talk to everyone, but why are you directing that comment to her?
Because
Why are you putting her on notice?
The resident has to stand.
Threatening the business, threatening
Threatening her, that's why.
Threatening, that's what you do.
Are you gonna file a lawsuit on her behalf?
Priscilla, I would never represent
Well,
Priscilla. I
you
would
keep
never,
defending her.
ever.
She
I
can't
can only
defend
represent
herself.
ethical, credible people.
Can she defend herself?
She's not an ethical,
I mean,
credible
she's an
person.
attorney, she can
Priscilla's
defend
not.
herself.
Priscilla's not an attorney.
Resident comment period.
Okay, Maryann, I'm sorry to Tracy, Stacy, I'm sorry.
That's okay. Are you done?
I don't know. Getting late.
Well, that's good. Okay, so I did have a chance to look at these letters that were attached as part of the meeting. And the Bethel Landfill, ISI, whatever name, it's the same one, Waste Connections, Inc., have consistently been violating the DEP's Solid Waste Management Act and the Air Pollution Control Act for years. They fail to meet the parameters of the permits they have been issued. Violation notices have the same common theme throughout, and it's inaccurate cover of trash, detection of persistent landfill gas odors, and also, the residents are affected by these activities of this landfill, so I feel that a letter would be a good idea. The deficiencies are consistent. Their lack of compliance has never stopped. In fact, compliance with, there's also complaints in there from Bethlehem, Wilson Avenue, that are recorded in there, as well as leachate seeps. And they were written right in the Waste Connections documentation in their logs. These letters and responses are characteristic of poor management. At every well-run and efficiently managed site, policy dictates every nuance of a site, and every permit parameter is communicated and followed. The site has not focused on their stormwater discharges, or else they would have communicated to the DEP, all the aspects of the permits on site during inspection, real time. This is sloppy. Their actions affect our environment and they should be held to every stipulation that the state mandates. Action by our council, as well as providing our responses to these violations that are still all open, by the way, should also go to Bethlehem Township, because they should be aware that additional actions can be made when violations are open. Bethlehem Township residents are actually complaining as well. And by the way, we're in a drought, and all of the NOVs, they're all active. Thanks.
Thank you. I did, anybody else? I did forget about that. We do have people coming to the landfill committee from
Bethlehem
Township, so we should make sure they get copied on this.
Did you go to?
I went, but with the way these guys flop their gums, I came back for one
Now you're
state.
violating the policy, let
You
them go twice.
can't go twice.
Go ahead,
You
Priscilla.
cannot go twice. I'm sorry, our rules are our rules, we can't, you can comment for 3 minutes one time for each agenda item. You can talk again under non-agenda items. I'm sorry, Mark. Okay, anybody else that didn't
Federal
go?
government needs to be cut off. People
That
need
needs
to
to
keep their own
stop. You
garbage.
need to stop that.
Oh,
That's
well,
up to you. You're not supposed to address people. You
He
said
already talked.
But she's addressing her.
What?
She's addressing her. You're not supposed to
You
address
said
people in the crowd.
that
You're
nobody's
conduct.
allowed to address people from that podium in the audience. You told other people not to do it, and it's in this. You just violated it. Tell him to knock it off.
He can't talk
He
to
did
her.
it twice.
It's your rule.
He's
You can't-
harassing her, and if you don't stop it, I will,
What did he
I will
do?
go, I will
Accosted
go to my
her.
own lawyer.
You didn't
I
cost
will go to my
He
own
did.
lawyer.
I didn't see that.
He's harassing her.
You said you can't talk.
She is an employee of her firm.
I know.
And she represents the Bethlehem Land Fund.
Right, but I
She is
didn't,
not a piece of garbage.
I didn't treat her
Okay.
like talk.
Who called her a piece of
You're
garbage?
letting him
He
do
did.
that.
You're letting him do it. You're letting him do it.
I witnessed it. I witnessed
I didn't
it.
see
I-
him
You're
do
letting him do
anything.
it.
And there's
I
gonna
just
be
saw
a
him turn it
complaint.
on.
Right now, they're
There's
just trying
going to
to
be a
cause a
complaint.
scene. I don't understand why we're getting out of our service and running
Just go out,
short.
it's multiple
I would
times it's
appreciate
happened.
it if you don't run
Twice
towards
he
the
did
dock.
that, and you said nothing to him. He
I didn't
addressed her
see it.
directly.
Don't tell me what I saw and what I
You
didn't.
saw you
see.
standing right in front of you. He's standing right in
I'm
front of
telling you what I
Stop
saw.
yelling.
He's standing right in front of you.
Ignore
I
it.
am telling you what
He's
I
standing right in
saw.
front of
You're
you.
being aggressive.
Okay, tell me again.
You're being
Twice, he addressed her directly, and he just harassed her.
Yes.
He needs to be thrown out of here, or he needs to be told to knock it off. Because that's in your rules. Those are your rules. When I address people in the audience, I get told about it. So I would like to see you reprimand him for doing that.
I'm not, I didn't see him do it, not that I
I
didn't.
never see it. You never see it.
You never see
You're right,
it.
you never see it. Right. Straight below that microphone at the end of the meeting. Straight under that microphone.
Why are you arguing? Why are you arguing?
For any member of the audience to
idiot.
direct, to tell the council president what she should.
I'm not an idiot. I stood right here and witnessed
If
it.
you have a complaint about something
Right.
that
She
happened,
just-
you
I'm
have,
gonna complain.
you
I
have
will
police
find,
A and police B.
I will find
So
somebody,
that's it.
I will find somebody to complain to.
But
And you
please
will
don't
get a
tell us
letter
what
from
we can
somebody.
and can't do.
You say it be, they have
Because I
names.
didn't see it, I'll have to watch the
They have
tape.
names.
I did not see
Okay, you
it,
watch the tape then.
and I am not gonna do something I didn't see. I can't
You
do
stood
that.
right there and did it.
I didn't see him. What part of that
Excuses.
don't you get?
Excuses. You said
Okay,
they're right in
all right.
front of you.
Okay, so in reference to the Bethlehem landfill, it is a landfill. It's a landfill. Garbage goes in there, right? So we listened to 40 minutes of these letters. This woman is telling you every single detail of every letter, what they did about it, and how they're fixing it. Every one. She gave you good detail of that. And now I hear that there's a meeting that they talk about the same thing. So it's like this on and on and on and on, and letters to this one and letters to that one, and we're supposed to send letters, and there's other business that we just discussed like an hour ago of nothing's being done, like the land over on Bethlehem Pike, or Philadelphia Pike. So nobody's doing anything about that. We have to wait for a meeting. Oh, we gotta wait. But this one is, we gotta send letters, we gotta send letters. And I understand that people are complaining about the landfill. But I also understand that nothing is perfect. It's not perfect. You're never gonna get it to be perfect. You put the garbage in, they have technology, different technologies, they try different things. There are landfills all over the country, it's the same scenario at every landfill. So it's not perfect. And that's what it's gonna be. But government regulation isn't always the answer because they don't do the things they're supposed to do and they over-regulate and then they don't do the things they're supposed to do anyway. Over-regulation doesn't mean they're gonna fix it. She's fixing it, they're fixing it, they're telling you that. And you just keep consistently badmouth them, bust their chops, and then harass her.
I didn't harass you.
You did. You did.
No.
You harassed her.
You're letting people in the audience.
Blatant
It's
harassment.
not right.
Blatant harassment.
It's not right.
Blatant
It's in your rules. You should be paying attention to what's going on. If you're in charge and you're competent, then you should know that. You should have seen that.
That's not nice, Mary. That's,
They're not competent.
that's,
You're not.
You're in charge.
and my eyes are 360 degrees
they
everywhere,
should be,
you
yeah.
know, like, really?
Yeah.
There's huge crowd out there, all 5 people out there.
Right.
Now you gotta watch.
Well,
First off, Priscilla,
5 people.
first off, Priscilla, as far as I'm concerned, I was not at the podium, and I'm allowed as public audience to talk to somebody else in the public audience.
You're not. You're not.
Is there a vote?
No, it was discussion. It was direction.
Direction. So we learned landfill smell. These unethical fools have landfill smell
We're done
management
talking
syndrome.
about it, we moved on
You
to the
got
next
cloak and dagger
agenda.
gotcha that you direct towards Maryann. You're all kind in a landfill meeting, and then you're gonna knife her in the back in this situation. You have 0 credibility.
Your words,
You
not
people are
hers.
dishonest. You have 0 credibility. That's all I have to say about it.
No integrity.
No
See you at the
integrity.
next meeting, Maryann. That's
I'm
really-
sorry, Maryann.
Yeah, now they're sorry. Now they're sorry.
Now she's sorry for lying. Now she's sorry for lying. Now she's sorry for lying.
I went on for 45 minutes
I'm
without
sorry
the
for your
landfill. I'm sorry.
She's sorry for lying now.
Okay, next we have conditional use decision, LS OPP Devco LLC. I guess conditional use 0124 on 3621 Old Philadelphia Pike.
Yes.
This is another item we discussed in executive session. The solicitor will update council.
So there's a conditional use hearing that took place on Wednesday, October 9, 2024. At the time, there was a vote 3-0 to grant the relief requested. By law, we then have to provide a written opinion. I provided you, meaning council, with the draft on October 17th. Asked for any comments. I did not receive any comments. And if council is inclined, the next step would be for somebody to take a motion to authorize and sign the decision as drafted.
Can I make a motion to approve the conditional use decision?
I'll second.
Drafted by the solicitor and forwarded to Township Council on October 17, 2024.
I'll second that.
Okay, Laura? Okay, and discussion, Jason?
No discussion.
Tom?
No discussion.
No discussion. Victoria?
I'm good with it, thanks.
Laura?
Yeah, no, it's fine.
What?
I said that it's fine.
Lost.
Anybody in the audience have anything to talk about? Okay, roll call, please.
Mr. Banonis,
Yes.
Ms. Alcoff Cordero,
Yes.
Mr. Carocci,
Yes.
Ms. Ray,
Yes.
Ms. DeLeon.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, grant award announcement and approval of project Saucon Valley Rail Trail restroom construction. Staff is requesting approval of the grant as presented and approval to commence preliminary work once the grant agreement is executed. Kathy?
I forwarded to council the notice of award for $125,000 for the grant that was for the statewide grant last year. We applied for $250,000. They gave us half the money. We're in agreement to continue on with the project. We'll execute the agreement, and once executed by all parties, I'll start with the having the engineer work on the